rest your head. Your heart's stranded now from lying alone in your bed. So let me put you back to sleep. No, don't say a word, just count your sheep. The doctor's gonna heal your wounds tonight, baby, don't be afraid. Don't put up a fight. You gotta rest a while and take your medicine regularly. So lie down, boy, and let Dr. Love take a look, see. Take a look, see. Come on, baby, baby, I can patch you up. Oh, come on, baby, I can sew your stitches up. Oh, come on, baby, I can make you feel so good.
哦，慢点吧，这样。慢点，可以。可以。完了，安静，可以。回车，看后面，看后面。我不想死啊！哎，一波吧。哎，还有一个对空啊！
对一下他吧，对一下他一波，还可以对一下。
他超过能力了。
So lie down, boy, and let Dr. Love fix you up for me. Oh, fix you up for me. Fix you up for me. I'm no stranger in the night. Call me out rushing by. And when my light is lit, oh, I'll come out safe by your side in the moonlight. And I can be your real lows in your eyes. When you call, I'll be there by your side. And when you need a friend, you can have my hand. Give me your thoughts and all of your sighs. Just tell
五杀了！哦，没到头了。闪！别放过他！干嘛？打！哎，哇，车谁啊？
No, I won't skip a beat. Just call me over. We'll dry up your washed eyes and listen to your favorite tunes. And I'll stay awake till sleep overpowers you. Yes, I will stay awake and fight the demons at your door. Scrape from pickled jars as we watch the cars until the morning brings the dew. Oh, just tell me when, whether at midnight or 4 a.m. You can trust in me to answer. No, I won't skip a beat. Just call me over.
喜欢台北的夏天。
Last time I was in PCS playoffs 2 years ago in Taipei, I came over here and it was very, very hard to compete. I was practicing in OCE for the whole year, and having to come here and level up to play against the teams was very difficult, and unfortunately we didn't perform very well. But now I'm back in Taipei. I love the city, and I think now we're practicing against good teams. We're working together as a team, and we've really, really leveled up. I reckon we'll do pretty amazing this split.
其实当初是没有想要再回来的，只是刚好有这个机会，所以就来了。其实赛区合并整体实力强蛮多的，但是对于第一名来说还是很有信心。对于礼包吗？这个有办第二次的话，记得再买一次。
Can't be without you. I always need the Can't be without you. Always one is always in the mood. Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be.
One v one side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. Players are only allowed to pick champions from this draft pool. The ban phase is out. No champions will be banned. Only champions from the draft pool can be selected. Each champion can only be picked once per team throughout the entire regular season. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 1v1 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met, when a player is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy's turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes. The winner is decided by first kill or first turret destroyed. And watch out, the ring of fire closes in fast. Fall to it, and your opponent claims victory.
Welcome to a new era of League of Legends in the Asia Pacific region. The 2025 League of Legends Championship Pacific, or LCP, introduces an exciting new format that elevates competition like never before. As the season reaches its peak, the teams are divided into the contender and breakout groups based on their mid-season standings. Teams compete in a best-of-3 round-robin with performances resetting the slate. In a group breaker match, lower-ranked contender teams face off against top breakout teams. Winners ascend to the contender group, while losers join the breakout group. Double elimination matches then determine which teams advance to the playoffs. Only the strongest will qualify for Worlds and claim the title of LCP champion. To keep the competition fierce, the LCP introduces a promotion and relegation tournament. Top-performing domestic teams challenge lower-ranked LCP teams for a chance to rise to the elite level.
Throughout the 2025 LCP season, the domestic leagues will be taking place. LJL, PCS, VCS, and other domestic competitions will continue battling for their chance to join the LCP in 2026. The top teams from each league will be included in the promotion and relegation event that takes place in October. The 4 guest teams will have a chance to keep their spot as the regional representative for 2026 by battling the winning team from their home region. Each domestic league will send their champion to fight in the promotion relegation match against the current representative from their league. The LCP Promotion and Relegation Tournament introduces high stakes for guest teams. By the end of the season finals, 2 guest teams may face relegation based on league standings. The first, known as the free-for-all spot, will go to the lowest placed guest team, regardless of their home region. The second, the regional merit spot, considers regional placement. If multiple guest teams share a home region, the lowest ranked among them competes. Otherwise, the second lowest guest team overall will enter the tournament. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. This is what we're made of.
ここに集まったのはそれぞれが力を試し神殿の巫女の力を最もふさわしく扱えるものを決めるためだ。では前置きはこの辺にして商談を始めよう。ユナーラのパッシブがクリティカルダメージを出した時にこう追加ダメージで魔法ダメージを与えるっていうパッシブなんですけど、序盤はやっぱりクリティカルアイテムを詰めないので中盤とか2コア3コアあたりの後半中盤後半あたりに影響力が出てくるかなというふうに思います。ユナーラのメインスキルが9でスタックを8個貯めないと発動できないっていうスキルなので、ちょっと連戦とかはすごく難しい印象を受けました。
Theo em thấy ấn tượng đầu tiên của em về con tướng Yunaga này thì lối chơi cơ động và
我觉得他的 Q 在对线上应该会占蛮大的优势吧，因为他可以透过扩散来抢兵线。那在下路其实抢线权是下路最重要的工作。
W やばいよ。いかれてるダメージしてる。なんかゼリーの強化版みたいな感じ。
Em nghĩ là chiêu W của Yunada thì nếu mà ở trạng thái thường thì sẽ phù hợp với ở vị trí ở lane, còn vị trí ở W ở siêu việt ở trạng thái siêu việt thì sẽ phù hợp ở giao tranh.
比较长，好像在放龟外气功的感觉。
ユナーラの E が思ったよりも早く動けるし、クールダウンも短いので結構連戦でも積極的に使っていいんじゃないかなっていうふうに感じました。
他们那个
不是，
你还在睡觉啊？对啊。
这里是来了。这第一个走了吧？
W。
可以直接打他。
ウルトのダッシュの挙動もすごく速いので、相手からしたらすごいやりづらいだろうなっていうふうには感じます。
我觉得他的大招有点像，就是他把他的3招都强化了。
まあ個人的に感じたのは、ゼリのウルト中かなっていうふうに感じました。W や E のクールダウンも解消されて Q が15秒間持続で発動するので，
对，他就是开了大来配合他的 QWE 的。
Thì cảm nhận của em khi mà đối đầu khi mà chơi Yunara là kiểu cảm giác con tướng này đánh tay khá là nhiều, nên là đầu game hơi bị khó để đi lane. Còn về giữa game và cuối game thì tướng khá là mạnh.
Theo em nghĩ thì nếu muốn chơi vị tướng này thì mọi người cần giữ vị trí trong giao tranh, phối hợp với đồng đội.
我觉得对上他角色的话，就是趁他在 Q 还没有叠起来之前跟他换血。
상대 뭐 이즈카르마나 이런 견제기가 좀 좋은 챔피언 있으면은 힘들 것 같다는 느낌을 받았어요.
Theo em nghĩ là tướng để phát huy tối đa sức mạnh của Yunara là những vị tướng có khả năng bảo kê trong giao tranh, ví dụ như là Rakan hoặc là Lulu.
他感觉是需要发育起来的英雄，但在赛场上就是下路不太适合太发育，他需要有一点能够战斗的能力。
もちろんやっぱりプロゲーマーなので、練習しないといけない部分もたくさんあるんで、もちろんそれは練習しようと思ってます。ただやっぱりユナーラ自体がすごくなんていう新鮮なチャンピオンなので、すごく練習するのも楽しみなチャンピオンでもあります。
Theo em thì em nếu mà con tướng này mà ra mắt thì em sẽ chơi nó, em sẽ luyện tập nó rất là nhiều, em sẽ không cấm nó bởi vì em thấy con tướng này nó phù hợp với em.
开大。俺人気記録変わった。俺いないかもな。完全犯語や。6じゃねえし。あ、完全オープン。
やばい、遅刻。
またかよ、ノブルに怒られる。間に合った。あー、嘘、終わってるじゃん。またやっちゃったよ。
Until you say so. I like the roles reversed. It's the way I say your name, the way I touch your face. It's like our bodies move so easily. Like a movie, like a dream. A dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, like a movie, like a dream. A dose of dopamine, more than ecstasy. Between you and me, take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. But I like it like that, yeah. I like it like that, yeah. Take me there like nobody else. It's so unfair, I get you all to myself. But I like it like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, week number 4, day number 3 here. I will be your host, Vish, and alongside me, Blue Panda, and boy, oh boy, usually, the mobile object and whatever, but today we have two rapidly sprinting objects going up against each other. Of course, we have PSG Talon yet to get a single win, and it's even a game going up against the Chiefs, who have not yet found a series win this year.
Yeah, look, they say if you bang your head enough against the wall hard enough and long enough, and eventually that wall will come down. Unfortunately, both teams have failed to realise that what they're banging their head against is a mirror. They're their own worst enemies at the best of times. So coming into it, who would have thought? Imagine, coming into the start of the year, if you told fans back there that this is where PSG Talon would be and where Chiefs would be, both sets of fans would have called you nuts.
Yeah, absolutely, but that is the situation we find ourselves in. Of course, PSG Talon, much to what you said, their own worst enemies. I think very capable players. We've seen that throughout the entirety of the year, right? But their drafting there needs to be something done to improve on this, because I think they almost load into the Rift half the time with a 5K gold deficit, with just how poorly their comps are structured, and especially against what they look against. Now, Chiefs, on the other hand,
they could load into the server with a 5 gold lead and it wouldn't matter?
Well, somewhat, but this team just seemingly gets closer and closer to being able to get that series win. They've gone to 3 game 3s now already this split and still have not been able to find that second win in a series. And it does feel that it's almost inevitable that it is going to happen. But I'm really, unfortunately, going to have to say I don't think it will be up against PSG Talon.
Well, you know what they say, 9th time is the charm, after all, especially when it comes to Oceania. But Jimian, definitely one of the players that I'm looking towards in this matchup. He's going to be, look, I'd say you have a hard time. Maple has been looking better and better as the games have got on, as he's gotten himself more refamiliarized with the game. But Jimian, when he's on, he is on for this Chiefs roster. When he's not, unfortunately, it's very evident.
Yeah, that is very true. And I think if he gets given a good lane, generally he does very well. And at the moment, importantly for him, I don't think Maple has been looking very strong in that laning phase in particular. So certainly doesn't seem to be like there would be a massive disparity between both him and Jimian. You go back to the PCS days and those two were going head-to-head and were going back and forward. It wasn't a one-sided affair by any stretch of the imagination. You have to hope that that still is the case. And even Jimian, he's been playing more actively recently. There's even a good chance that maybe he's going to be able to get the upper hand in this matchup. But, it all, to me, comes down to the two best performing players on each team, Slater versus Betty. Because Betty, despite how rough PSG have looked throughout this entirety of the season finales, Betty's looked really good. Betty himself, as an individual, has looked really good. He's picked some terrible champions, but he's still been looking good as a player, mechanically and in terms of his macro as well.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite words, hubris. Not necessarily the item, but in terms of how PSG Talon split has gone, that's kind of been the crux of it. Hubris has really come back to bite them a couple of matches. That Vayne pick. Let's be honest, in a matchup like this, it definitely felt like there was a lack of respect going into their opponent, and that might just be what helps nudge Chiefs over for their first one of the year.
Yeah, I do think Chiefs are going to win a series this split, but I do not think it's going to be against PSG Talon. I think just the way that PSG have been able to dismantle the Chiefs so far, I imagine it's probably likely to happen again. Yeah, sure, look, they've got Maple come in, that's different from Fofo, but again, I don't think it makes as big of a difference as the results we've seen PSG going up against Chiefs so far. And that's not a slant towards the Chiefs either. PSG, they are a team, they've got the roster that should be contending for the top spot, right? And it's been a really, really odd split so far for them, and ultimately I think a lot of that, as we said, does come down to the drafting, but still as individuals, they are some of the best players in the region, and they always have been some of the best players in the region. At some point, it's got to come back and favor them.
Yeah, and you talked about individually they're the best, and for me, that is where the biggest gap lies. Unfortunately, between Casa and Why Not, you can't even compare them. Casa has just been looking so much better as the year's gone on. Why Not is really feeling a bit disjointed coming into the LCP in this split. So, look, I think this could be a case of some overwhelming jungle gap this series.
Yeah, possibly. I think so far. Why Not's done a good job of at least picking champions that you don't need to be that really carrying force, right? The Ivan's a good champion. I think just as a champ, it's great, but also stylistically for the Chiefs now that BioPanther is more willing to be on these sort of hyper-aggressive top laners, I think it is a good look for them, and I do hope they continue to go towards champion like this. But we are 10 seconds out. Riot Fist is about to come on your screens. Once we're back, Chiefs up against PSG Talon. Not how I expected this split to go, but it sure will be exciting. And here we are. Obviously, yesterday we have the contenders group. Today we're going to have the breakout group. And at least for me, I find the breakout group games quite entertaining a lot of the time. I mean, the LJL Derby, we didn't even talk about it in the pre-show, but that last time those two teams went head-to-head was extremely exciting. So much back and forth, so much action, and very, very close in terms of that series. But to kick us off, PSG up against the Chiefs. Chiefs, again, I reiterate, they have yet to find their series win, but PSG have a worse record than them in the split, 0-8. In fact, losing an extra series and still not having a single game win.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, it sounds great for the Chiefs until you contextualize it, of course. Yes. The losses that PSG did suffer were against the top three teams in the competition outside of themselves. As for Chiefs, Vikings, SHG, and DFM, they've yet to win a series against any of them, so it's kind of just history repeating itself. But as we do get players walking out, I mean, this lane might be a bit of a linchpin, in all honesty.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the wins that the Chiefs have managed to find was off the back of BioPanther. I mean, he had a fantastic Cassante performance in the last series win. And why not now coming out against Casa? I mean, Casa, one of the most historic players in the region. Why not? New to the league. He's got a lot to prove here up against Casa, and it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, in the mid lane, Maple coming in against Jimmian. I mean, both have had their moments, but also they have at times left a lot to be desired. Maybe this has always been the case with esports competition as a whole. Anyone can show up on the day and have a good day, but it's just as easy to show up and have a bad day.
Absolutely, and I mean, the X factor for both teams coming onto the stage now. Betty, despite the team's record, has still been performing like one of the best AD carries in the league, and Slater much the same. I think Slater, unfortunately, has that bane of oftentimes the drafts have really sucked for him individually. And I don't know if it's, him wanting to go back to his staple in that Xayah, or it's the team saying, okay, look, let's pick the Xayah, and then obviously gets countered. But this Xayah champion, very, very strong in the right game. Unfortunately, a lot of the times, I mean, we remember last week, right? Game number 3 up against Vikings. They pick the Azir, they pick the Zyra. Vikings very, very intelligently. They get the Senna, which is a very difficult and long-range champion that Xayah very much struggles to deal with. And then the Ziggs in the mid lane, completely shutting down the Azir. So it feels like at times, while Slater, given the right circumstances, can just take over a game, he hasn't really been given that yet.
Yeah, it's about enabling him and his duo Luon down in the bot lane. Luon, again, is a player that has gone from strength to strength this year, I feel, and at times has felt like he is near Superman effort his team into some successes throughout those games with some great support play on the Rel, and I mean, even bringing in some of those enchanters as well.
Absolutely, and of course, no 1v1 side selection here in the second round robin. It is going to be PSG coming in, higher seed, will give them that side selection up against the Chiefs for game 1. So taking the blue side, and Chiefs are going to have to try and make it work on the red. Of course, while the contextualization does speak volumes to sort of where PSG is versus where Chiefs is, Chiefs actually have technically done better than PSG by virtue of they took a game away from the Vikings. So there is hope. I don't want to at all say there is no hope whatsoever, but it is still just, it feels like an inevitability to me. Obviously, I've watched the PCS for the last 3 years. This roster, all the same as last year, barring the swap out from Junja to Casa. These players are all capable of winning games almost from their own merit, and we're just yet to see it. But look, in true Oceanic fashion, it's always going to happen to us.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, PSG looking weak, maybe we can take it, and then they just turn on as soon as they're versing us.
Yeah, how many times can we have that hope? I mean, what are we at? 9 game 3s so far this year. At a certain point, you're either going to win finally, or it becomes a reality that's never going to happen.
Yeah,
so,
otherwise you got to do it in 2. Maybe game 3's the curse.
We haven't. We've had plenty of 2-game series, unfortunately, not wins. I don't know. It's that late in the year. It's kind of hard to say, well, this is going to be that make or break. This is the be all and end all that guarantees a Chiefs win and yada, yada, yada. Realistically, there is nothing more that anything can be said about. It all comes down to them on the field getting it done.
Absolutely. As we head into the draft, starting off things, Jax and Vi. So Biopanther receiving the respect he deserves on that Jax, just gets it removed immediately. Yunara, on the other hand, of course, seemingly a revoltingly overpowered champion. Pantheon, much the same, realistically.
Yeah. Where else do we go? Both mid laners have made the Azir look quite good. But again, is there enough respect from either team to ban it away? Because Maple will quite happily pick it up, so I doubt PSG are going to be the ones to force that ban through. It likely will come down to the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, being on that blue side, but I mean, the Chiefs, they just went up against that Ziggs, as I said. Is it maybe even a possibility that they have, prepared themselves a counter pick of sorts, even like the Ziggs? I mean, Zeref's one. I think Zeref's a little bit more vulnerable in general, but in any case, Yone banned up against Jimmian, trying to remove that Maokai and Yone combo that the Chiefs played to perfection last week.
Well, Yone, yeah, look.
There's the Azir.
Yeah, okay. So it was kind of a handshake. Well, if we take that away, we kind of want to deny that as well. There's still a lot of strength in the mid lane. Looking towards the likes of a Xin Zhao in the jungle, at least it stands out to me as a strong point. Varus going to be taken away from Eddie.
Yeah. So a good pick up there. We'll have to see if he is going for that lethality Varus or back to the on hit, which was recently buffed. On the other side of things here for the Chiefs, they get their first 2 pickups. The Nico, a very, very strong support, and Luon having an amazing game on it last week. Wukong as well, pairing well with that Nico. So team composition-wise, so far so good in my eyes for the Chiefs.
Another new jungler, I do believe, for Why Not? Given
hasn't played the Wukong.
Yeah, he hasn't played the Wukong yet.
Okay.
He stuck with the Xin Zhao, the Ivern.
There's a Vi in there.
The Vi. And
Maokai.
And Maokai, yeah. So only those 4. So Wukong will be new. I think more than anything, just denying it away for Casa. But, I mean, again, Circle Theory, they do synergize quite well.
Pairs very well with the Nico. And there is going to be the Xin Zhao response. A very typical response, realistically. Just 2 strong, brawly junglers.
Well,
now, one last pick. Obviously, could go towards the support, being that you already see the enemies. Otherwise, is there some priority pick that you'd like to look for yourself? Gwen does stand out to me as something that could be a viable option. Not the most counterable champion in the world.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Profit, man.
Rumble, potentially an answer. Synergizes incredibly well with the Wukong and the Nico.
Yeah. Not something we've seen a lot of out of Biopanther.
No, we've seen it, I think, twice now. One with a decent enough showing, and the other one was a little bit lackluster, but he was targeted pretty heavily both times.
Yeah. The one earlier this split, I mean, he was something like 4-1. Had it against SHG, it was. Largely off the back of a lot of dives that went south. Kai'Sa going to be picked up here. Of course, this Nico champ allowing it to get through that lane phase a whole lot easier than Kai'Sa typically does. Second phase of bans now to come through.
Yeah, Bard immediately taken away. I mean, I would have liked to have seen Luon, just continue that age-old trend of, beat down on Varus, because why not?
That's his jungler.
Yeah, I know, but he's going to be looking to do that as best he can with the Wukong.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a good...
I think you target away mids here for Jimmian. Bio, again, champion Ocean. We've seen that. It has been a long-running thing, Oceania, and, well, he very much lives up to that name with his champion pool.
Absolutely. There goes the Annie taken away from Jimmy, and as you said, targeting out mids does make a lot of sense. What would be next, though? First of all, possibly a support ban. I mean, if you're going towards these oppressive champs, I was going to say Karma, and there it is.
Something to match the Nico just a little bit. Oriana to me stands out as a mid laner that could be a little bit chaotic if paired with that Wukong, but I don't know if Maple has enough respect in an Oriana pick.
Yeah, Oriana opens you up to the likes of the Akali, though, so I don't know if you'd be willing to blind pick it there as Jermian.
That's exactly it.
Thinking more, the likes of the Rise is something that's open, and Bessa is going to be their choice, so taking away a pretty solid top lane blind pick. It wouldn't be blind, I guess, there's the win, so just not wanting that matchup. Although yesterday we saw Driver navigate it perfectly fine.
Rumble still an option here for Bio.
It is.
Would be leaning towards a lot of magic damage, though.
Yeah, and the Yone gone makes it hard to find it elsewhere, but they are going to be confident enough to lock it in. So what are they going to pick up in this mid lane becomes a very big question. Of course, they can pick up something in response, but PSG first, I mean, they could even look to take the Corki. That could be something that Chiefs are looking towards in this mid lane to try and even out that damage spread a little bit, but PSG could pick it up in their comp too, and it would fit perfectly well.
Absolutely. And then in support, I mean, you've got a plethora of options. Realistically, you're not going to have something that matches the Nico all that well. Can't. Yeah, okay. Like, synergistically works very, very well. Is going to be able to get in the middle of that team fight and then also come back and help assist keeping Betty alive. What do they want in the mid lane, though? Aurora.
Okay, so I mean, both teams relatively heavy on the AP. Of course, Lethality Varus will be a little bit less so we'll see if he does go for that now. Chiefs, with their final pickup in this middle lane, is still looking like a Corki could be viable, although the Aurora does deal with those AD carries fairly reasonably.
Galio, I was thinking it.
Okay, this is a lot of magic damage, but in any case, it's also a good tank against the Aurora and the Gwen, so I don't necessarily hate it. I actually think it's a reasonably good composition, but you really do need Slater to be quite strong in this game with an on-hit sort of AD on-hit build, so you are able to do some damage. Now, there is no massive tank that you're steering across from, so you do get away with it quite a lot in that regard. A lot going to come down to just how they're played out. I think ultimately both teams have perfectly good comps, going to play very differently, of course. PSG, they're not really looking to front to back. They wanted to play from the sides, come from all these different angles, where Chiefs, it's pretty clear cut. They send in the Wukong, they send in the Nico, and in comes Galio and an equalizer above it. Slater picks his times. He can hit the back line. He can then ult, hit the back line, and the other team, it's whatever he likes to do.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's very much simple for the Chiefs. They have a clear game plan. It's easy enough to execute. It is going to be a little bit harder, I think, especially for that Varus to survive in some of these fights. If you do get Why Not nice and deep into the back line.
Why Not's father still in the audience, supporting his boy.
Oh, Bio, buddy. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, they still win skin game because of IG Kaiser, but it would have been an absolute rolling if he had gone Super Galaxy.
Well, either way, neither team in this matchup has a series win. This split, one of them will walk away with a victory guaranteed.
Had an interview earlier on this week with BioPanther. Looking intently over there.
Is that Mr. Steak?
Not sure. I'm sure we'll see him.
I mean, that intensity would speak to Mr. Steak. He's one of the most energetic voices in that arena besides TK.
I'm sure if it is, we would have seen him. So it might be someone else taking up the mantle. But as I was saying, I had an interview with BioPanther earlier on in the week. And I don't know whether to laugh or cry, but he said that during the 2 weeks of which his mother was over there and supporting him in Taipei, she's actually gone and seen far more of the country than he has over the stint of the last 8 months. I get, because he's not over there, you know, for leisure.
Over there for work. Like, the joy of commitment-free travel.
It'd be nice to go and see all the sights to see, you know.
Go see where Junja was you
graced,
know,
graced with the blessing.
You know, it's...
He also said the person the LCP looks up to the most is Junja.
Oh, look, that guy does absolute numbers, so why wouldn't you? You've been doing the numbers yourself in terms of interviews. You had to chat with Luan as well. You've been getting all the info on the Chiefs.
Yeah, absolutely. Sharing them on my Threads account, because that is where the majority of the local fans are, and of course they get to see a lot less of the Chiefs, so trying to extend the reach that way. Arjit doing a good job here in the top side, but I'm sure BioPanther will come to his own here on the Rumble eventually. It's a very back and forth matchup. We've seen time and time again where they kind of just brawl each other and no one ends up dying, but everyone's on a slither of HP, and sometimes the jungle intervention does tip the scale.
Yeah. No, oh, okay, I was going to say no clear leads. It's not a... I mean, it should even itself out at some point, but Bio with a single CS is a little bit under the pump, but that is very much matched by Slater and Betty down in the bot lane. Although in saying that, Betty's just caught the wave and should equalize those numbers. So it's a bit of a rough spot for Bio to find himself in early.
Yeah. Jimmy doing a good job of dodging away.
And CP.
Everything. I mean, even there, I think Maple just straight up missed it. Maybe predicting Jimmy would do the... what is the punch called? Justice Punch.
Justice Punch.
But the other direction. Unfortunately, Jimmy predicts right.
Needs to be like a Moonwalk Galio skin. Or he just slick as anything, moonwalks out of it. Luon, going to be, I mean, the biggest problem for Betty this game. And unfortunately, Cleanse is going to do very little for you, given that the vast majority of CC from this team is knock-ups.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, as the Varus, there's a lot of problems for Betty this game.
Yeah.
And essentially everyone, except kind of the Kai'Sa, although the Kai'Sa follow-up is, of course, problematic.
That Quill going to be doing absolute numbers. The barrier was popped there by Betty. Or Bio.
For a trade, Kai'Sa's in the area, does land with that harpoon. It might even be forced to flash. Is disastrous start here to the top side for BioPanther, as Archer's going to be very happy. Kai'Sa lets himself be known very early on. Why not able to find an angle just yet, but it's going to be quicker onto the map, so we'll be quicker to get to that level 6, which is where those Wukong ults become truly worrisome.
Yeah, a bit of a rough gig in the mid lane. That range versus melee matchup in the early levels. You already see the difference paying out more for Maple, Amp Tome and a Ruby Crystal. Oh, he just clips the electrocute there. Jimmy and maybe overthinking it a little bit here.
I mean, ultimately, Jimmy will be fine. He can go down a little bit of gold, and it doesn't really matter all that much.
Yeah, I mean, look, once it comes team fight, that's where his value really starts to show itself. But
Press R on Luon, or why not?
Yeah.
Job done.
The last thing is you want is Maple to really accelerate, because that between worlds really can make things uncomfortable, given how much your comp just wants to be on top of each other.
Yeah, very much true. A nice quiet early game.
Well,
Slater is suffering a little bit in terms of HP, and off the back of the recall too, is a good state for this lane to be here for the PSG bottom lane.
Yeah.
Finding too much though, and is staying ahead in CS, so
I mean, yeah,
nothing to complain about ultimately.
You want Slater to be the step ahead, just because he, as an AD carry, he's incredibly proactive. Doggo, very, very similar in that he will go looking for those opportunities rather than wait for them to present themselves. He likes to force the issue. 6 is across the board for the solo lanes, which means that Kai'Sa on his roam up to try and catch Bio should be a little bit hard pressed.
Now, how good is Maple at math? Because if he's like me, this Luon... Alright.
Now, suddenly the minion walks towards top lane.
Oh, BioPanther has no flash here. If he does get too aggressive, see Kai'Sa channeling the recall. Is he going to cancel it?
I mean, Bio is last hitting with the Electro Harpoon, so he is playing it safer.
There's a very real avenue, though. If BioPanther walks a little bit too far up, see RG just constantly
It's a
threatening.
lot of damage.
Right.
Even with the hero, I suppose there's enough magic damage that I think the hero's entrance would change things up a little bit.
Hold up, this could be a big brawl here. It's a 4v4. Archer's going in first, equalizes down. It's not the greatest position, but it is going to be first blood for the Chiefs. A nice ultimate for Jimmy, and will be keeping his jungler alive, and Casa cannot have the same set for himself. Maple flashing forward,
no.
not able to connect. This is going to be 3 quick kills, and the Chiefs are on the board.
When I said that this might be the series the Chiefs win, it, for the most part, was a joke. I was goofing a little bit, but apparently so on PSG Talent.
A great collapse there, 4v4. Luon able to tip the scales, and just like that, quick as can be, a 1 and a bit K gold lead going the way of the Chiefs. They got their streak. What am I saying? The feats of warfare. But look, Archer here in the middle, just the lockdown. Woody goes completely wide on his grand entrance as Luon's able to flash away from it, and as soon as that goes, there's nothing going for the side of PSG, and despite the flash disadvantage there in the top lane, you don't need it when you can just drop the equalizer from afar.
This is why I'm such a big Luon fan. Look at, I think that is the happiest we've seen Brendy all year.
Absolutely. It has to be. I can't remember if we saw him after their first game win. That might have been a happier moment for him potentially, but in any case, it's a good position now for the Chiefs. Look at that goal difference. It was slowly creeping the way of PSG until it all explodes.
Nearly 2k gold swing. Oh no, they're looking for it again. There is no equalizer just yet.
The flash almost is up. Can they execute on this before it's available?
Woody has...
Luon's here. There's no way. There's no way this is going to be a good play. Although Luon's locked down, he doesn't even make it to his tower.
Yeah, oh.
How on earth are these things happening? Slater ghosting down to join the play, but the ultimate there for Casa, able to get away. Still level 6 is available for Slater.
Flash is there for Bio.
Yeah, Bio does have a flashback, so PSG, they're not going to commit to the dive. It is just the 1 kill, but all the while, why not get himself 3 grubs?
Yeah, look, I honestly, I think you'd maybe take that if you're the Chiefs. Yes, you lose Luon, but you get the flash out of Woody for the moment, and you get Casa's ultimate. With that Dragon up and available, that means that there is a significant lack of fighting threat from PSG.
Absolutely. Gold lead despite it was a big win for them. It has come back a little bit, but of course that is enlarged because of Why Not's ability to take those Void Grubs. Luon no flash, Luon knocked up. Casty's in a rough position, but Luon might be as well. Equalizer there for Vi. Panther Maple able to get the Between the Worlds, but he's straight back onto that. Equalizer straight back on the slow, and Why Not's quick to collapse. That's another kill going the way of the Chiefs. 1-for-1 trade, but a Dragon on the back end of it will go the way of the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, again, heavy commitment there from PSG Talent. They see Luon as a bit of a weak point, but Chiefs collapsing perfectly. Equalizes back off cooldown. Why Not has that Cyclone as well. I mean, it was just a very interesting call. I suppose, given that they think that that is Slater, and then all of a sudden it's the Nico, it's half HP. It kind of works as a 2-layered bait, in all honesty. They think it's Slater, they go, oh yeah, cool, we can collapse on this. Then it reveals itself as Luon with half HP, and they figure, well, we've come this far, we might as well stick it out. And then Chiefs are able to punish back. Unfortunately, Luon a punching bag, but one that turns out, pays out like a casino.
Yeah, great entrance from Woody does connect there onto Slater, but it takes him a lot of health to make that trade happen, as he does take 2 tower shots for it. Slater is falling behind in gold, but the team is not. Why Not, importantly, very far ahead of Casa at this stage. 2-0-3 on the Wukong. Triforce already available for him and still searching for that Sundered Sky for Casa.
Bio as well, 2-0-3. He might be down about 20 CS, but those kills and assists helping make up some of that weak point. And again, in terms of team fighting, he, I think, realistically does a little bit more than the Gwen.
Yeah, for sure. Rumble, very, very strong team fighting champ when there's the setup, and boy, is there the setup.
In fact, the only one without setup is Slater, and that's saying a lot.
Still, we've seen them in this position before. It's too early to get excited, but it isn't too early to be happy and hopeful that they're able to get this one across the line. It would be one step towards getting themselves that series, and another step towards PSG going 0-10.
Jeepers, what an insane record that would then become.
Not unheard of, unfortunately.
Yeah,
see that occur.
if you're the Chiefs.
Yeah. Equalizer onto Betty. He has the flash, but he shoots walk over. It will flash eventually. That's the equalizer utilized for BioPanther off a nice little roam timer that he found in the mid lane. So another advantage garnered off the back of BioPanther's rumble here.
And trigger discipline from Luon doesn't burn the flash there to try and make something happen. No desperation play required. So they know full well that there is going to be a significant downtime for Betty.
Yep, Varus with no flash up against Nico, Galio, Wukong Rumble. Doesn't feel like PSG have any business fighting in the next 5 minutes. Thunder Sky now is there for Casa. Still definitely fairly far behind his counterpart, and why not?
Yeah, I mean, you look at it across the board, given how things started. Now, it's crazy to me that these lanes, these roles rather, are now going the way that they are. Why Not has a 1,000 gold lead, a nearly 20 CS lead. And then the fact that you're only 4 CS behind on the Galio.
Absolutely. Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. It's the next big objective to spawn. Of course, Betty will not have flash for that timer. So a very real possibility that the Chiefs could put themselves up not only the gold, but 2 dragons as well, giving them a significant advantage on the map. Slater really yet to get a lot of action, but not needing to, as BioPanther has been that catalyst alongside Why Not for a lot of the success here. The 2 Oceanic players causing for the success here. Why Not's going to be spotted on that ward. Casa knows he's there. Does go wide on the wind when he's lightning. In goes Why Not. He does have the Cyclone. Everything's going to be utilized. Woody with that quickness. Woody not going to be able to find the way in. The Pop Blossom good on to 2, but Benny just free hitting on the backside. Gets himself the shutdown. Gets himself the double kill. And just like that, it goes swinging back to PSG.
Oh, that's very problematic. We've seen what Betty can do with Money in the Bank.
Yeah, and just a pointless fight, unfortunately, for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
I mean, as soon as they see Casa go in there, they think, okay, this is an opportunity for us. But the whole point of the recent play is that Betty has lost his flash, so he's a viable target for a lot of the Chiefs' CC, but they're not able to find him, and he just sits there hitting for free the entire time. We'll see it again here. Sure, Casa misses ability, but no one can hit him right now. Of course, Wukong in the thick of it, not doing all that much damage, and Woody able to delay so much time. Betty just absolutely annihilates those health bars. A shutdown and a kill on top of it. 3-0 now on the Varus.
1,300 gold lead in that bot lane. Jeepers, look at the damage disparity. Slater has not even got a sniff in on the enemy team.
Yeah, pretty typical for the stage of the game and a lane that he's in, so I'm not too worried about that. Of course, he hasn't really been on the side of the map where plays have been occurring, so rather picking up the farm as he can, but while he does that, Betty's just able to hit him with those piercing arrows. Now, Luon, importantly, did keep his flash. In fact, everyone on the Chiefs kept their flash. So this next fight for this Dragon, still, there is that advantage of the fact that there is no flash on the Varus. He's very punishable. The Chain of Corruptions is going to be spawning, and Woody, a bit of a peel tool for him, sure. There's still an avenue. If you can find a nice flank, that you can take this fight as the Chiefs.
Yeah, Casa already on it. Maple is here as well.
Teleport's going to be Jimmy coming in for KHP on the Dragon. They are going to be able to push out.
Bio.
Oh, Bio. Oh, dear. He's coming straight in. He has the flash, but he's not going to get it off. Chain of Corruptions there. Charm. And in comes Luon. The 2-man knockup with the Pop Blossom between Worlds is there too. And that's on to 4.
Ooh.
Double kill for Betty. Archer's arrived. Snip, but he's getting taken out. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Some nice finds there for the Chiefs. All things said and done, it's a 2 for 3. But Why Not might be going down on the back end. Nowhere to go. 3 for 3. Even trade across the rift.
Yeah, but I think all but one of those kills again. No, he got all 3. Yeah. So all 3 of those kills are in the back pocket of Betty. And again, it becomes intensely problematic if you cannot find that avenue in onto him. And this looks disastrous, but the wombo combo aspect of the Chiefs draft paying out dividends. Bio dead before he really could do anything, but then the Between Worlds comes in. A great piercing arrow from Betty. Look at him. He's barely in this fight. Slater has to flash away just to survive. Why Not with a double? Jimmy survives as well, but burns the flash. Tower taken down to that bot side by Betty.
Yeah, and Why Not still having that 1 charge left on his Cyclone, saving the day there, because if that was down, Arja was going to rip and tear through those health bars, but the ability there to land that CC, and oh, dearie me, Slater has lost a significant chunk of HP there to Maple.
Yeah, that's That's a lot of damage.
Still, by Panther, he got out a lot of damage. Of course, having that Galio and Wukong there, as well as the flash over the wall for Luon, allowing that to be a possibility. Kept his flash. So we'll have that next fight if an opportunity arises for him to utilize it, or if need be for a defensive mechanism. Dragon's still alive, neither team yet able to take it. Of course, Rift Herald has spawned as well, so both objectives on opposite sides of the map will be there. Gold lead. I mean, it is just an absolute shellacking in terms of that gold there. Betty well and truly ahead of the pack. Almost an entire item up in terms of gold here on his counterpart in Slater on that Kaiser. Now, Dragon will be started up, and Chiefs, they're not feeling willing to contest it this time round, it seems.
Why not here?
Well, Betty has flash this time. In comes that equalizer, and forward goes Cast. The Redemption's there, going to top up those health bars. Nice and full. Why Not's in, but the blue team gets it. It's Maple. And the quickness, but the Pop Blossom. 3-man for both the supports. And in comes the Galio, but Slater's locked down in the back line. Gets himself one. Almost gets himself another, but the shutdown is there. He is able to secure Betty. That's a lot of gold there to the 80 carry on the Chiefs, and they do pick up the fight win.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Slater is going to be hungry, searching for those opportunities. Arjet did not have teleport, but makes a brilliant call. They get the Dragon, they get the top tier 1. They get 2 at the very least. But that is a big shutdown. Unfortunately, it's barely made a dent in the gold difference.
Take a look here. I mean, somehow it's Maple that ends up getting this Dragon. Caster trades a lot of health here, but the Redemption tops him up. So it's a good start for the Chiefs. Why not coming in for that contest? I mean, it's so close. Neither jungler able to get that smite. Both supports popping off. I mean, Woody locking down 3 or 4. Luon doing much the same. And Slater just so cerebral. Straight in that back line. The team's there to defend him. Yes, he does eventually go down, but not before taking that shutdown away from Betty. So getting gold, and some very much needed gold too, onto that Kaiser.
Yeah, but again, it was a 2,000 gold. It's only down to 1,800 because Betty also picks himself up a kill. And that is now a problem that needs to be dealt with. They just don't have a clean way onto Betty because there's so much clearance, so much peel.
Yeah, for sure. Still a very, very close game. Both teams,
I think more than likely, it's going to have to come down to a Luon hero play, I think, to really cut Betty off at the knees.
Very possibly. No flash now for him on that Varus again. It's such a key cooldown to play around when you are playing this lethality Varus. Of course, he is exceedingly strong. If he's landing any of the poke ahead of objectives, it is just going to swing the pendulum entirely in the favor of PSG. And here, not able to contest that mid-wave means the Rift Shield is going to be picked up. Why Not's going to use this time to try and secure some of these bot side camps for himself. A bit of gold, of course. Picasso with that Herald should be able to look to make waves into this mid lane inner tower, outer tower even.
Yeah, and Proto Belt as well finished up for Luon. So he's going to be able to close that gap pretty easily now. In fact, going to be going even further than he was before.
Yeah,
Rift Herald dropped immediately.
I mean, Varus is going to ensure that wave prio with the piercing arrow. Caster as well. Able to stand up nice and tall. Why not flashing forward? Oh, but he doesn't get the entrance. Oh, it's an absolute whiff. Unfortunately there, Woody able to stop that engage, but Jimmy's in the thick of things. Is it going to be enough? There's a lot of CC. No, Betty snipes him down. Woody's 1 HP. Why not? We'll claim it. It's a 2 for 1. Luon's going to go. That's a 3 for 1 in favor of PSG as Arja claims himself a double. Tower goes down as well. And unfortunately, the rest of the Chiefs can't do anything but watch.
From such a great position that they were in, they just make the most bizarre desperation play I think I've ever seen. There was absolutely no need to force the issue there. They do get what looks like a semi-decent turnaround, but Bio holds the equalizer for such a long time. It comes down after the rest of his team's dead. Yeah, look, I don't know. All of a sudden, what looked like it was Chiefs in with a real chance has suddenly swung into a position where, well, now PSG are up 2,500 gold, and you've got an 8-1-3 lethality Varus staring you now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, Why Not tries to look for it, but doesn't get in. Woody with a fantastic grand entrance, able to stop it in its tracks, and Why Not as well as Jimmy and just having to run away. Arja comes in. It's a good taunt out of Jimmy, but with the Shroud there, it's very hard to return fire. Luon, he flashes, finds a massive Pop Blossom, but everyone that could really help him there is already gone. So unfortunately, it is just a null play. Teleport's coming in now. Jimmy is in a peculiar position, but he's very tanky on the Galio. Woody with that jump, able to get himself out, and there's the redemption to top those health bars up again. Great usage of that item here from the side of PSG throughout this game.
Minot's flash down, unfortunately. They don't have the most reliable of setups.
Carson now in the area. All 5 members of both teams here. You see Archer down the river, red side river there, looking for a flank, but quickly realizing nothing's happening here. 30 seconds until what could be either team's second dragon.
Yeah, unfortunately, what started as such a solid game for the Chiefs has quickly spiraled into a position where one more rough fight and they just lose control completely.
It's going to be hard with PSG ultimately having control heading into the waves constantly.
Yeah, there's no line of vision either. They haven't taken a single tower, so they can't get that deep.
Dragon's going to go down. There's no easy way.
They're just giving it over.
Well, they kind of have to.
Yeah.
If they're trying to walk into this Lethality Varus, who is now 3 items with that upgraded mirror mana, they're going to take so much damage. It really has to be Luon finding a nice flank, and to do so, you'd almost need the flash at this point too to make sure the distance you can cover is enough.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a bleak spot, but again, just with how strong Chiefs team fight is, there is a very, very real chance that they can bring this one back. But
yeah, one good fight.
Yeah,
they have the tools.
But unfortunately, Betty is just playing it so safe.
Yeah, playing to perfection. Even when his flash is down, he's playing further away from the waves, allowing his team to be there to guide them in with him. When his flash is up, aggressive as he can be. Now, fighting for vision. Of course, the Baron would be spawning in a minute, just over. Both teams have a reliably or realistically fast Baron clear, but it does somewhat require the Gwen to be involved. Of course, Lethality Varus not known for taking down large health bar objectives very quickly.
Unless it's Jimmy, in which case, yeah, he stings a little.
Yeah, unfortunately no armor on the Galio just yet.
Yeah. Say though, Woody doing a phenomenal job.
Oh yeah,
of keeping Betty in this. I mean, I'm still not sure about that play in the mid lane, but realistically, I'm not sure if it would have been all that disastrous if that grand entrance hadn't connected. But he just made it all the worse for the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, if the Cyclone goes off, there's a very real chance with Betty no flash he does go down, but again, it was Woody. Woody with the peel.
It was a crazy catch.
Oh, wasn't it? Very few people in the world find that.
It's such a crucial moment too. Vision just being cleared.
2k gold lead, definitely not insurmountable, especially with the team composition of the Chiefs. Oh, Maple has just used his ability the wrong way, the complete wrong way, but fortunately he's Aurora, so he can get out, but boy, oh boy, was that a fumble.
Yeah.
Good capitalization there by the Chiefs, going to force out that Aurora ult, see if they can make use of it to find any space on this map. Of course, the Baron now, with that gone, isn't a viable option for PSG, but they still have this Varus who is super, super strong. Well, dancing around the vision. From what has been a chaotic early game, certainly has slowed down now as both teams, I think, realizing they are on the verge of either taking over or fumbling it. It is very difficult for this PSG roster to utilize the lead they have outside of just trying to land that poke. So if Chiefs aren't offering them that, then it is pretty free for them to keep scaling as we see Slater go back to base and pick himself up that third item. The Terminus now will be online for him. Bit of armor shred, bit of extra resist.
Yeah, the problem being is he hasn't had a heck of a lot of uptime in these team fights, at least on to PSG.
Next to none. Oh. That's a reasonable chunk of damage. Looking for this red buff on the side of PSG. Jimmy on the top side of things. Flash down on the bottom. Betty does have flash, but he's not even having to use it yet. Piercing arrow is going to come through. Woody's having to run away. Redemption don't land onto him. Slater trying to pick off the Rakan. Is he even going to be able to? Yes, he will. And there's so much damage coming down from Arja. Pops the gully over. Why not's in there? But so are all of the Chiefs. No one's able to find all of anything as Slater will go down, Lou will go down, and BioPanther will head for the hills.
At this point, it's beginning to feel like the Chiefs are trying to help Betty set a new kill record. They had the easy lineup in the choke point, but for some reason they just beeline towards finishing off Betty. That's a bizarre call, and it's going to cost them very, very dearly in this matchup.
Absolutely, Baron's going to go down. 2 people, actually only 1 on the side of PSG will be missing it, which importantly might be the most important person to have it in Arja, but still 4 members now with Baron and a sizable gold lead.
You watch this. Great engage from Why Not. You've sent Betty up to the top side. He's the big problem here. In fact, you've got 3 isolated. Why do we just beeline onto Woody?
Yeah.
That's such a bizarre call to me. Bio's pinching in from the top side. Betty, as a result, survives all of this. If they just hit top side with that Pop Blossom, they all but guarantee the fight.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I think a bit of a lapse of judgment there from Slater. Ultimately, that if you had your AD carry hitting in the main area of that fight the whole time, it could have looked a lot different, but unfortunately, he goes for that isolated kill onto the Rakan. Of course, that is a guaranteed kill, but it does allow for people like the Varus to have been able to made it out when he maybe shouldn't have. Chain of Corruption lands on Jimmy and wants the poke like, though. It's a lot of damage, but Benny, he has no flash, he's locked down. He's still getting healed up, though. He does eventually fall. Luon finds nothing with the Pop Blossom, and the re-engagement is here for PSG as RJ slowly coming to join the team. Double kill going over. Maple finds himself another, and it's Slater and BioPanther all that's left, and Slater will no longer be there. Another kill, only Bio's alive. Betty will fall short as Equalizer's here to try and take down this minion wave, but PSG now marching into the base of the Chiefs and looking to potentially close out game 1.
I am just so perplexed at the situation we find ourselves in. I don't know why we are forcing so many desperation plays out of the Chiefs. Yeah, look, it is PSG talent. But why? Why in the world are we just hitting the full send and not respecting the damage output? I mean, this is an 11-2 Varus.
Yeah, I mean, they do find their way onto the Varus, but unfortunately, it just costs them everything. I mean, a good dodge from Why Not. He does find his way onto the Varus. There's no flash. They correctly isolate that target, but Jimmy and not able to catch with the taunt there, takes so much damage from the Chain of Corruption, and that is all that really needs to be done as Slater, I mean, no summoners, no ultimate, there's nowhere for him to run. Woody's always going to capitalize there.
But is the kill onto Betty worth your entire team? The answer is very clearly no.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good look, but unfortunately a few abilities went wide.
You also didn't have Bio there.
You are at the point now where it is sort of desperation plays, right? It was a 4v4, RJ and Bio both in that mid lane. I do understand it, but unfortunately they've just fallen a little bit too far behind from prior fights. Why Not's going to go in? He's going to find his way there onto Maple, and Maple's completely locked up. Maple does flash away. Is he able to get out? No. Why Not should be able to shut that guy down. Yes, he does. But here comes Betty. Absolutely rips through that Wukong's health bar. Now a 4v4 on the Rift.
Where is Luon? He's there, up at the top side. Unfortunately, Protobout on cooldown, as is the flash for just the moment. And it gives PSG all the freedom they need to take this top tier 2. Yeah, look. Again, the amount that they are having to commit just for a single kill is feeling less and less worth it. Especially, I mean, you need Bio there. I'm sorry. With the Leandries and Void Storm, he does so much damage with that Equalizer.
Unfortunate. It's just really, I mean, there is still the avenue in, right? A massive, massive team fight. Everything being laid correctly. They can still win a fight, but Betty now is going to get himself that Zonya's starting to build. He has the Seekers already, so an extra layer of protection for him. He's already got more than enough damage, so may as well go for that defensive item now. If he doesn't have Flash, he has another tool to probably still go down, but at least delay for a long time, give his team the chance to try and push back a possible attack from the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Quickly running out of options, unfortunately, the Oceanic representatives.
The target selection just feels too rigid. In all honesty, there's no adaptability. There's no changing target in the middle of a fight. They see a target, it has to go down.
Bloodthirsty here for Slater, so he does get to heal it up. I mean, a wise decision. Does lower his damage a significant amount, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just a little perplexed at this stage in the game.
I mean, for the Chiefs, it is pretty hard now, right? Their only option is to just full send a team fight. They can't, They can't look for second innings. They kind of just have to go, pull the trigger, and if it's up to PSG to make the mistake. Chiefs have to give them the chance to make the mistake, and the way they do that is by pulling the trigger on a fight. And unfortunately, PSG have seemingly cleaned up their act a little bit between Friday and now. See Casa, a rough start for him, but certainly performing well in these fights and able to dissuade a lot of what is being shown here by the Chiefs, just with that Crescent strike. Woody as well. Casa's going to find his way on a buy. Panther, not going to be the easiest target to take down. Does probably get phase rush. Woody's going to come in. Why Not's in a really rough position. Down will come that redemption, but Why Not makes his way out. Even has the flash there to help him even more, as the needlework was committed by Archer. That's a little bit of a win ultimately for the Chiefs. So they did not commit all that much, just the Cyclone really.
Yeah, they've held everything else. Luon now has flash back up. Now the equalizer there. Slater, how good's his footwork? No, he just takes it on the face and heals with a Bloodthirster.
Yeah, he has a Bloodthirster, so it's not the end of the world for him. Now,
I mean, if there was a place to win this game for the Chiefs, it is in the Baron Pit.
Yeah, it has to be the Baron. Yeah, one big combo out of the side of the Chiefs can be the undoing here of PSG. You see Betty's not even hitting the Baron. He's just poking, and Luon just lost half his HP. Maple is going to be coming around. He is spotted as Woody goes in. Why Not desperately searches for Betty, but gets nowhere.
Here we go!
Pop Blossom's good, but Betty goes golden. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you thwart off a defense and win yourself a game of League of Legends. PSG, all they've got to do is run this one down mid. It is almost a sure thing. Needlework comes back. Archer desperately hunting for more, and Woody will seal the deal. Stamp it and post it. PSG, it took a while, but they've finally got themselves a win.
Okay, Jimmy does get out for a little bit longer, but yeah, poor Luon just catches all that damage to the face. And there was no easy entrance for Jimmy to come in with the hero's entrance. It was unfortunately very much a case of too little, too late by the time we get to this stage of the game. And Slater, nothing doing at this point. Betty, he's got himself more. I don't know how many kills he got in that fight, but unfortunately we're not going to get the numbers there. 14, the kill record, remember, and he was sitting at 12.
Okay.
As that Baron started.
Okay, so he at least got 13 minimum.
Yeah.
Because we saw him get that one in the base. I imagine he got one more somewhere in that team fight. So
well, when we get to the headlight, the highlight, we'll have to do some quick maths. But
in any case, realistically, PSG, a rough start to the game. I think Chiefs did a fantastic job. 3-0 start of one fight. But unfortunately, that is about where the successes ended for the Chiefs. A lot of these fights just narrowly missing. Key abilities going wide. They were trying to target down this Varus when the flash was down, but Betty's positioning was just phenomenal.
Yeah.
Not allowing for any massive plays onto him, staying alive. I think he died once.
Twice. He died twice throughout that game, but for the longest time it was that first hit. It was very early on.
Oh, it was.
And then
the
from
Dragon,
there.
and then at the inner tower bottom.
Yeah.
You're right, but either way, those deaths, I mean, the one in bot lane especially resulted in a massive fight where I think it was 4 for 1.
Yeah.
And a lot off the back of it, 2 towers and then the inhibitor. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a good comp, but as soon as you make that one mistake and give PSG the avenue back in, they're going to take it and sprint away with it, and that's exactly what we saw happen.
Like, I mean, things looked so good at this stage in the game for the Chiefs. They were taking these fights. The combos were working the way that they were intended to. But yeah, I don't know. It was just a bizarre call to make that play in mid. They get so much. Yeah, I mean, look, this was a brilliant shout in for the Chiefs, and yeah, this poor man has no idea what Brendy of the future will be having to go through. And I mean, here, Betty just completely unscathed throughout this entire fight. It was still an amazing shout in from the Chiefs. And Wynot did absolute numbers to make sure that Aja could not get the finisher that he was looking for.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it was a well-played fight by Wynot, but I think just letting Betty have that much room should never be allowed, and he doesn't have flash this fight either, and I think sometimes the Chiefs are going a little bit too hard, knowing that the Varus doesn't have flash, to a point where, okay, Varus has no flash and is too far away to be vulnerable. This is whatever. Both junglers missed the smite, and it's just Maple's ability happens to get it. As the fight does result in Slater picking himself up a pretty important shutdown, but unfortunately after that, not even really able to find any damage whatsoever in this game.
Yeah.
There was also that one fight, we'll see it, but the one fight was
I have no idea why this call was made. You were in an alright state of the game, there was no need to force it that deep, you just completely lose everything. Everything is so unbelievably dissynced that there was never a real chance that you were going to turn this into anything of merit. And it just gives PSG exactly the momentum they need to turn this game around. Again, this another situation where target priority was a real problem. I mean, you have the numbers advantage there. You just collapse in on the top side. That Cyclone just goes nowhere for the second charge. And Betty's just able to walk out, come back in, and pick him up so much for next to nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know if that fight looks massively different with Slater there, because there is so much disruption, but ultimately it's definitely better than chasing the Rakan. Here, they get Betty, but it costs them absolutely everything. Pretty much their entire chances of the game do fall away with this engage, and it's the right idea. You want to take down the Varus, but unfortunately Woody, in my mind, actually the MVP of the game, just does so much in keeping Betty alive.
Okay, so he's 12 kills at this stage. That's 113. So he got 14 at the very least. If he gets one more, he set a new kill record.
我状态很差。
好追，好追，我 Q 到他了，我 Q 到他了，补点伤害。他可能会
He does, because Jimmy comes in here. He does. 15 kills.
Damn, there you go. That's pretty sick.
That is sick. You know what else is sick? Supporting the LCP. Shout out to my co-caster for the setup of all setups. If you are on Twitch, you can subscribe. You get yourself some pretty cool rewards. The Pengu Garen Bring It emote. You can spam that in every game mode in League of Legends to let your opponents know that you are a true League of Legends esports fan and a true LCP fan. And then starting the 29th, we start rolling out those clean, crisp regional icons. LCP has the dancing Rammus, and do you smell that? I smell something. Do you smell what Da Nang is cooking? Because I do! We are cooking a live finals in Vietnam, 20th and 21st of September. We are going to see a VCS home show.
Absolutely will do. It's an exciting prospect. Link.
Right there.
Over there. Oh,
down here. No, there, still there.
It's been moved on me. It's come over here. Of course, do check it out. Cheap tickets. Fantastic value. So many goodies to be had. But there are more goodies to be had in our second game of the series. First of all, going to a break, getting the teams realigned. Can the Chiefs come back? Can the Chiefs send us to a third? We'll find out shortly.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love her I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be.
Welcome to a new era of League of Legends in the Asia Pacific region. The 2025 League of Legends Championship Pacific, or LCP, introduces an exciting new format that elevates competition like never before. As the season reaches its peak, teams are divided into the contender and breakout groups based on their mid-season standings. Teams compete in a best-of-3 round-robin with performances resetting the slate. In a group breaker match, lower-ranked contender teams face off against top breakout teams. Winners ascend to the contender group, while losers join the breakout group. Double elimination matches then determine which teams advance to the playoffs. Only the strongest will qualify for Worlds and claim the title of LCP champion. To keep the competition fierce, the LCP introduces a promotion and relegation tournament. Top-performing domestic teams challenge lower-ranked LCP teams for a chance to rise to the elite levels.
Throughout the 2025 LCP season, the domestic leagues will be taking place. LJL, PCS, VCS, and other domestic competitions will continue battling for their chance to join the LCP in 2026. The top teams from each league will be included in the promotion and relegation event that takes place in October. The 4 guest teams will have a chance to keep their spot as the regional representative for 2026 by battling the winning team from their home region. Each domestic league will send their champion to fight in the promotion relegation match against the current representative from their league. The LCP Promotion and Relegation Tournament introduces high stakes for guest teams. By the end of the season finals, 2 guest teams may face relegation based on league standings. The first, known as the free-for-all spot, will go to the lowest placed guest team, regardless of their home region. The second, the regional merit spot, considers regional placement. If multiple guest teams share a home region, the lowest ranked among them competes. Otherwise, the second lowest guest team overall will enter the tournament. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. This is what we're made of.
Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 all done and dusted. It was a pretty back and forth affair, realistically, but PSG Talon, they got ahead at one stage and just ran away with it. Now, Chiefs, they get the blue side. They've gone to 3 games every single series so far. What do you think? They're going to do it again?
Oh, now, Bastian, you and I have talked about this. I've made a concerted effort this year joining the LCP to be more positive. There's too much negativity in the world. And so we should work to be a positive force and the positive force of change. I'm going to break that trend for a second and say that Chiefs are making it really bloody hard. That was an insanely easy to execute comp. They no longer have that as an option. I don't know if there is anything that matches that or even somehow makes it easier. But unfortunately, they are staring down the barrel of just getting swept out of a series that they came into looking better than we thought they would. So, yes, give Slater something that he needs, but I hope whatever we said in the break has tightened things up because there was a clear problem with target priority.
Yeah, I think just also over-forcing on some things that didn't need to be over-forced upon. I mean, the one play that sticks out to me as well was they saw Caster go into that bottom side mid-bush, and they just all-in on him. There was no objective nearby. There was nothing really going, and that's what got Betty his first kills. Then the fight down the bot side with Biopanther's teleport getting countered was then what led to another 3 kills for Betty, and things just got harder and harder and harder as the game progressed. So I think if we can start off in a similar vein as game number 1, but try and remove some of those big errors that we made in the mid-game. There is a very real chance that we could go to a third here, but as you said, this kind of easier to execute on comp where you just have 5 champs that press R. I guess Kaiser less so, but regardless of these 4 big AoE R button presses are gone, you do need to start getting a little bit more fancy. Now, there are other champs that do fill that niche as well, but they're not typically what we see a whole lot of here in the LCP.
I'm concerned.
From the Gnar ban, that has...
Trundle, Vine, Gnar. To me, that is somewhat telegraphing potentially the Ivern jungle for why not.
Yeah.
Which, if PSG have done their homework, is a pretty easy read.
There we go.
Yeah,
okay.
the Scion as well coming out,
Look,
I think, is a big thing.
One thing I do think, right, is Biopanther has looked perfectly good and very good even on these like a bruiser champs, these more skirmish heavy champs in the top lane. But the team as a whole has looked a lot worse when he's on them.
There you go, confirmed. 15 kills for Betty that game.
There you go. New kill record was set.
The last one wasn't a PSG Talon game, but it was Artemis that did it.
That's right. What an up and down split this is becoming for PSG. Maple going to get himself the Talia. But again, I do like the Scion and the Jarvan there as well. Blind Pick Jarvan certainly is punishable. We'll see if the Chiefs find the way to do it.
The Fnatic J4.
Yeah.
What a throwback.
The Season 1 skin that came out after the Season 3 skins, I think. I'm pretty sure we got the TPA and the SKT ones prior. Maybe I'm wrong.
Maokai Yone
come out before TPA.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, no, I like this. I mean, you remember Game 2 last week against the Vikings. Just an absolute blasting from Jimmy. Obviously, why not setting it all up for him as well? But Jimmy coming through and having a fantastic showing on that Yone. Now, it is a very difficult lane to navigate.
Oh, boy.
Against the Talia.
Will Betty do the thing that they've done before that ultimately cost them the game in draft phase? We'll see. Maybe. Who knows? I think they're more than likely just going to pick that top lane. You've got options. Okay, no, it's just going to be the support Alistar.
Yeah, get that in before the bans. A really good champ against what's being shown here by the Chiefs, of course. You can ignore the Maokai ultimate, essentially, and do a lot of disruption towards the Yone too. So I think this is possibly the best support that PSG could have picked up. So realizing that, pick it up before the second phase of bans. Poppy removed as well. One of those great counters to what's being shown by PSG currently.
I mean, a phenomenal pick that would have been for Luon. What are you looking for in the bot lane? You don't have your Kaiser. Xayah would, at least to me, stand out as the next likely option for Slater, but with Rakan banned, you're less strong in terms of pairing. Sivir being banned away. Bard. Which potentially, to me, again, speaks to maybe a Betty Jin.
Yeah, very possibly. Hopefully not. I wouldn't want to be Jin in this game. I really wouldn't.
Well, Aatrox banned.
Yeah. I'm not really sure what to expect here in this draft. Corki, very strong laner. I like that. I mean, Betty's game on Corki on Friday was very good despite the loss. Was kind of the shining light for the team of PSG. So now Slater and Luon get their choice. Lucian
Nami, Lucian Brom.
Brom.
Yeah, I think it just is that strong. You look at it, Jarvan Alistar being able to deny those rockets and the threaded volleys. So you are getting plenty of value out of the Brom.
Definitely. Now one more pick to come through here. It'll be the top lane for Arja. Obviously already knew for this entire draft that he is going up against this Scion. Now Ambessa.
That's what I was thinking.
Remains open, has a good lane. It's going to pick it. I mean, makes a lot of sense. It's just strong. Why not? Drafts, both very good. The skirmishing that comes out of this Chiefs lineup is very, very hard to deal with. But all it takes is one well-placed scattered earth, and unfortunately the dominoes can come tumbling over. But Maple, I mean, he's not been looking as himself so far here in his return to professional play in the LCP, so there is definitely an avenue here for Chiefs to take this one if they're able to be first to the play, and if they're playing it the same way as they were Game 2 against the Vikings, you have to feel pretty confident for them.
Poor Bio, he is looking tired right now.
Yeah, he's on his Jordan flu game.
Yeah.
Been sick all week. Can't be easy. Especially over in a less than familiar place. I always find being sick when you're not at home much more miserable.
And then, yeah, you're in an arena, lots going on. And
yeah, finally recovered, straight into the thick of things.
And against PSG talent of all teams. So, I mean, look, it is what it is. You don't get those luxuries of saying, hold on, can we, we reschedule, I'm not feeling great. You just have to suck it up and go and High Noon Lucian, one of those skins we've talked about that does more damage.
Actually, yeah, it absolutely is. I think single-handedly wins the skin game. There's no standout, does more damage skins here on the side of PSG. Now, I think Corki is the best skin. I don't own it though, so I do use Arcade. So I have appreciation for Betty's skin.
I can't remember which one I used. First blood draw.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
2022 Chiefs. It is a solid Scion skin choice.
Unfortunately, why not flashing the 2022 Chiefs while Casa gets to flash the 2024, oh no, 2023, no, 4 PSG icon, the little Kaiser one. Got that one last year alongside a few other teams, CFO, Frank, and Halpix. Halpix, the funnier of the one, goes for Gragas slipping over a hot pot.
I rate it. If you're going to do something, you might as well make it funny.
Yeah, well, there's lore behind it. You see, the owner of the Halpigs at the time, I'm not sure if he still is, was a man named Asia Godtone, and he was pretty famous on Twitch, got a lot of viewers. And there's a very famous video of him where he's in the kitchen and he goes to pick up this big pot and he just slips over and it falls all over him.
Very,
and he's
a Kevin Malone
he's a
moment.
He's a larger man,
yeah.
so that's why it's Gragas that it was made. Very funny person. In fact, he ended up putting himself in as a player.
Oh, yeah.
In one split. Essentially bought the team, or made the team and got them into the PCS in order to achieve his dream of becoming a pro player. Which he did, and he was relatively good.
Not the first time that we've had that, and probably won't be the last in all honesty, but yeah, look, Office fans will get a giggle out of that, I imagine, and very similar situation happened in that show.
Yes, oh, I love that show.
It is quality.
It's one of the only shows that I will go back and watch time after time.
Oh, absolutely,
and I will still find it just as funny as the first time.
And then Australia ruined it.
Oh, dear. First out Pavlova.
And
well, I mean, America
then
stole it
horse.
first. It was originally a UK show.
Yeah, but again, the US one became an entity unto itself.
Yeah, I think the British one became known, or more known, because of the American.
Yeah, it was only like
popped
2
off.
seasons or something.
Yeah. Possibly even only 1, if I'm correct.
No, I think it was 2.
Oh, Jimmy's taking a lot of damage here in the mid lane.
Yeah.
It's good now. I can slightly hear the Mandarin casters, so I know if I should be talking about Maple or not. Right there he was. Maple. I mean, actually, Jimmy doing a good job in terms of that CS. Equally. Every lane is just remaining equal. Betty, though, pulling the trigger, going very aggressive here. A nice amount of CC onto Luon, but it's not going to result in anything.
Yeah, but all the while, they don't get any meaningful damage back on it. I say that. They've just gone and done something to Betty, but not much with that. Okay. All right.
A lot of damage, but Slater
Luon.
flash and Luon. He does have flash himself, but he's stunned up. And oh my lord, that miniature rumble ult's going to do a lot of damage here. Slater with the barrier still. Betty does not have it for himself, so has to flash away, but still first blood going the way of PSG.
2v2. They get the flash out of mid lane. So far, very, very forward momentum game for PSG. Oh, I mean, look, it shouldn't happen, but it could have. Slater might have been in a little bit of trouble there.
And luckily, realizing he has that combat power of the barrier, is able to force away Betty's flash for it. So it is a slightly winning trade, but Woody just, buffers the CC even, and then Luon needed to flash earlier. Could have possibly got himself out if he used that flash. Saving it, though.
Yeah, it's a bleak situation in the bot lane, but we'll see. It might right itself later on, but if Betty's play so far today is anything to go by, this is not a good look in. The one benefit being is Slater at least is keeping up and CS. But the fact that they've already found some success in this and the fact that Slater has no summoners left would indicate that there's a bit of a mismatch.
Yeah, the Clean's not the greatest of combat summoners either though, so they're not hurting that much for it, but still, it is that kill, it is that acceleration that Betty's going to be able to realize once that Triforce comes online. Why not here to try and alleviate the pain point of this lane and where it is just slightly situated outside of PSG's tower. So with his presence shown now, they will be able to get this one pushed in.
The problem being is he was already starting to slip behind in terms of camps to Casa and having to detour down here. Look, there's not a heck of a lot on the map for him, but it means that the tempo is well and truly in PSG's favor. They've gotten the flash out of Jimmy in the mid lane.
Yeah, Jimmy going to be able to dodge that seismic shove, but still cops a lot of damage because of that scattered earth in any case. Maple now looking a lot more confident, looking a lot more comfortable here than he has in the past couple of weeks, which is a very promising sign. And again, I really do want to reiterate, as Bipanther's going to find Casa here, and Wynot's going to be able to punish, but Casa...
He just makes it look so good.
But as I was saying, the thing about PSG, and this is... I mean, to be fair, every other split except for one, they were dominant in the PCS. But there was one regular season where they finished at about 4th. They were looking really rough. They were struggling to get wins. But as soon as it becomes any form of bracket, they really have that ability to turn on. Now, it is a different PSG. They're missing Junja. And as I have said time and time again, I think he is the best performing and somewhat unrealized player here in the LCP, right? Where everyone knows he's doing well, but it's very hard to see just how much he is truly doing. Because a lot of what he's doing isn't shown on screen. It's his movement around the maps, it's the wards he's placing, it's his ability to always just be at the right place at the right time. And so PSG were, I mean, objectively stronger, I think, with him. But every other member is the same. They know what it means to turn things around, and I do have full faith they're going to be able to.
Yeah, I mean, I think there also needs to be a certain level of credit given to Fofo. Because when he was playing with them, they really were the masters of, I suppose, the clapback would be the best way of describing it. Because they, much in the way that CFO does, but I think even to a more extreme margin, as soon as that foot was stepped out of line, they not only slammed the door on your foot, but they grabbed you by the hair and yanked you off your feet too.
Yeah, absolutely. Casa. When he found out by Wynot the Cataclysm's there is flash available for both of these players in the side of the Chiefs. Wynot choosing not to use it just yet, will be able to use it now. The Nimbus Cloak does make him clear a lot of distance still. Luon losing both sums, Wynot losing flash, and only Woody going to be losing anything there as Casa will claim yet another camp, and this jungle is going disastrously. And the one thing I will say that Casa does better than most is invade, right?
Yep.
Even you go back to that game 5 of the upper bracket finals of last split. It was CFO up against PSG. It was Kindred for Junja. Casa was on Maokai, and he made Junja absolutely work for him.
Oh boy.
Slater now, he has both sums available, but Woody's going to be able to look to punish here. They're pulling the trigger. Nice flash from Slater, and that should mean nothing to be found as the teleport for Luon is going to be able to come through.
Well played there from Slater.
Yeah, it does cost him his flash though, so it is certainly an avenue now that can be exploited in the future if Cast is able to keep up this very high tempo, high impact jungling.
Yeah, I mean, that gap is just going to keep widening. Wynot now has 6, so they can look to find that synergy between the Maokai and the Yone going into the later stages of this game. But I mean, you talk about leads, 1,000 gold pre-9 minutes. It's not all that often that PSG have given up those leads.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Wynot here looking to contest. No flash on the Maokai.
He's alone.
He is, and the smite's picked up by Casa. Everyone here now coming to assist him and will be able to alleviate the pressure and pick themselves up these 2 grubs. So, a win for the Chiefs.
I'm a little hesitant to call it a win. I think it has been given. PSG playing it smart and saying, well, there's no need to force it. We've got our one.
I mean, it's objectively a win. It absolutely is. They get the 2 grubs for just the 1. That's a point towards Monster Slayer. It's an absolute win. Casa, he's just going to start hitting his jungle camps, and Wynot will be able to do the same right after. It is still, of course, Casa with the lead in terms of that gold, but it's nothing too substantial, especially when you consider that it is a Maokai.
Yeah, more than anything, he's just there. While also being the... Oh, dear.
Oh, Casa once again finding more impact, but Jimmy will be able to slip and slide away back to his tower. It's Casa once again looking for another invade, realizing that Jimmy has no resources to work with, but why not? Quick enough on the clear, is going to be able to pick himself up those Raptors and head towards the Krugs as well.
This Ambassador champ is kind of crazy.
You know, today I was watching one of the OPQ games, the Ocean.
You were watching two at once at one point.
I was very invested in it. And I heard someone call the Krugs golems, and I haven't heard that in a long time.
Oh, no, yeah.
Arjit in a predicament here, maybe able to get out and finds the way out. What a perfect play from Arjit, but maybe still going to go down. Casa's going to have to dodge a lot of this, but no, Luon's here, and Arjit still finding a way out as Casa will have to flash the teleport in. It's Woody stuck in that cataclysm and flashing. Look at that, Alistair.
Home guards, baby!
Deary me.
That was a nothing burger of a fight.
Yeah, a bunch of flashes used, though. It was, unfortunately for the side of PSG, Casa as well as Woody and Arjit all losing the flash. No one on the Chiefs having to use theirs. So another win for the Chiefs, although not eventuating into gold just yet, is some avenue in for a champion like Maokai to possibly punish.
Yeah. The clip's finished up for Arjit now, so into that matchup versus Bio. He's going to be hurting for sure. But for the moment, yeah, I bet it's criminal that Arjit was able to limp out of that one. Unfortunately, running into a Brom is not the scariest of prospects.
Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, I'm surprised he got out too. I mean,
that was so clean on the public execution. I think that's entirely why.
Chiefs starting up this Dragon. We'll see if PSG want to try and contest, but of course we just saw them lose a substantial amount of their summoners and ultimates, and so it will mean that Chiefs are able to pick this up. So that's the second objective found by them. Now one more away from locking in themselves the feats of Monster Slayer.
3 minutes to the next opportunity being Rift Herald. 5, or just shy of, to the next Dragon. Well, that was a cheeky little clip there on the Woody.
Still, lane is not in a very good position for lane, but it will come back to them. Betty and Woody going very aggressive here. Will connect onto both there with that Braum ult, but Woody has ult for himself, so is going to be able to deny a lot of that damage, but why not in the area? Has that Nature's Grasp, is going to pull it. Casa's going to be able to see in return, but it's going to be at least one kill found for the Chiefs. Now what can Casa find? He has that Cataclysm back up. Why not has his flash though, but why not's going to go down eventually as Casa finds him. Yes, slam dunk straight into that Maokai. 1 for 1 down the bot lane as Casa eventually drags himself to the plate.
Yeah, I mean, you take that. Unfortunately, for Chiefs, they don't take out Betty, which would have been the ideal target. I say that.
You say that. Oh. Slater assassinates the Corki. A big pickup. Second kill now for him on the Lucian.
Yeah, it was very much a Slater-esque play. Oh, dear.
Panther trying to find his way onto RJ here. RJ no flash and he's stuck in this pit, but Jimmy is going to go back. Weaver's Wall's here. Oh dear, oh dear. That's a lot of damage, but Jimmy, and he has that Q3. He's able to go away. Now Panther has flash. Is he going to have to use it as Luon comes up here? It's looking less and less likely. Why not here as well? So able to navigate the situation for the time being, but why not no flash? Just uses it, will be taken out.
And there, feat of warfare claimed. Woody, oh, he's just an absolute nuisance, this big cow. Oh dear. PSG just seemingly having the run of the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, an odd death for sure. Really only needing to stay there to make sure his team gets out, but overstaying, and why not will pay the price. But I mean, it's a good look in here. Slater gets the immediate kill onto Woody. There's no ultimate for the Alistair, so it's easy pickings with the back of that Nature's Grasp. Now, why not? I think arguably just holding that flash too long means he takes so much damage from Betty, and he's just free pickings as Casa comes on in. And look at this. Maple is down on this bottom side looking to support this play as Arja full trades on the top side with Biopanther. Of course, Slater about to take out Betty, but Maple finally makes it back to the mid lane, and immediately a fight breaks out top that he's able to get to with that Weaver's Wall. That is just the power of this Talia.
Yeah, no, it's why it's so strong and why we see it often banned. In Akimbo with the Pantheon, Pantheon did cop the ban this time around. Yeah, I mean, a very Slater-esque play. It's what we've sort of come to expect from him on this Chiefs roster. He will be the one proactively looking for those opportunities, even if it does mean playing Assassin Lucian.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, Luon going to face check into the bush with Maple and Woody waiting there. Seismic Shove does land, but he's denying a lot of the damage. Jimmy coming to support as Casa will do much the same for PSG. Luon takes a chunk of damage, but he will be relatively okay. Cataclysm up and available. They're looking for a dive potentially. They do also have the Alistair ultimate.
Oh boy.
Not going to go for it. I think it is too risky with the Braum there.
Yeah. Too much setup for Jimmy.
Uh-oh. Why not? This jungle is not yours. You are very, very far behind this. Jarvan and Betty making light work of this tower for the time being.
Meanwhile, up in the top lane, nothing, because Bio's got his Sunfire cape.
Yeah, not a whole lot going on up there. Of course, we did have a burst of action at one point. Might be even having some more here as this Rift Herald will be started up. Casa almost lets it reset, but won't. It is in a peculiar position here, where it does reset pretty easily, but Nature's Grass will come out. Jimmy is here, has that Q3 ready. Woody's able to block up so much of it. The two-man pulverize. Oh, and the Avengers have assembled. RG in the back line here. It does get stampled, does get knocked up, is trying to run away. The culling will bring him down as Casa goes in. Flashes absolutely nowhere, and Chiefs take it 2-0.
Jimmy and dancing and diving in the middle of that. He got caught by so much, but he still gets the fate sealed into the back line. Jumps himself back to his shadow there, and I mean, that could have, it looked like it was about to turn disastrous. They line up, avoid the Nature's Grasp, and then boom. They just find everything they're looking for. Slater again, magnificent play on the Lucian.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, we see Arja go deep into the back line, but
he catches Jimmy, which is crazy with the public execution here. So they line up, avoid it. Great setup from Woody. The Glacial Fissure only clips Maple. They jump onto Jimmy, but he still gets the fate sealed all the while. Benny, though, dances out of it.
No mana on the Corki.
Yeah.
Makes that fight a pretty rough one for him, but ultimately he does stay up and alive. It is a bit of gold now getting picked up by the Chiefs as the Rift Shield is going to be placed to find a chunk on the second tower as well. Only Arja there. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, it's Casa trying to get themselves this dragon to be the first of the game for them. And of course, with that tower going down, the feats of strength picked up by the side of the Chiefs.
Yeah. Well played from them. They identify that off the back of that Herald, there's going to be a significant weakness on the Rift, and they leverage it, and they're going to get themselves the tier 2 even.
Yeah, everyone here, only Arja and Woody can't really go in that 2v4, so able to pick themselves up yet another objective and some very, very impactful gold being put onto exactly who you need it in both Slater and Jimmy. And you see Slater with a slight advantage over Betty, and Jimmy as well, only narrowly behind this Talia, who is a very difficult lane to navigate, but Betty able to snipe away that mid lane tower.
Maple getting some great damage down onto this bot lane one too. Bio would likely have to ult to try and save it, and even then, it's too little too late now. So 2 towers for 2 towers. Casa.
Casa's gonna get knocked up, and here comes everything. He is gone. Another big pickup there for Jimmy, and another gold swing back towards him as he's looking towards picking up that shield bow. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly where you want that gold to be going, that strength to be flowing. It is Jimmy and Slater this game. Unfortunately, another bit of a mismatch in terms of macro. Arja, okay, yeah, it has to have spotted Jimmy coming up. Doesn't want to burrow it. Max himself. He might look to make something happen here.
Why not? Should be able to secure this blue buff, especially with Casa being off the map.
Jimmy's hunting.
Yeah, there's a fight breaking out on the top side, but the health bars aren't moving in any substantial way, although Arja's does clip down a little bit there as he heads back towards his tower. Speaking of towers, Fire Panther chopping away at this one here in the bottom lane.
It really is a little hard to say if there is a clear front runner in this game just yet. It is only about 200 gold difference, and PSG are finding themselves some action.
Oh dear.
Okay. Oh,
hold up. Weaver's wall's there. Slater does have to flash. A good find by Maple. Comes sliding in from seemingly out of nowhere. Able to take away that AD carry flash. And with how fed Slater is, that's a key summoner to have taken away.
Absolutely. Artican live. But again, very rarely do you find a situation where the game is extended one way or the other. The team feels that they can just take it off the rip. Dragon 2 minutes 30 away, and it would be, again, second for either of the teams at the moment. Unfortunately, it is your favorite soul.
Which one is it? Chemtech. Oh, it's, yeah.
Once again, our most prolific Dragon this split, 32, now 33 as soon as that one spawns.
We have had just so many.
Oh, no, sorry. Oh, okay. No, it's Cloud now after last night. 37 Clouds.
Damn. Now, that is a good soul.
Yes.
Our most head souls are both the best and the worst one.
Min-maxing.
That's kind of crazy. PSG feeling confident enough here to start up this Artican, and as long as the Maokai is aware of this going on, it should be a reasonable angle in for the Chiefs to look for a fight, but no flash on Slater. Could be the reasoning why PSG is starting up, down to half HP now, and the Chiefs well and truly aware this is going on. Biopanther's going to be able to make it into this pit. Jimmy looking for that recall to come back down, able to find the Nature's Grasp in, but Betty secures that Artican for the team. Woody able to tank up a lot of that Nature's Grasp in the thick of things, might just go down. Betty going forward, they're trying to find the damage. Jimmy is in the back line as well, but not able to find anything yet as either team is Arja trying to trade back. Jimmy and two-man knock up, but that will be it. It's an Artican completely for free.
Yeah, just a little bit of hesitation there on the side of the Chiefs. Gives PSG the opening they're looking for. And unfortunately, Jimmy made the call to go back, finish his shield bow before teleporting to the fight. Maybe if he'd been a little bit more proactive, there would have been some follow-up to the Glacial Fissure in Nature's Grasp, and they could have made something happen. Bio taking damage. He's built predominantly armor.
Yeah.
So in the face of Maple, he is going to be suffering a little.
Still be fine. I mean, that fight was so weird, by the way. I mean, Slater is really, really late to it, but then Betty W's in and then flashes out. Hits the banana combo on the Corki. Kind of feels unnecessary, but now, I mean, it's an avenue in for Chiefs to now punish. Of course, the Maokai makes it pretty easy to land even onto the mobile targets.
Yeah, there was just hesitation across the board from Chiefs. I mean, Slater looked like he was coming down and stepped back towards the mid lane and then finally made that call that he was going to head on down. So, yeah, again, a little bit of anti-synergy potentially.
In any case, gold essentially just entirely even. Of course, there is a bit of combat power for the side of the Chiefs in the feats of strength, but certainly more coming from the Artican here for the side of PSG as this Dragon number 3 will be on the rift. Both teams looking for their second.
Bio and Aja meet again in topside river.
Yeah, not really much going to happen between the battle of those two. It's more them trying to create room for the rest of their teams in different ways. Now, Chiefs looking to secure themselves this Dragon for free, much the same as the other Khan, but second Dragon now secured. Caster's pulling the trigger though, he finds his way onto Slater. Can anyone follow up? No, he does use that Cataclysm. Archer does go wide with his ultimate, and Archer trying to find Slater as Caster goes down. Gonna be able to use that Blast Cone. Slater's waiting on the health bars, but now won't be able to anymore as Wynot's gonna get taken out. Luan's gonna go down as well. Betty won't be able to find Slater, but Maple finds two. Archer trying to trade with Biopanther, who's stuck in this pit. No flash for the Scion. He's able to get one. Maple helping from over the wall as RG will slowly be able to pick up some of these fruits, and Biopanther will inevitably go down. It's just a matter of time. It will be PSG winning up this fight.
Jimmy did not ult in that team fight, was unable to. So, I mean, that is a rough shout. Yone not being able to contribute to, you know, what is such a significant amount of disrupt in team fights. Slater, though, plays that about as well as he can, given the attention that was drawn his way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Casa already had knocked him up with the Flag and Dragon, flashed on the spot for fun, and then Cataclysms him. But
what happens to Jimmy in here? It's such a bleak situation. Down on the bot side, comes forward.
auto attacking. I mean,
he gets stunned as he goes forward.
Yeah.
And then pops. An auto attack from Betty.
Why not clicks backwards there as well? I think he actually could have gone out with that Nimbus cloak. Either way, I mean, Black Panther kills Woody. Woody loses his mind here and just dies.
No, no, no. It's all for the cause. That is a true support right there.
The powerlessness of Sion stuck in a dragon pit against 3 members of PSG.
Yeah.
Still stayed it. Able to get himself up a kill and then...
Sion still has the 1-up over Casa right now because obviously Sion killed Jarvan's dad.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, that's what his jaw is.
Oh.
It's the Jarvan the Third's crown.
Oh, there you go. Clearly, I don't know enough about the lore.
Man just plays the game.
Yeah. I barely even that these days. Arena, I guess. I do play a lot of Arena.
Yeah, we spent a few hours running it down today.
As soon as Arena's gone, back to the Rift. Casa, no flash anymore, of course. Again, using it in a well, yeah, a perplexing way. I don't know any better word to use, really. Slayer's still very strong here on the Lucian. 4-0, third item. That Infinity Edge is going to help him ramp up that damage a significant amount as Woody goes on in and Jimmy's able to counteract it. A lot of damage onto this Alistair, who has lost his ultimate, and will come by soaring into that wall. The culling also used, but nothing really found outside of Woody's flash.
And it's an Alistair. I mean, how greatly are you really going to be suffering? You're still a pretty hard nut to crack at the best of times, and yeah, they clear out that vision. Jimmy again just really not finding the space that he needs.
Yeah, it's definitely a different look than his game against the Vikings, where he was just absolutely carving it up. Luon taking a chunk of damage. His teleport going to be channeled here. This will be Woody coming in to join the fight, but Luon might just go down. He's got no protection. That's a nice Cataclysm. Why not might be next to fall. He's trying to find a way out. Won't be able to do so. Damage so immense out of Betty. And the teleport even coming in for Bio. At least he's tanky. Should be fine. Woody's going to cancel that Q and head back towards the Baron. A disastrous fight. A disastrous pick if you are a Chiefs fan.
Bio is here, as is Jimmy. Unfortunately, I mean, Betty's taking some damage.
Yeah, Jimmy takes a lot of damage on the back, on the snap back as, yeah, Casa, Betty, who has healed up, but Archer's very low here. Biopanther trying to do what he can to create some room. He's right in that pit. He's doing a lot of damage. Casa's so low, but he's good at this fight. Nice knock up out of Biopanther, but straight in the back line will go. Archer finds his way onto Slider. Flash is going to have to be used as 1 kill found for Jimmy, but 2 found for Maple. Archer's going to have to try and run away from this demon and will be able to do so. It's once again PSG getting everything.
Casa just dodges out there, so no risk of a turnaround stun coming through. Oh, this has been a rough look-in, while also being a couple of very, very decent opportunities for the Chiefs just gone wanting.
Absolutely. Yeah, and unfortunately Luon just doesn't have the support there. Why not? Not strong enough. And I mean, actually didn't even see that, but Jimmy doing a good job to at least make this a little better.
Yeah, he drops the Fate Seal onto Maple, which is why things go as dicily as they do in the Baron. But if he's got the Fate Sealed there, I mean, they're all very, very clumped. That is prime territory for a Yone. Unfortunately, he was not to know.
Picture-in-picture, Dragon's going to be picked up as well. And I mean, Biopanther trying to create room. Yes, Slater is very, very strong, and there are some low health bars, but not really able to have the uptime you want on this Lucian. As Jimmy tries to get in. If he had ult, it could have been a different look. And Slater gets caught as well by that public execution, and that pretty much seals the deal for that. Any dreams of having a fight go by the wayside immediately.
Oh boy.
Woody finds a cancel there on the Q, but pushing down this bot lane tower. And Blue Panda, I'm a little concerned.
Oh, you're only concerned now, are you?
Yeah, well, I only just looked at Maracai's items, but I do not believe this should be a Bloodleader's Curse game for him.
Yeah, no, it's not, because you're getting next to 0 value out of it.
Yeah, especially when you've fallen so far behind, I think you want to buy cheap items.
Yeah.
And a champion like Maracai does quite a lot with some cheap items. In any case, that was the choice. We've seen it before, of course. It's not the first time we've seen the Bloodleaders. I think it's just not necessarily the game for it.
No. I mean, you get some value out of the Yone, but I mean, not enough that it's really worth talking about.
Yeah. Well, Baron buff still for 40 more seconds for PSG. They can look to push down this top lane tower, already doing the same in the bottom side, but Chiefs are looking to respond. The wave clear isn't there for them, though, as Woody popping that ghost, threatening, even looking for a dive. Nature's Grass coming out to try and defend this tower. Will just connect onto Woody once again, as it has every single time.
Casa all the while just threatening from the jungle. I don't know. I'm struggling to see a way out here. Fortunately, the lights are off in the basement and the Chiefs are fumbling around blindly.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, no Baron anymore. They can look to start defending these towers. PSG likely to be able to claim this mid lane inner as Woody once again engaging onto Panther. Weaver's Wall, fantastic Glacial Fissure coming out of Luon, but no damage can be found through those minions on this culling. Panther still pulling the trigger, goes wide, straight into the wall, straight down, Jimmy and straight back. And unfortunately, so are the rest of the Chiefs as PSG continue winning and winning harder and harder. Public execution is still there. There are still some ways to pull that trigger. Slater doesn't have flash. If they do manage to find him with that relentless pursuit down, it could be the end of this game. But a 4v5 shouldn't mean this game ends right now, but PSG for sure in a position to end this one in the near future. Taking down this mid lane inhibitor will be happening very quickly.
Nature's Grass there, but PSG going to respect the potential threat of a turnabout. Just back themselves off. I mean, there is 2 700 gold bounties on the Rift between Maple and Betty.
Yeah, I think Maple's best game so far after coming back to pro play. And as I said at the top of the show, it's always going to happen against Oceania.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that is just the nature of the beast. I've been in this region for too long to know things can go right for us.
Unfortunately, we may not even make... This would be the first game, this split, we haven't gone to a game 3 either.
Yeah, kind of impressive. I mean, PSG, 2 days ago, getting 2-0'd by Vikings, who we did admittedly take at least a game off.
Yeah, it's a bleak looking for sure. Jimmy finishes the IE. So he's going to be hitting pretty darn hard. Unfortunately, is not really had the opportunity to. They've been few and far between at the best of times, and they just have not had the synergy they're looking for. I mean, we've seen the Nature's Grass, Glacial Fissures coming out, but not in a time where Jimmy's in position to capitalize. And Maple making it just really hard for him to play this Yone.
Yeah, absolutely. Still 2-0, has himself now, 2-2 rather, has himself the Infinity Edge, so the damage spike is there now for Jimmy, but just so far behind. I mean, the wallet gap is going to be, I mean, at this point, it's just insurmountable. You are just so far behind that if you do win a fight, it's because PSG have done something so egregiously wrong.
Yeah.
So, hanging on at the moment are the Chiefs. As it would only be the third dragon of the game for PSG if they are to go back and start taking it. And it doesn't really seem like they've got the tools to just end the game outright. So it is likely what's going to happen. I mean, the Baron even in 10 seconds. Woody's looking for that flank, finds a way in. Nature's Grass is there. Woody finds a way on the back line, but Slater's able to get away from it. Casa goes in with that Cataclysm straight into that Guardian Angel, but here comes RG, misses out on that public execution. This could be the avenue in for the Chiefs. Look at Slater. Slater is railing through those health bars. Shutdown goes to him. Nice Weaver's Wall, nice seismic shove, should I say, is why not? Is going to have to flash away, and Panther trying to create that space. Everyone's health down to such small numbers, but in terms of the Raw members, they are up. Maple trying to find his way in, trying to find another seismic shove, won't be able to do so, and they lose their top laner, but they are able to try and stabilize. Baron on the map though, the Chiefs look to take it.
I think they are, but PSG can look for the Dragon instead. I mean, look, it's a gamble for sure, but no Weaver's Wall. You do have to teleport out of Aja, but I don't know. I feel like there's, okay, PSG are going to, they have to know.
Baron being started by the Chiefs. I mean, this is just going to be picked up. It's just a free Baron for the Chiefs and maybe a fighting chance here. They are down a lot of gold, but this is possibly an avenue to get some back into their pockets. is not feeling confident enough to defend in the 4v5 with PSG. They still have a significant power advantage when it comes to these items, but at least the minions now will be on the side for the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy as well. We haven't really seen the full value of the Fate Sealed yet. It really feels like it's only a matter of time.
It's really weird that PSG were just willing to let that one go over. It didn't at least look to me like they had to, but...
I mean, to be fair, in all honesty, what, if any, value are you really getting as the Chiefs from that Baron?
Making the game not end?
Yeah, but...
So definitely is value. I mean, the longer this game goes, the more everyone's just evened up, right? But like, eventually a 10k gold mean means nothing if everyone has full build. So a perplexing decision by PSG. And unfortunately, it's one that the Chiefs are going to be very happy with.
It's a decision they've made in the past and one that has cost them.
Exactly.
So, again, yeah, it might be a case of hubris potentially coming through.
And the Chiefs have been getting better and better. That's going to be the Nature's Grasp. Al Weaver's wall placed down. Woody on the flank trying to find a way in. Jimmy's going to knock him up, but that is an ult out of the Alistair and now no longer taking all that much damage.
Fate Seal gone as well.
Oh, the Cataclysm's great. And out of the pit will go Caster. So much damage. Lou on very low. Archer even lower. Archer taken out. Boy Panther will follow. Many low health bars. And Benny going forward. Benny gets the shot down, but Boy finishes him off. And Maple, welcome home. He's finally woken up. And he's put the Chiefs to sleep.
Oh, it looked like maybe that was the shout in, but just not to be. The Fate Seal dropped on just Woody. And the turnaround, Maple just given so much room to work with. All that focus on Debedi meant that he was entirely untouched.
Oh, inhibitor respawned.
Yeah, that makes zero difference with 27 seconds.
After this commercial break.
After a word from our sponsors, which is Inhibitor Co.
Yeah. Down will go the Nexus towers, down will go the Nexus, and unfortunately, it was another series.
It's such an entertaining player cam, screen, player cam, Maple, obviously, just a little bit different in the setup, but what is not different is, well, PSG bouncing back, of course, of the two teams that were winless to this point. It is PSG Talon that claimed their first.
Absolutely. I mean, they had to just claim their first win, and they got two of them here, so really improving their stats infinitesimally, but PSG here take the stage. You're going to be able to take a bow, and you have to say Maple finally showing up.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, the level of competition, of course, has taken a bit of a dive from going up against the likes of Hong Q and Dyer to now here in the breakout group. It is definitely a lower level of play, but it's still... I mean, we saw them against the Vikings, right? He was kind of invisible that entire series. It was only Betty that really arrived that Friday, but now here he is the one that gets it done. Maple may be turning things around for himself and for his team. Betty still performing as admirably as always.
Gas having a good giggle. I mean, look, he again played pretty well out of the jungle. Was doing so much to try and keep Why Not down. And just aggressive play after aggressive play throughout the Rift.
So the simple wave. 2-0. Correct prediction there in the stadium. Betty with his signature thumbs up. I mean, that's like every player's signature at this point. But
you wouldn't think the man just had a kill record.
No, yeah. Oh, he's straight off the stage. Woody, admirable performance. I mean, the Alistair, he's unfortunately a bit of a pinata. He's standing in front of a Maokai ult and then just getting whacked every single team fight. But that Rakan game was phenomenal out of him. And despite Betty setting the kill record that game, I actually think Woody was my MVP.
Oh, if not for Woody keeping Betty alive for so much of that game, it looks drastically different. An unfortunate night for the Chiefs and Oceania fans, but it's not over just yet. There is still a chance.
At least 2 more games.
Yeah.
If they win those, more. They'll be able to go to the playoffs. Of course, now, same thing for PSG. They can now try and contest for that 5th spot, which is the best seed you can possibly get here in the breakout group. If they do get that 5th spot, of course, they just need 1 more win against whoever wins this next series of the night, and they will lock in 5th seed for the playoffs. But looking at damage, yeah, I mean, Maple again, this was his best game and series so far. I mean, it was just PSG's best series in general, but it was his finally coming back, it felt like.
Is this going to be Woody MVP? It's hard to tell. I think it's going to be Betty, realistically. Yeah,
it will be Betty,
he did the numbers all night. Unfortunately, the nature of being a support player is your efforts sometimes go overlooked. but he was an invaluable part of Betty having an absolute night of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
91% kill participation, only because he took them all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Betty picking up that MVP. I mean, he's been the PSG MVP this entire split so far, and they haven't been able to find any wins, but this time they do find a win, and it is largely off the back of Betty's performances on both the Varus and the Corki, of course. Notable mention to absolutely everyone. I mean, he gets taken out pretty early there in that last fight, but Maple comes in and just absolutely explodes that Chiefs in that last fight there. You know, Chiefs had the Baron, they had the cards, they had the ability to delay the game at minimum. That's how the lane start off. Again, Woody buffering the stun. And then just with the alley-oop.
Gets the follow-up stun as well with the trample. Really, yeah. Look, it didn't spiral all that greatly from this point on, but yeah, it was...
I hope we just follow Arja on his treacherous path out of this predicament. Well, he gets there, he's like, all right.
Yeah, that
continues running.
It was very, very clean. And Woody, the sacrificial lamb, 'tis the job and the life of a support player. And then Casa, kadunk.
Yeah, unfortunately, not able to cancel the Cataclysm there. So why not will fall. Slater, though, does realize that Betty is overstaying and gets himself a freebie. And Slater had a really good game for himself. I mean, you really shouldn't have to be relying on your Lucian as much when you have this pairing of the Maokai Yone, but this game would have ended a lot earlier if not for how strong Slater was and how well he was playing.
Yeah, look at, he's doing the vast majority of the damage in these fights as well. Even there, Casa survives for so long. Betty, for the most part, untouched. They commit...
The flash here is just... Casa's losing his mind. He'd already knocked up Slater, so the flash is actually just doing nothing. He just wasted.
Slater does play this incredibly well.
Oh, why not turning around here? Kind of also means Luon falls as well.
Body blocked by a tree. And then, yeah, just Bio locked in a cage of emotion. Woody, unfortunately, also locked in the same cage.
Yeah, exactly. We got to find out if you lock a zombie and a cow in the same cage, who wins, because zombie did, but then unfortunately, the farmers come down and take care of the zombie there and after. This was the final fight. Yeah, just the solo man ultimate.
打第一个，打第一个，打第一个。先打第一个吧。没了，我没了。看一下。打布隆先，打布隆先。打第一个，打第一个，打第一个。哦，2秒1Q。3人。如果先没，如果闪，他们都没闪的。没闪的，没闪的。要看有人，我3秒康。看一下，看我，看我，很能打，我很能打。3秒康。抬完了，抬完了。
Elation in the stadium you heard there at the end.
More excitement in the stadium than in the comms. Like, it was another day in the office for PSG.
It wasn't. It wasn't, not in terms of this split. It was definitely a unique day in the office for them. But up next, of course, we do have another series tonight. It is going to be SHG on your screens right now, going up against DFM on your screens very shortly. The LJL rivalry that has been won out every single time by SHG, but it's never been awfully one-sided.
Their last head-to-head was an interesting one.
It was.
A complete departure from the playstyle from both teams that we've come to expect. It was rather entertaining. So maybe it is them trying to switch things up, trying to get in their opponent's heads. We'll have to see whether the things sort of revert back to what we've come to expect, or if they, again, just throw hammer and tongs at the wall and try and see what sticks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's always going to be exciting to see. Always exciting to watch Aria. Always exciting to watch Fate. I think these two players are really phenomenal. And the positionings of their teams on the standings isn't necessarily a good example of just how good they are, because these two are always capable of carrying a game. You can never count these guys out. And the same as the rest of the roster, I think Johan has revitalized this SHG roster, and much to the same as DFM comes on our screen here. Citrus doing a lot for DFM.
Why was Evie wearing Stahl's hair?
Yeah.
Also, it is worth mentioning, DFM have brought one of their players up from the academy roster.
They have.
So they do have a second top laner, potentially in the wings. Momo there on your screen could be making his LCP debut, potentially in the series, depending on how things go.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of our co-streamers, KMT, who watches a lot of the LJL, he's actually posted a lot of the updates that come from the region, and Momo has had some standout performances there on the likes of the Camille. So it'll be really interesting to see if he comes in and is able to bring some of that volatility that you get out of those Bruiser champions. But of course, that is a story for next series. We're going to go to a break, rest the voices up, because at least last time these two teams went head-to-head, it was very exciting, very explosive. We'll hope to see it again. See you shortly.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up
我喜欢台北的夏天。
Last time I was in PCS playoffs 2 years ago in Taipei, I came over here and it was very, very hard to compete. I was practicing in OCE for the whole year, and having to come here and level up to play against the teams was very difficult, and unfortunately we didn't perform very well. But now I'm back in Taipei. I love the city, and I think now we're practicing against good teams. We're working together as a team, and we've really, really leveled up. I reckon we'll do pretty amazing this split.
其实当初是没有想要再回来的，只是刚好有这个机会，所以就来了。其实赛区合并整体实力强蛮多的，但是对于第一名来说还是很有信心。会礼包吗？这个有办第二次的话，记得再买一次。
Do you remember 17? You and I, we ran in all the same scenes. Always watched you, thought you never noticed me. Boy, how wrong I'd be.
Welcome to a new era of League of Legends in the Asia Pacific region. The 2025 League of Legends Championship Pacific, or LCP, introduces an exciting new format that elevates competition like never before. As the season reaches its peak, the teams are divided into the contender and breakout groups based on their mid-season standings. Teams compete in a best-of-3 round-robin with performances resetting the slate. In a group breaker match, lower-ranked contender teams face off against top breakout teams. Winners ascend to the contender group, while losers join the breakout group. Double elimination matches then determine which teams advance to the playoffs. Only the strongest will qualify for Worlds and claim the title of LCP champion. To keep the competition fierce, the LCP introduces a promotion and relegation tournament. Top-performing domestic teams challenge lower-ranked LCP teams for a chance to rise to the elite level.
Throughout the 2025 LCP season, the domestic leagues will be taking place. LJL, PCS, VCS, and other domestic competitions will continue battling for their chance to join the LCP in 2026. The top teams from each league will be included in the promotion and relegation event that takes place in October. The 4 guest teams will have a chance to keep their spot as the regional representative for 2026 by battling the winning team from their home region. Each domestic league will send their champion to fight in the promotion relegation match against the current representative from their league. The LCP Promotion and Relegation Tournament introduces high stakes for guest teams. By the end of the season finals, 2 guest teams may face relegation based on league standings. The first, known as the free-for-all spot, will go to the lowest placed guest team, regardless of their home region. The second, the regional merit spot, considers regional placement. If multiple guest teams share a home region, the lowest ranked among them competes. Otherwise, the second lowest guest team overall will enter the tournament. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. This is what we're made of.
Welcome back, everybody. Second series about to get underway, and the final series of the weekend, the LJL Derby. DFM going up against SHG. So far, SHG has won every single time these two teams have gone head-to-head, but give me your analysis on this one.
Well, I don't know. SHG has just looked better across the board. We have seen more signs of life out of DFM, notably this split. Aria has been unleashed a little bit. He's been able to play more of those big, bad carry potential mid laners, even those that we would deem not necessarily hard carry mid laners. He's making it look like they are. So I think that you got to continue that trend. Pair him with Citrus. Give him that sort of autonomy in the mid lane to be able to make those big plays and put the team on his shoulders, so to speak, and get them over that finish line. Potentially there could be some interactions with Momo if they look to bring him in. Like you said, he's notable for his Camille. Yep. Give him something like that in the top lane that, while it hasn't been completely absent this year, is definitely probably one under the radar a little bit and might actually catch Evie off guard.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, Evie not having the greatest of years for himself, honestly. I mean, obviously always a very supportive player. That is his style of League of Legends, his style of top lane, and has been continuing the trend on that. But I guess just here in the LCP, there is such a high level of top laners where if you are looking to be more supportive, you know, dropping these waves or whatnot, it does go pretty hard punished by the fact that these other top laners are getting a lot of gold, they're getting a lot of XP, you know, the tower plates are going a lot of room on the map, that he has been punished rather quite a lot. And it's kind of that Ray Faki hasn't been able to do the same things to him that, you know, the likes of the Kratoses or the Kiayas of our league have been able to. So maybe there's the opportunity where Mobo, being on these more volatile top laners, might be able to create that room. And it might even be a stylistic thing where, you know what, Evie, very supportive, going in to help his team quite a lot, and Momo loves that. So maybe we'll get him in for this series. It's always avenues where you can look for things like that.
Well, you speak about bloodthirsty. The last time these two teams played up against each other, it was the most bloodthirsty game this split. 49 kills.
It was beautiful.
In 37 minutes. So more than a kill a minute in that absolute slobber knocker. So I think, again, you kind of want to see that play style out of the LJL. They have been fairly measured, fairly patient, but when they let themselves just give in to the bloodlust, things get very, very entertaining.
It almost feels like this split, the VCS and LJL have just switched.
Yeah.
You know, where this split...
It's a Freaky Friday situation.
It is. We're seeing like Team Secret Wales kind of play slow, methodical, and honestly to their detriment. So far we've seen the last couple of weeks, and then the LJL, they're bursting with life. As you said, very bloodthirsty, taking it to whoever they're up against, and both of them, it's been working out against the Chiefs, of course, but it also made for their head-to-head a lot closer than it was in the past, where it really wasn't so certain who was going to win those games till the very end. And again, as time would tell, it was SHG, and looking to do it once more. Again, winning here all but ensures himself. There is still the chance they don't qualify into the playoffs, but it is a very, very big step up to be able to do that. It means you basically need to win one more series, whereas whoever loses needs to win the next series until you're at that playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, historically, SHG has done it twice now. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to do it a third time. They have consistently had both the Chiefs and DFM's number when it really counted. So you'd imagine that they're likely to power on through. But again, the change in the way that these two teams have approached the game does mean that in that chaos, in the just absolute rampaging fightness, that's the only way I can think to describe it, because that's what it was. It was they just continued. It was like those two MMA fighters who the round's almost over, gloves down in the middle, let's just go.
Yeah.
One of us is hitting the mat, I don't care who it is.
Yeah, it was, and I think like Gang quite likes to play like that way. Like the entire year he's been very, very bloodthirsty, honestly quite often poorly bloodthirsty and very unmeasured, but it almost feels like now that they've added in Johan to that mix, he has been able to be there alongside him and go for those plays alongside him where we were missing in the past splits. And so we'll see if that continues in its trends here up against DFM, because realistically, I think whoever is... It doesn't really come down to comps against these teams. I think they always get themselves perfectly fine drafts. It always just comes down to execution. The games DFM win, often executing a lot better than SHG, and SHG winning more often than not, have been executing better more often than not. So it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, while it's easy to think this series might just sort of fall into a bit of irrelevance, for DFM it actually does matter a little bit. They want to keep that position away from 8th as best they possibly can, because that means they then avoid that shot at relegations.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is very important to speak of, because not so much for SHG because they are a partnered team, but as you said, for DFM, a win here gives them a higher chance of making it into the playoffs and a lower chance of getting that relegation slot. But we are going to head out to our player intros very shortly. I believe it will be coming on your screen soon as I hear the music playing in my ears.
Oh boy.
Oh,
there you go. You jumped the gun.
I jumped the gun. I got a little bit too excited. But they are coming out here, and we do hear it. And I mean, I guess they're going to start with Rafaki, but I really do hope we get to see at some stage Momo. Otherwise, it feels like a
very late stage to bring in a substitute
without utilizing it, right?
I mean, to be fair, SHG also have a top lane sub, so it's,
Yellow Yoshi.
Yeah, we haven't seen a whiff of him either. It's very interesting in the...
if he's here, just grows back so quickly.
Well, in the head-to-head photo, the second one of him, it literally looked like he was wearing Styles' hair.
Yeah, maybe he was. Johan and Citrus, of course, the new additions to the team. Both on their respected teams. Another fumbled handshake.
Junglers. They know one thing and one thing only. That is jungle routes.
Yeah. And, I mean, the X factors for both teams now heading out. Fate and Aria. I mean, Aria especially. Again, DFM returning to that style of, okay, all eggs in the Aria basket, and it has looked good for them for the most part. He is just such a phenomenal individual talent. As Kakun and Marble will come out. Marble, for me, unfortunately just outdoing Kakun more often than not in that AD carry position. Again, partly because he has just spent more time in the role. Kakun coming into the year as a mid laner.
Yeah, Marble organically a bot laner. And Harp and Gang, who have, again, had some standout moments for their teams in their respective role, which is as support. But, I mean, look, Aria for me, definitely the X factor for this DFM roster. Fate, well, as at times been that X factor, but at times it also has been Marble. So there really is a multifaceted approach for SHG that definitely works for them.
Yeah, I mean, always an interesting matchup, this SHG versus DFM. It's very impossible almost ever to predict who's going to win, because all you know for sure is that they are very, very tightly matched, and all it really often comes down to is how well is Aria going to be playing? Because if he is on his tears that he is at some stage in all 3 games, there's a good chance that DFM take it. So far, he hasn't been able to keep that level of consistency throughout the series. But if he does it just one single time, they very quickly could find themselves a potential berth into the playoffs.
Absolutely.
And with it, it has to be said, and I say it very sadly. But if they win here, it makes the job for Chiefs really hard to avoid relegation. It's almost impossible.
Yeah, it's a very, very rough spot that the Chiefs do find themselves in. And unfortunately, the only way out is to dig themselves out.
Oh, the classic, the only way out of the hole is to go down.
Yeah, no. You could make the old, you know, turning back just before you hit diamonds meme, but I think the only thing we're close to hitting is a septic tank.
That's rough. Blue side for SHG, I mean, no surprise whatsoever. Azir, a very hotly contested pick between these two. Obviously, I stated that in the last time these two went together, and they did ban it all 3 games. So we'll see if that trend stays the same. I mean, the benefit these two teams both have is that they have done prep for each other not a week ago.
Yeah.
So all of which will be mostly relevant.
There is also one of the most dichotomously different series between the two that we've seen all year. So
yes.
It's an interesting one for sure.
Getting into the pick bans very shortly. See what we have in store for us. Garmin and Paz, respected coaches on either side.
Well,
we haven't had, I probably shouldn't say this because then it will happen, but we haven't had many water spillages recently, which has been good to see.
Well done. Congratulations. You've cursed it.
We've gotten a little better at our water cup.
Because the addition of straws.
True. Wukong going to be the first pick here in the jungle for Johan. It's a champ that he tends to go towards any given chance, so not particularly surprising. There is just so much available anyway. The Xin Zhao, the Trundle, yada yada. I can continue on and on about it.
Yeah.
Vi, I think, is a champ that's often banned that actually has remained unbanned this time round.
Oriana coming through for Aryan. He's made it look darn good in the past. It is an option, so is the Vi.
Citrus was a Nocturne enjoyer, already playing at this split. See if he does go for it. Of course, the pairing we have seen time and time again with this Oriana.
Oh, I mean, if anyone is going to do it, it is going to be Arya, that Titan. In the mid lane, they pick the Rumble instead. Speaking of Titans, Arya, a bit of an Attack on Titan fan, it seems. Sitting there in his player photo doing the Eldian salute.
I don't watch anime.
That's a lie.
It's not.
That is a well and truly a lie.
I've never watched one in my life, and I probably will never watch one in my life.
That is a lie.
Next picks to come through. Gwen gone. A typical answer. So Mbessa is going to be there, and it's something that Evie has gone back to quite often. That alongside the Yorick, but this time going to favour the Mbessa. Galio as well. Going to be picked up there to go up against the Oriana. It's a lane that, for the very beginning, is pretty rough for Galio, but once you get Magic Resist online, it becomes more worrisome, I suppose, for Arya on the Oriana. Now, jungle would be the natural progression of this draft here.
Yeah, I mean, they may be reading into the Nocturne coming in and saying, well, if you're going to jump in, we're just going to answer. Okay, so it is going to be the Nocturne anyway. So the answer is there in the form of the hero's entrance coming down to try and counteract it. So for Marble, you kind of want something a little bit mobile, just so that you can sort of create space.
Next band to come through. Kai'Sa pairs well, of course, with the dive. That is an option for SHG with that Mbessa, the Wukong, and the Galio. I think a natural ban.
Also, once you get enough attack speed up, you do have that brief moment of invisibility that makes the paranoia a little bit harder to connect.
Yeah, for sure.
Poppy denied. Makes a lot of sense with what SHG are bringing. Plus, I mean, just being able to punt Citrus back out after having dived in would have been invaluable. No, rather Galio and Wukong.
Xayah strikes me as an okay ban. I mean, Xayah doesn't do well against the Rumble Oriana as individual champions, but if you're trying to really lean into the Nocturne Oriana, then it does. So yeah, they are going to identify that and ban it away. I don't necessarily think it's that great, actually. While Zaya's good into dive, the problem is this is dive that also has long range.
Yeah, I mean, the equalizer almost single-handedly could zone you out as a Zaya. We've seen it so many times this year.
Exactly. Lucian going to be taken away from Karkun. It's a champion that he's actually found a lot of success on, so makes sense to take it away. Still a lot available. Yunara, of course, not. Haven't seen that left open all that often.
I think realistically, Zaya, probably not the ban. Rakan, more than anything, probably would have been quite a valuable ban here.
Yeah, Rakan also for either side, but going for the Corki first, a powerful laner.
I think you just pick it here. You go the Rakan here. I mean, in terms of what else you'd play down in that bot lane, Marble has been somewhat partial to his Israel, which would just, again, be able to create a little bit more of that distance. While not the strongest at the moment, it hasn't looked as impressive as of late, it still would do reasonably well into the Nocturne. Yeah, Israel.
Yep. I mean,
I think Rakan. It just.
I agree. I think the Rakan's got. I don't know about the Israel. I get it. You want to be safe.
Yeah.
It's just, man. I mean, we saw it yesterday with Doggo, right? It's like, yeah, okay, it's safe, but Israel kind of needs to be playing aggressively. Like, while he is a very safe champ, you also want to be using that safety to be playing aggressively. Good pick here for Gang, of course. You can pretty much fill whatever support you want into this role. I mean, I wouldn't even hate the Nico. Very strong laner.
Unfortunately banned.
Oh, yeah. I keep missing it. Maybe I got a blind spot specifically.
It's because she's wearing someone else.
Oh, right.
Yeah. What do you, I mean...
You can go anything.
Yeah, I think you just
go anything.
Yeah, you just go your classic engage support.
Most likely.
Yeah, Brom. Okay.
Just engage.
I mean, Wukong, Galio, and Bessa, like the melee champions are there.
I get it. I think it's bad.
Yeah.
I'm going to be entirely honest. I get it. It provides the safety, but if you're playing Nocturne Oriana, and maybe you're now making the argument that you're not playing the Nocturne Oriana as a combo, you're playing it as two individual champions, which is a perfectly fine way to play it. And you're just going to play on the back foot and then look to use Paranoia as a re-engage, then the Braum does make sense. So as long as they are playing the game that way, I actually do like the Braum. But if they are trying to play aggressively with that combination, the Equalizer on top, and Corki trying to play aggressively with that Valkyrie, then I do think the Braum gets kind of left behind a little bit.
Yeah, it very much does, unfortunately. I mean, there's not a heck of a lot else that makes me go, oh, yeah, that would be a brilliant answer.
Alistair.
I mean,
Ral.
Yeah.
Leona.
But again,
I've already thought of three champions.
They are somewhat getting... Leona, I think, would probably be the best of those because, I mean, Alistair and Rel are going to get somewhat left behind with that Nocturne. I mean, it's not a terrible champion.
It's fine as long as they're playing as Nocturne re-engage. If they're playing it as engage, it's pretty rough to be the Braum here. But we'll see. I mean, ultimately, it's all going to come down to how the games are played because you've got the argument where both teams can go forward.
Yeah.
But both teams can also play back. So neither team really being amazingly strong at either form. And I actually think whoever is the aggressor more than likely will be coming off on the worst foot.
Yeah, it is kind of, you know, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me type deal. Mutually assured destruction.
Yeah, kind of, but it feels like if you're going in first, it's probably I'm taking you down without me.
Yeah.
Right, you're engaging into a Braum or you're
But if we're going off what we saw in that last series, they are just both going to be going forward.
We're not going off last series. It's a very different series.
Oh, absolutely.
It's Cameron looking to be readjusted there. I think he's sitting in the same seat as Maple was, which ended up being majoritively Monitor.
Minions have spawned.
And then saying that Karkun's Monitor very much up in his face compared to Marble.
At least you don't often see in League of Legends people having their Monitor as close as in like first-person shooters. Yeah, like, I get it, but that's got to be terrible for your eyes.
Artificially inflated zoom. Oh, I can't remember what I think it was. Like OG Halo back on the big tube TVs, and you'd put like the bit of tape in the middle of the screen to give you the crosshair.
The crosshair, yeah.
First hacks back in the day.
Phosphorus bomb will land. Karkun starting with the Q, not thinking he's able to walk aggressively. And I think that's a pretty good assumption considering he has the Braum. So looking for a bit of poke instead of that just straight all in. High damage Gatling gun level 1.
Fate suffering, as you'd expect in this matchup. Oriana does a lot of damage between abilities and auto attacks.
Yeah, Fate wisely trying to reduce some of that damage there with the W, but unfortunately won't be able to reduce this.
Ouch. Yeah, the clockwork wind up.
Even landing there. Oh.
Oh, if it was old Galio and you just flash taunt.
And you wouldn't have it at level 2.
No.
Looking back, that Galio must have been so OP and it's unrealized.
That is why they changed it. Although...
No, I think they changed it because it was very outdated and considering...
No. I mean, but so after the rework, there was a point where you could taunt flash.
Yes. That was absolutely absurd. They also removed Rakan's ability to flash during ult at one point, but gave that back. I think the Rakan one a little less egregious than the Galio one.
Oh, yeah. Because what was it? The Idol of Duran? Or whatever? It was the
old ult,
yeah,
yes.
That's the one.
Way back in the day.
That was egregious.
It was, but the rest of the kit was like very mediocre. Like you had one ability that was like, give your team movement speed this way.
And then instead SQ is just a straight line.
Yeah. Hui now has that ability essentially as one of his 9. 10, I guess. He's got an ult as well. Hui is a cool champion. I do miss seeing Hui. There were some exciting times you got to see when Hui's in the game, but...
Karkun played it, bot lane.
He did. He played Talia bot lane too.
Yeah.
Not the greatest at the moment, just too vulnerable.
Did he also... Did he play Ziggs bot lane? Someone played Ziggs bot lane.
We've seen a few Ziggs bot lanes. Ziggs is a very good bot laner. Betty. Betty often plays Ziggs. Knock up onto Harp. Able to get that Braum shield up in time though, and you'd have to check, but this might be the slowest LJL game we've had this split.
Pretty on pace for the earlier iterations.
Yeah, this split is why I said this split. Probably up to like 8 kills already. Last time these two teams went against each other.
Well, the fastest game this split was actually Chiefs SHG. It was 25:09. So 9 seconds after Baron spawn, the Chiefs inhib was dead.
Nexus.
It was all dead, really.
Yeah, well, I guess, yeah, you weren't wrong. Heavy trades happening in the bot lane, but not resulting in anything too drastic. I mean, Karkun is out of mana, but this wave should crash. He'll be able to pick it up and look for a recall if he so chooses. SHG, of course, not going to want to let him do that or find that recall for as long as possible. Although ultimately both AD carries want to get that tier online.
Absolutely.
Generally a little easier to stack up as the Ezreal until level 6. Where you start being able to use those rockets.
Oh, what an angle from Harp. Things less bleak at the moment, with Fate now being okay. He's never going to hit that.
Oh, yeah, looking bleak.
Yeah. Okay.
Aria. How many times have we seen mid lane?
That wasn't even intentional.
I think it was.
No, Fate just went the wrong direction. He panicked and was like, oh, I'm in trouble, but Ari was already on top of him. Okay, supportal combat. Harp wins.
Yeah, wave will crash. Harp gets exactly what he wants out of it. Citrus getting close to level 6, of course. Both junglers upping their power fairly substantially once that does tick along.
Level 4 Israel into a level 6 Rumble. And then a Braum.
Yeah, support's much more willing to just stay in their lane this split in comparison to before.
Okay, Harp.
Okay, I mean, what are we doing here? Takes a tower
Supportal combat. The man's had a taste of blood.
Well, that was an OP rune. I can't believe they got rid of it.
Yeah.
Did they? Yeah, I think so. Maybe I'm just making things up now. They got a lot of... They changed the domination tree so often, I struggle to keep up.
But yes, much, as you were saying, a much more paced down game this time around. No longer, okay, I say that, and they're just going to start throwing abilities at each other. Citrus does have the Paranoia now.
Yeah, Cyclone as well for Johan, so junglers matching with that level 6 timer. It does mean that Arya has to be a little bit more careful now. Feeling happy enough to walk up, get that deep ward into the lane to try and keep track of where Fate's headed out as he pushes in these waves.
Oh, we're taking a lot of damage there. So it's, we've said a slightly more calm game, but every time we cut back to somewhere, there's been fighting that's been happening.
You don't want to be giving over things for free, but also don't want to overcommit to defending things. Fate will get that cannon. Oh! This could be the first action we see. Paranoia going to be used here by Citrus. It is going to be matched by Johan Cyclone, and unfortunately for Citrus, he's in a pretty rough spot. In will come the Galio though, as Fate comes and saves his jungler double kill, going the way of Marble as Arya and Karkun not able to respond.
Karkun just no other option but to play. Johan breaking ankles there. Clones over the wall, flashes back over, and then it's followed up by the hero's entrance. Citrus is a little bit too eager. Going for a cheeky invade. And Wukong's inherent power is very problematic.
He's going to finish up the grubs. We'll be able to finish up his top side, bot side not there to be taken as well, so just a clean play out of SHG that now balloons the lead now to 1k in their favor with the objective also taken. We'll see if Citrus sees this as a time to potentially angle into the dragon.
Look at that damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a done deal, unfortunately. Oh!
Yeah, Johan just completely breaks DFM's ankles, and then Fate comes back in. Yeah, and Karkun, he was cut off. He just had to get out of that.
Yep, wisely not being greedy with the flash does get himself out. Dragon, not going to be started up for the time being, is what is going on?
Abilities. All of them. So we're here. Yeah, okay. It was Corky and Israel abilities.
Desync now. Usually fixes with the replay, so we should be fine. Citrus, yeah, not going to get caught out this time. Has the flash for himself still, so a bit of a layer of safety there in regards to that. Also seemingly with Paranoia, but it doesn't feel like that much time has elapsed. Oh no, there we go, 10 seconds. Still, that seems like a very quick rotation, but obviously just...
It has been a couple of minutes.
Time flies when you're having fun, huh?
SHG definitely having fun. I'm not sure about DFM at the moment after that fiasco. Both kills going to Marble as well.
Yeah, gonna accelerate him towards that Triforce. Of course, both of these 80 carries having that 2-item power spike of the Triforce Mirror Mana, so whichever of the two get to that first will just be considerably stronger than the other. Admittedly, Israel a little bit more reliant on skill shots than Corky.
Yeah, the Rockets have a pretty decent hitbox there.
Especially the big one.
Yeah.
The most important of the Rockets.
The one rocket that its parents are proud of.
I like how Ambessa, when you damage her and she has her shield, it makes like armor clanking sounds. I think that's a cool feature that other champs could utilize too, possibly in the future. Because from my recollection, it's only her that has it.
Oh, I'm sure there's some other interaction in the game similar to that. There are so many subtleties in League of Legends that just go missed. And it's not until they're pointed out to you that, oh, actually, yeah, hold on. I haven't seen that. Got him.
Big trade.
Big jobs.
If that Spectre Cowl now is going to be able to sustain a little bit more of this Orianna harassment, and SHG looking to start up this Dragon now with pole position to do so as well, especially after that chunk that just occurred in the mid lane. will be theirs. So second objective of the game picked up by them. Still one away from the Monster Slayer, one away from the kills as well. That Feats of Warfare.
Yeah, I mean, full prior and half a little bit too far forward. I mean, Gang has, it's crazy to me that for almost this entire game, since that fight that was found for SHG in the top side, Gang has had pretty much free reign of DFM's jungle to carry on warding, being largely unthreatened. A large portion of that, you got to give credit to the fact that it is a Rakan, and he's very slippery, but still just completely unpunished, getting that vision wall deep as you'd like.
Johan maybe being pressured here at his red. Does dodge away from that Nocturne Q and will be able to pick it up for himself. I can't believe the difference of last week and this week of the LJL derby.
Yeah. No, I mean, Hex played up now for Citrus, so we are going to start to see that absolute full scene chaos.
You say that?
What I'm saying is we should start seeing that full scene chaos and not invades where you burn the paranoia just to die anyway. I mean, there is a good chance you're dying with that paranoia going out anyway, but at least there should be some gain off the back of it.
Yeah, again, I think both teams realizing that the aggressor is more than likely going to be the team that loses the fight. Because, I mean, that's right. Johan pulled the trigger on Citrus, but that's because Citrus was so aggressively in his jungle.
Yeah, he was well overextended.
Yeah.
Hollow Radiance done. Fate is going to be clearing those waves pretty easily.
Absolutely.
Harp has support nearby. There's a decent amount of support nearby.
Yeah, but again, as you pointed out, Gang on the Rakan, just too slippery. Johan now finishing up his jungle item is 4 stacks away for Citrus. Gonna find his way onto Karkun and looking for the kill here. There is flash available for the
wow.
But look at the damage. Unfortunately for Karkun, there's nowhere to run. That is the Feats of Warfare picked up by the side of SHG.
Yeah, that was complete.
Oh, finds it. Nice. Maybe Marble rather not able to find that flash in time, but with the barrier there, it's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster. I thought Marble would go down, but yeah, I guess just not the damage there. Went a little bit too far. Did connect on the shockwave, but was too far past that tower for Arya to then follow up any further damage. And so Citrus versus Marble and 2 towers went the way of the Israel. Fate will be able to run away. Just barely, actually. Uh-oh. No Cyclone. Quickness is there. Equalizer coming down to slow the forward progress, but there is the exhaust ray. There's nowhere left for him to run. Going to be taken out, and Harp next to be looked at. The clone for Johan, trying to buy a little bit of space in the flash there. Public execution as Evie comes to join his team, and will head the other way. Winter's Bite passive not going to end up stunning this Ambessa.
I mean,
once again, SHG just finding absolutely everything. So far on track for a perfect game. I doubt that ends up occurring, but it well could.
You've only had the one this split, I believe.
No, but there was a grubs taken. Perfect games mean absolutely nothing gets taken. No objectives, no towers.
Oh, no, I mean like perfect kill game.
Right, yes, we have had one of those. That was PSG on the receiving end of Garm.
Yeah. Yes, taking shots from both towers.
Yeah, just no one able to follow up, unfortunately. Yeah. An ambitious look. And continuation down the bot lane.
This is that part of the movie that gets cut for timing. Yeah. Well, yeah, realistically, I think they possibly could have found a little bit more off the turnaround. So TP comes in. I think if Fate drops the hero's entrance here, there is a very real argument to be made for turning that fight back in.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is they don't have Cyclone. They no longer have the quickness. So I think the correct decision is to not do it. I think if they do recommit, they actually probably lose. So just take the kill, move on. Perfect play, really, out of the side of SHG.
Oh, my lord. There is a trench developing in the jungle and bot lane.
Yeah, just the nature of winning across the map. SHG sharpened up over the last week, as evident by this current situation that DFM find themselves in. Now 15 seconds away from the dragon spawning, and Harp has at least establish some vision control around that bottom quadrant of SHG's jungle.
Well, so far the draft falling a little flat for DFM. Unfortunately, the problems just compound the later and later you go into the game. There are going to be more tools to keep those prime targets alive, and even more so to turn about and punish.
Paranoia going to be used. A great combination here in Marble. He's got nowhere to run, but there's so much peel, and the aggressor will once again likely become the prey. So many low health bars, and they do connect on that last auto attack as Karkun able to claim one. Fate trying to turn it around, and Karkun might be the next to fall, but able to survive. If he comes in very late to the fray, can he make the difference? It doesn't seem like it, but Aria will as he puts down the hammer. Claims himself one back as 3 quick kills for DFM.
Yeah, it's exactly what you want. As much as Marble is your ideal target, you kind of need to catch a couple of members of SHG with that Paranoia Command Shockwave combo, and they do. They catch Fate, which means that Hero's entrance is so delayed.
He's still playing aggressively here. Harp 1 HP! And bam! Late to the play, but able to get it done. He's still trying to play, maybe a little bit of an overstay, but Gang able to be there, able to keep him alive, but shut down. Karkun picking up yet another one, and DFM signs of life here as they will secure that dragon as well.
Exactly what you're looking for if you're DFM. I mean, you look at it, Citrus, boom, straight on in. Catches so many targets. It was actually a Gang that he caught, which meant that the Rakan was also just sitting there in the middle of that equalizer. Fate, it's only going to do so much, and flash forward, picked up the kill there for Karkun. Gang goes down, which means that a lot of that survivability is now gone. Flash, taunt forward. Fate, again, I think he's just not quite sure of himself with that Justice Punch, forgetting that he does travel backwards first, and as a result, opens up the doors for Ari to find himself a kill. And then Harp gets run down by Evie.
Yeah, it was a very cool kill. Well, unfortunately, what was a 5-0 kill lead for SHG has now completely swung back as DFM even out the gold.
Noxian Blessings were claimed, though, with that top tier 1 going down. So SHG don't lose as much as they possibly could have off the back of those kills. They've taken control, for the most part, of these neutral objectives, although it's only a dragon apiece.
For the time being, it'll be a while. Everyone's favorite soul once again rears its ugly head.
Oh boy. So it's about to take pole position back, unfortunately. Cloud had its moment in the sun.
SHG trying to take down this Arakan, and very late to the play will be the side of DFM, but they can get there quickly with this Nocturne Orianna combo. Can they get vision of it in time? The True Shot Barrage lands onto 3. The Arakan is all but gone. Citrus, will he pull the trigger? Yes, he's going in! Oh, but it's secured. It's secured by Johan. It's secured well. Team fight afterwards. 1 for 1 as things stand. Jungler for support.
Oh boy.
But unfortunately, Karkun, he's in the firing line. Harp's next. Aria might just fall as well as Evie trying to shred through those HP bars, but Ray's turned it on a dime, found himself one. Marble still trying to find an angle in. Ray and Aria, the 2 AP damage dealers, trying to thwart off this attack from the AD carry of SHG, and will do so successfully.
Yeah, poor Karkun. Just everything dumped on top of him. Aria being run down here.
Oh, Mystic Shot goes wide, but answers back with a substantial chunk of damage.
Marble, no, my bad. I was unfamiliar with your game. Backs himself away. He was looking keen for it too. Yeah, I mean, it felt a little late. Unfortunately there for DFM, they were well too late to the party. Karkun takes so much damage. They just get a little bit of an inkling. It goes in, only catching out onto Gang, who then immediately turns on him before falling. Harp just too deep. And they just beeline. Johan and Fate draw a target on Karkun's back. Again, Ray does not have teleport to contribute to this fight until the last moments of it. If he has teleport, if he's up on the top side of the rift, maybe that looks a little bit different, but unfortunately, it is one of the shortcomings of a Rumble. You know, not having that global pressure without teleport.
Mid tower taking a bit of a beating, but will remain up and available for DFM for the time being. Fate as well will be able to secure this bot tower for them, so another injection of gold for him on the Galio, making him a little bit more menacing to deal with for Aria. Of course, a great Galio game, being that it is against so much AP. Kaku and Valkyrie aggressively finds one bit of damage, but in comes it. Oh dear. Oh dear. The engage goes horrifically wide. Naria's going to have to teleport to that bot lane, pick himself up that wave. Chance gone wide, unfortunately, for DFM. A lot of tools used as well. Shockwave, Paranoia gone.
Yeah.
We'll try and hold on to this tower as another minion wave greets this middle wave. Ray Faki there, so if they want to hold it, they can. It would cost them possibly an equalizer. We'll see. And Kaku does have a reasonable amount of wave clear, but not amazing amounts. Oh, dearie me. Ray is absolutely nailing through the health bar of Wukong.
Yeah, unfortunately for DFM, suffering from a bit of premature execution there. Command Shockwave just completely in the void.
Drawing a nice little sombrero around Nocturne. Battling for mid-wave control though. And health is favoring the side of DFM. Mana as well, as you see Marble very, very low ahead of this team fight. The True Shot Barrage lands on the 4. Citrus able to spell shield it though. And trying to get some health back for his team through this Quill, but not able to do so.
Yeah, that staff is starting to hurt.
Fate, you might be on a ward there, pal. Goes the combo again, this time onto Johan and finds his mark. The Cyclone lands on the 4 and there's no follow-up.
Okay,
can't see
all right.
what's going on. Harper's maybe losing his damn mind. Heavy teleporting back to this play. Harp, he's alone, he's isolated. Nice equalizer from Ray is going to stop Marble from getting into the fight for the time being, as they do get another one for themselves. Oh, with a 3-man taunt, everyone's locked up. Marble's going to claim 2, he's going to possibly claim 3. No, Fate gets that one, but SHG do win the fight.
And Ray just sachets off to the mid lane. Oh dear. Yeah, unfortunately the equalizer a little bit shallow. Almost everyone of SHG just carries on past it. Like you said, the team that initiates the encounter coming out worse off for sure. I mean, the combo did work much better this time around, but Karkun is already 40% HP and Harp is just... I mean, he's in the next area code.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. Unfortunately, yeah, landing straight onto Aria with that public execution. He flashes away, but there are members well and truly there waiting. And because Fate's made his way to the back line as well, there's no escape for the rest of SHG. Now, I'm not sure if Gabi is also a word in Japanese, but I think it's only a Korean word, because it is slang, and it means unlucky. So there you go. Short for akapta.
Yeah. We have something similar, but it's a little bit less friendly because it's in English.
Still, they sound in good spirits. Only 3k. I mean, while not insignificant, certainly not a total you cannot come back from, especially when comps are somewhat mirrored in their function. Over.
Okay, that's a call. Certainly a bold one.
Yeah, Gang trying to offer
a
way to stop Kakun, who's after HP.
Oh boy!
Oh boy! And this time the team that initiates will not lose. Oh my God! You couldn't have looked for a more perfect execution than that. And down immediately go 3 members of DFM. It will lock this Baron in for sure. Getting picked up by SHG, and game, well, wasn't out of hand yet, now very likely is.
Yeah. The wombo combo, the fancy feet. And unfortunately, that is what happens when you layer all the big circles on top of each other.
Absolutely.
And that true shot barrage, unfortunately, Harp just too far north there. Boom, in, public execution in, Hero's entrance, quickness, everything. All the while, that equalizer is doing anything but.
Yeah, Baron down now. Garkon securing his team the blue buff. Good stuff.
He's been chronically manaless this game.
Yeah. 3 items now.
Oh boy,
4
9,
marble.
1, and 4.
Yeah, has the Seekers as well, so that Nocturne Orianna combo can be counted.
He only needs 7 more kills this game. And then he's set a new kill record tonight.
Yeah, could have 3 in the same week. No, actually, one of them was last week.
Yeah, 3 in the same split.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Either way. The situation, oh, okay.
Straight onto Fate, he goes golden. I mean, yeah, they're going to take him down. He is going to go down, but it's now about what do they lose for it, because this is 5 members, all of which in that middle lane. Recalls are going to come through, but this is going to be the top lane inhib tower going down, the top lane inhib likely to fall as well. Paranoia gone, as well as that shockwave. Even the Glacial Fissure used. 3 ultimates, so realistically, if there were a fight to break out here, SHG might even still be favored. But it's not likely. It's a 3v4. You see in the mini-map there, Johan looking for a potential angle onto Karkun. Arya takes a lot of damage here from Evie.
Oh,
and
my.
it now will go gang. Can he connect onto everyone? No, but Ray Farkey, as well as Harp, did get taken and taken to CC land. Evie trying to get away on the top side of the fight. Is denying a lot of time.
How?
Is doing a lot of damage. How on earth has Evie lived through that? Without the 80 carry there, the damage will not exist, and Johan even finishing that guy off in the mid lane. SHG looking to put the nail in the coffin now. Gang unfortunately going wide on that grand entrance as Arya trying to do what he can. Golden now does go marble.
6 seconds to
Two
shockwave.
teleports coming in. Evie as well as Fate rejoin the team, and Arya unfortunately not much to do but watch as his Nexus will fall and SHG take a lead in the series.
Oh, Evie, denying his bot lane the chance and setting a new kill record by forcing the fight. 21-10. Both teams had a clear plan, and neither of them were executed on until that last fight around the Baron pit for SHG.
Yeah, SHG, they find the angle, they force a reaction out of DFM. True Shot Barrage comes and cuts Arya, as well as Karkun down a half HP, and then pull the trigger, flash in from Johan, gets the job done. Marbles damage totals there, standing out above the rest.
Yeah, and Ray doing, well, exactly what you'd expect on a Rumble. That's just kind of what he does, just a lot of damage. That was a rough one, for sure. Both teams drafting Wombo combo.
Yep. And yeah, I mean, once you fall behind, it's very hard. I mean, DFM, unfortunately, they start off the game, Citrus goes down very early. It ends up a 5-0 lead for SHG, but they do claw it back after a couple of good team fights in a row where they're able to land that combo, they're able to do the damage, but then that was pretty much the last signs of life we had from them in the game.
Yeah, it was a bizarre call from Citrus here, and yeah, he just gets styled on by SHG. Johan really just making him look a fool.
Yeah, Johan is just so good.
Yeah, and look, again, he gets the solo kill onto Karkun.
Karkun even using the barrier reasonably inexplicably.
And then we continue to just lose our minds.
Flash EU, so it creates enough distance. Arya as well was tanking the tower because the shockwave hit before the paranoia did.
This one was a much better looking.
Yeah, that was good. That was very good.
Because they layered everything, and then Marvel, he just, again, still survives for such an insane amount of time. And it's only because SHG not quite paying the respect that they should be having, given the damage that they've just taken. And look, yeah, I cannot imagine what possesses Fate to make that call there. I mean, yes, look, Evie is coming in after the fact, but you've lost so much.
The other Khan, much the same as everything. I wasn't sure if Citrus was going to pull the trigger, but he does at the very, very end. And unfortunately, the smite was there. He picked up by SHG in the fight afterwards as well as Karkun. No flash. Valkyries only gets him a little bit of time, Johan does find his way onto him. And Ray Farke showing this Rumble champ and why it's so unreasonable, just completely shreds Evie.
And again, target prioritization.
Oh.
I mean, it's the only one that presents itself, and then
This was the undoing, unfortunately. I think that flash from Harp spelt disaster for the rest of this game.
Yeah, the equalizer just completely dodged out of because SHG just goes so deep over the back of it. All the while, Marvel allowance a free whale onto SHG. Ray knew he was just out of there.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave you to it.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4. As it just all comes together. Oh, and okay, I didn't even notice that command shockwave was at the neighbor's house, apparently.
Yeah, and I don't know how Evie ends up living this.
Yeah, this is gross.
I'm just gonna steer at him. Flashes in even, gets the Seraph shield, and everyone's like, wait a second, there's an Ambessa in our fountain.
He's still at, 40% HP at that stage, and then turns around, Marble comes in for a double. Oh.
SHG, they get it done. They get it done looking very, very good.
You know what else looks good? It is the rewards you get for subscribing on Twitch to the LCP English right now until the 28th. It is the Pengu Garen Bring It emote. Flex on them. Let them know that you are the superior player. You can use it in every single game mode in League of Legends. You can bind it to every single emote slot if you want to. The perfect reaction for any moment. And then from the 29th onwards, we head to regional icons territory. It's crazy how good that is, but not nearly as crazy as a Vietnamese final. We're going to Da Nang, September 20th and 21st. We head on over. It is a VCS home ground advantage.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But of course, the VCS still have to make it to that hometown advantage. We've got a lot of games left before we get there, and one more at least left of this series. But before we get under that, or into that, I suppose, we are going to head to a break. We'll see you very shortly.
Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love her, I adore, yes and I am sure. Working hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true lovers really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love her, I adore, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby. Can't be without you. Always when it's always in the mood. Can't be.
Welcome to a new era of League of Legends in the Asia Pacific region. The 2025 League of Legends Championship Pacific, or LCP, introduces an exciting new format that elevates competition like never before. As the season reaches its peak, teams are divided into the contender and breakout groups based on their mid-season standings. Teams compete in a best-of-3 round robin with performances resetting the slate. In a group breaker match, lower-ranked contender teams face off against top breakout teams. Winners ascend to the contender group, while losers join the breakout group. Double elimination matches then determine which teams advance to the playoffs. Only the strongest will qualify for Worlds and claim the title of LCP champion. To keep the competition fierce, the LCP introduces a promotion and relegation tournament. Top-performing domestic teams challenge lower-ranked LCP teams for a chance to rise to the elite levels.
Throughout the 2025 LCP season, the domestic leagues will be taking place. LJL, PCS, VCS, and other domestic competitions will continue battling for their chance to join the LCP in 2026. The top teams from each league will be included in the promotion and relegation event that takes place in October. The 4 guest teams will have a chance to keep their spot as the regional representative for 2026 by battling the winning team from their home region. Each domestic league will send their champion to fight in the promotion relegation match against the current representative from their league. The LCP Promotion and Relegation Tournament introduces high stakes for guest teams. By the end of the season finals, 2 guest teams may face relegation based on league standings. The first, known as the free-for-all spot, will go to the lowest placed guest team, regardless of their home region. The second, the regional merit spot, considers regional placement. If multiple guest teams share a home region, the lowest ranked among them competes. Otherwise, the second lowest guest team overall will enter the tournament. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. This is what we're made of.
SHG came out roaring, taking game 1. DFM now trying to once again take us to a game 3 up against SHG. But, I mean, SHG look like they've found their form once again. Always just before playoffs, they find exactly what they need. Just have enough gas in the tank to get them there. And a win here over DFM would put them in a great position to do so.
Yeah, I think potentially a bit of a missed opportunity here for DFM. Momo is there in the wings. It's not that Ray had a particularly bad game, but, I mean, you've brought him up for this team for a reason. Clearly there is some intention there. At least put it to work. Because, again, this is incredibly late in this season, this year, to bring in a substitute only for him to sit on the bench for the rest of the year.
Sure.
Especially given that you've just taken away from your academy team.
Yeah. We'll see. At least in game 2, it will be Ray Faki starting off. Johan there, I mean, what an addition to this team he's been. Just been so instrumental in finding some success in the early game especially, but even then to close that one out around the Baron, finding that very impressive 3-man cyclone that just set SHG on a crash course for success.
Well, blue side for DFM. We don't have to worry about the execution of the paranoid shockwave combo anymore, especially between tier 1 and 2 towers, which was a little bit dicey. But, I mean, realistically, those are 2 very, very niche combos for both teams that aren't going to damage the overall pools all that greatly. I think the biggest losses of any, probably the Wukong and the Rumble.
Yeah.
And the Ambessa, I think you could argue.
Yeah, I mean, Rakan as well, I suppose, but at this point, I think in our best of 3s now, we've got pretty much every champion lined up, and it's like, okay, we don't really fall down in tiers as we go through it. I think it's when you get to those best of 5s where there's a little bit less practice that it gets a little more dicey. You see the jungle bans now coming out. We didn't have those in the last one. Oh, the Pantheon we did, but...
Yorick. Targeting heavy there. Look, I think at this stage in a match like this, we got something a little bit different, especially if you're DFM.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw the Yasuo for Aria earlier on in there.
Oh.
We have seen the Cogmore.
Once, yeah. Or twice.
It won.
It did.
Like,
I do like Cogmore.
Crazy good.
Yeah.
It was like insane value that game for it too.
Unara band? No real shocker. Next, what have we got?
Talia.
Yeah.
No, yeah,
Okay,
no,
well,
I mean, look.
Azir, is Fate gonna go for it? I don't really see why not.
Yep.
It's a champion he's had a lot of success on.
Yeah, there's no
Come on.
reason not to.
We know it's an Azir, just lock it in. I mean, you can't just lock it in third. You don't
Yeah.
need to lock it in now knowing what their mid laner is. You can go for something that you have higher priority over. Trundle. Okay,
Azir.
they do just lock it. The Trundle's there, one of those AD junglers. Zinzao as well hasn't been banned. It could be a trade of the two potentially.
Yeah.
Jarvan as well, though favouring at the moment in the comps SHG just because of the natural immobility of the Talia, whereas Azir can get out, of course, of the Cataclysm.
Trundle.
Like it.
It's kind of criminal though. Jarvan throws down a Cataclysm. You're telling me that Talia can't grind it like it's a rail and skateboard? Doing some, use it like a half pipe. Just hitting some sick kick flips off the top.
Well, Citrus can have his choice of jungler now if he so chooses. I don't see what else. Okay, Zed. So Zed jungle this time. Is good into the Trundle. Very good into the Trundle. I like the skin too. That's the one I use. Not that I play Zed.
Captain Levi, having held all the Zed appearances so far this year.
Yeah, Citrus's turn now. Seemingly liking his damage dealing assassin-esque AD junglers and Cassante.
Into a Trundle.
I mean, it's fine.
I mean,
it rounds out. If it rounds out the comp, it's good. I mean, you kind of want to have a tank of some sorts.
Yeah.
Being that you do have the Zed in the jungle, the front line isn't going to be very good from the Zed in comparison to the likes of the Pantheons, the Zinzaos that do have items in their kit to help them. Renekton is going to be the selection of Forever into this Cassante. A very even matchup, realistically. No one getting any massive upper hand.
Yep. Renekton, yeah. Look, Forever's been pretty solid. Not overwhelmingly solid, but solid. Second phase, I mean, you're targeting down to the bot lane. Nico.
Yeah, makes sense. Next ban. What will it be? I don't really know, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's just, now it's just personal preference. There's no champ that stands out to me as we need to ban this. Quick.
Yeah, I think support's probably going to cop a little bit more heat this time around.
This pick in particular gets us to Danang.
It's going to be, I reckon, you're probably going, what I thought, Alistar ban, final phase for DFM. Maybe the Real, depending.
What's your reasoning for the Alistar ban? Because I think Alistar is dealt with pretty well by DFM.
I don't know. Okay, Senna makes it. It's just there's nothing that's screaming, oh, this is a must ban.
Yeah, I agree. So it's just personal preference. I don't think there's particularly any one champ that...
Blitzcrank.
No, they have a Cassante.
Oh, dear. That was wild that Blitzcrank was integral to both these teams being the Chiefs.
You might ban Alistar just because Gang tends to fall back to it
that was why I was leaning that direction with Lucian.
And again, it's whatever. It's whatever they don't want to play against. Same as the Senna. I don't even think this is necessarily an amazing Senna look for SHG at the moment, but it might be that they have something planned for their bot lane. The likes of the Xayah Rakan. Although Rakan's gone, so Xayah something.
Kaiser, but Jen, I was...
Oh, dairy me. No, they have a lot of damage. They have a lot of damage.
I wasn't like... I thought that was likely the angle that SHG were going. I just held a prayer that it wasn't. Hey, look, all I can say is at least we haven't seen Jace for a hot minute.
That is true. So, the bot lane now will have to be locked in by DFM.
I mean...
Again, it's just whatever they want. There's nothing screaming OP.
Okay.
And the first weeks of the split was just being blue side first pick game one. Now it's fallen a little bit.
I think it's teams have sort of figured it out.
I also think this is A great game to go Silver when you're against a Nothing Burger champion. And Bard.
Okay. I mean, yeah, look.
Good against the Jin.
Yeah.
Good against Trundle as well. Just generally good against champs that run at you. So
it's not, you know, I mean, it's good. It's not like, oh, this is going to make or break the game. It's kind of yeah, cool, it fits. It's not going to suffer all that greatly. It does the job. And this is just going to be your standard sort of engaged support. Probably an Alistar.
Yeah.
Surprise!
Oh dear. Well, our comps are here. I mean, these are definitely interesting comps.
Okay, I want DFM to win just so he can have some... I want something wild if we go to a game 3. Maybe not wild, just something that we haven't seen for a bit.
What about AD Silas Jungle?
Yeah, no, never again. Bring back the Zeri. We haven't seen Zeri in the LCP in such a long time.
I love watching Zeri. I find Zeri to be such a fun champion to watch. There was also in 2023, like the entirety of the year almost, the meta was Zeri Lulu versus Lucian Nami.
I mean, you look at the likes of the LCK and the LPL, they're like game 1 picking the Zeri Lulu, and there's maybe like a Varus. Yeah, it's a Varus ban.
Yeah.
Like, they're just locking that in.
I do like the Zeri. I also like Lulu. I think Lulu's OP. I think Lulu's disgustingly OP. But it does mean you have to look for other champions that have engaged tools elsewhere in your draft.
Just attack them from the next town over.
You know, some SHG fans.
Inevitable.
Damn, I like that. Ooh, play on words. Skin game, skin game, skin game. I'm looking. I mean, it's. I can't decide on it. I think I'm leaning towards DFM simply because it's the Z skin I use, which is biased. So I can't really call a victor.
I think I use the. It's not Arctic Ops, is it?
No.
It's the one where he's wearing the snow cover.
He's white?
Yeah.
Shockblade. That's the first one he had that came out on release.
Oh, traditional Trundle. Okay.
Bucking the trend once again, Fate, not going for that skinless.
I can't believe that Talia, after all this time, has not had like a skateboarding skin.
Yeah, true. That would be cool.
Well, yeah, like you say, oh, but
Talia Hawk Pro Skater.
Legitimately. Or what's this, Street Demon? It'd just be a Street Demon skin.
You reckon?
I think it would fit the aesthetic.
There's no Street Demon skins though. That was just a TFT trait.
Yeah, but like, add it. Mundo has it, doesn't he?
Nah.
I swear.
He has a car.
He does.
On Corporate Mundo.
Well, maybe it's time. Maybe we need the Street Demons to take over.
We still need that Death Machine Cassante skin. Okay. Well, I mean, this auto tech battle will be won by the Conqueror champion 9 times out of 10. And it was.
Well, Ricochet.
Yeah, does mean some.
Yeah, you're trolling me. Street Demon Mundo is real.
Ah. Are we sure it's not just TFT?
2023.
Oh, there you go.
Jeepers. Currently, it's $9 US.
I don't know what that is in New Zealand's fun money.
A little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone just uses corporate and TPA anyway. There's another one.
Yeah, you really are trolling me. Street Demon Brand, Street Demon Rengar, Street Demon Zyra, Street Demon Briar, and Street Demon Nico.
Oh, no one uses those skins. How am I supposed to know?
Cheapers.
There's a Prestige Nico skin. Everyone's going to go that. Zyra. I mean, she's got so many good skins, actually.
It really does.
Zyra's kind of OP in that regard. It's really hard to miss a Zyra skin, I feel. But I have never seen someone go into a game with the Street Demon Zyra skin.
I've seen Street Demon Mundo and Brand.
I have seen the Brand, now that you mentioned it. I think the Brand is a very common Brand skin. Nice combo from Gang, but doesn't really net them anything in particular. Slight CS advantage, but nothing to write home about.
Speaking of CS advantage, the Z clear.
Yeah, very fast.
Very good. Meanwhile, poor Johan is still smacking away at the woodland creatures.
Yeah, Ivan would not be happy. I miss that champ.
Well, Marble doesn't miss.
Oh, losing the heal. Both teams actually utilizing it. One aggressively, one defensively. Citrus is going to meet Johan here in the river, and Johan will be able to claim himself the Scuttle Crab. Now, pressuring mid, kind of, but more realistically just headed towards the top crab. Junglers in their crabs. I remember, was it, maybe it was like season 7, if I had to guess, where the crab used to spawn at like 1 minute 50. So every single game was Zinzao jungle versus Camille jungle. And what would be the path was red buff into gank mid to try and get the crabs.
Yeah.
Because they were also stronger back then too. They'd give you more XP and whatnot. But a welcome change that the game doesn't now just teeter-totter on the 2-minute mark.
Johan is just being hunted in this jungle.
Already a recall here for Citrus too, so the combat advantage should be in favor of him. Already using that shadow. Citrus, I believe, picking up that, or maybe it was Johan. Flash away, but here comes Evie. Here comes the teleport as well. Citrus maybe, for the second game in a row, overstepping the mark here. Flash available gang coming as well. The whole gang well and truly in the area, and unfortunately for Citrus, he will become but a victim.
And he gives it over to Fate. Citrus is well and truly in the wrong neighborhood.
About the worst person to have possibly picked up that kill, unfortunately, for DFM. Alleviating some of the struggles that Azir has early and gives himself a bit of a boost with 300 extra gold.
Oh. Yeah, it's a... If I had $1 for every time Citrus walked into the enemy jungle and died for first blood, I'd have $2, which is crazy. Not that it's happened twice, but that it happened 2 games in a row.
True. I mean, the right idea, you want to get aggressive in the jungle of the Trundle early as the Zed, especially when you have that advantage.
But not to the Krugs.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit too aggressive in this instance. Ray now level 6, Evie yet to hit it. Partially due to the fact that he did roam to assist his jungler, but now will. Get it from South, and Ray, there's no flash here for the Renekton. Oh, Ray!
He lied. Again.
Oh, unlucky.
Looked cool.
It did. That was me in competitive, the comms. Does your lane have flash? No, it's down.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Jungler, come gank. No flash. No sums. Barrier, flash, heal, all used. Must have just come up. Arya getting targeted down the mid lane, and yeah, will be found. And while Trundle, not the most amazing ganking jungler, and when you are immobile, puts the pillar behind you, forces out a flash. If you don't have the flash, you'll go down. In this instance, does flash and does get swept up by an Azir wall of soldiers.
Oh, hey? Oh, gang. He's such an entertaining support to watch.
He is. He's never afraid to go forward.
He wants to do it again. Unfortunately, he's burdened by cooldowns. He was so... Yeah, see, exactly. That's exactly what I was talking about. He wanted to rip that Beyblade cord.
Marble finding that 4th shot. Citrus in the area on the Z. Does have level 6. Death mark available means a lot of extra damage now given to this assassin.
Okay.
Reaper's wall there. They're looking for Marble. There's flash available for him though, and unfortunately, and he even just with the blue suede shoes able to walk on out of that seismic shot. Okay, Marble. Marble. Okay. That was awfully bold. There's that. The flash will come out. Pillar.
The bite too. So slow into slow. Off the back of the flash. And
some happy faces.
Looks like someone's cool uncle is there watching. He's the fun uncle.
Yeah. Johan as well. Now starting up on the Void Grubs. A game awfully reminiscent now of that game 1. We'll see if they're able to tidy up the mid game a little bit more. Not allow for DFM to have that chance back in as Aria. Oh.
Fate tempting himself there a little bit.
I like that.
Yeah. So did he for a moment. He had the flash too, which would have been crazy.
I don't think he had Q, so...
No, he just used it.
But,
reposition.
You know, threatening. Now, the grubs picked up, just the two of them. More interested to head down to the bottom side of the map, maybe even look for the dragon, of course. More viable. Oh my lord, he's going aggressive to get out of this. No Q available, so he's not able to clear that much distance, but he is able to put Arya straight back into the tower. Everyone's arriving though, shut down, being picked up by Citrus.
Oh, maybe we do get a little of the flair from last time these two teams played off against each other. Yep. I don't know what the heck was going on for Fate there.
Higher octane game this time. Maybe not having the W. Obviously, he's going to get hit by that tempered Fate. I mean, he could have just flashed out immediately. But looking to go aggressively. Saw his team coming, but unfortunately, Citrus was first.
Not even that. He just full sent it with no support.
Yeah, his team was on the way up on the mini-map, so he might have thought they were there first, but Citrus was. Because if somehow Gang and Johan are first to play, then it is Arya that's going to go down. But in hindsight, and with the ability that we have to see the entire map, it's obviously, obvious to us that it was the wrong play. Ray now with a bit of armor is having a pretty good time up against this Renekton, but Evie quickly working his way towards that Black Cleaver will start to have a little bit more power in that 1v1.
Gang wants to do it. He was thinking. So was Fate.
Oh, this is not, ladies and gentlemen, how the Azir versus Talia matchup should be going. But unfortunately, just being gifted that early first blood means he has such a significant advantage in terms of those items that Nash's Tooth already completed for him. I like the dynamic of Ray Farkey versus Evie because almost no matter what, they are just going at it the entire time, every time we see them up against each other.
And they are reasonably evenly matched too.
Yeah.
Or it's time for some bullying.
Oh, yeah, evenly matched until you call your jungler. Can't 1v1 or what. Ray is just going to make his way back towards his tower. Not likely to fall, but a bit of damage, a bit of pressure alleviated.
Just walks up. That's right, let him know. Walks away. You better run.
Oh, disaster. He will be getting hit by some meeps in the base, however.
Got him, and slowed. So all that home guard speed just completely gutted.
It's the small things. DFM actually ahead in gold at the moment, although largely misplaced, unfortunately, where it's kind of on the Cassante, who isn't going to do a whole lot with a gold advantage.
Yeah, and the Sivir, that's just, I think, the nature of farming between the two champions. Sivir's just going to have a little bit easier time collecting that CS than the Jhin, who has to be a little bit more precise. Oh boy.
Doesn't put down the Scattered Earth, so the stun's not there, and Arya loses his flash. Very vulnerable now in this middle lane to that Trundle, Alistair, and the Azir, of course.
Harp on a ward. Yeah, there's a Azir there, buddy. They're looking, but I don't know what for. Okay.
Dang. Snap pull there on the engage, but the Mystical Journey does get him out. Loses a reasonable amount of HP, and here comes Evie as well. So no objective up here, just...
The crab, that is the objective.
We are just fighting for the love of the game, as Gang will always do. Pathmaker used, but the heal gets Gang out of harm's way. Fate goes horribly wide.
Temper Fate was used.
Taken out.
So I think it was he gets caught and tries to make the most of it. That's my call.
We'll see.
Oh, look at the sieging potential of a Jhin.
Arya ulting down as well to make sure no more damage becomes of that tower. But a kill back, so 2-2 the score. Both one away now from securing themselves that feat of warfare. It is, of course, SHG with the lead when it comes to multiplayer. Yeah, but he goes in here.
Yeah, he doesn't have an option.
Oh no, yeah, he gets seismic shoved, never mind. And waste the ult is the main critique there.
Well, his team was topside river, so he was maybe hoping that he clips someone to send to the wolves, so to speak. He does not.
Yeah. I think you can just look at where they are to see you won't.
Yeah.
All right. More threatening. Cosmic Binding does connect, and Gang has lost the vast majority of his HP, and with that, the red buff will be secured by Citrus.
Didn't realise it was James McAvoy Bard. There was a definite deviation in travel for that Cosmic Binding.
Possible David Beckham fan. Will once again locate Johan, and Gang has been topped up in HP, but the Eclipse will remove it once again.
Yeah. Cosmic Binding back up. Karkun just obliterates that mid-wave, as he will continue to do for the rest of the game. And it gets even worse later and later it goes. Oh, Johan walks into it.
Being knocked up, popping the go.
Oh.
Cosmic Binding will be able to connect to the back end of this. Doesn't actually connect with it, but actually no. Does on Johan. The flash away from Gang gets him clear, but another nice kill, and that's the Feet of Warfare picked up by DFM.
Citrus not done, still has the ultimate. They're on a wall.
I mean, DFM doing a good job of playing around the map, following where Gang is going and punishing his aggressive engages.
Yeah, Citrus seemingly having learned his lesson. Just that little bit. Iceborne Gauntlet. 400 gold lead for Ray up in that top lane.
Siva. What a champ. A champ I quite like, actually. Not at this stage of the game. 20 more minutes.
Yeah.
Rift Shield going to be secured by DFM. SHG posturing as if they're going to try and look to contest, but Gang without ult would be a very foolish decision, I dare suggest. But he does go in, and he's going to be cut down extremely low and finished off. Johan running for his life, Heavy popping the dominance, but being stopped by Aria. Fate not able to have much uptime whatsoever with those Sand Soldiers, but now maybe wailing onto Harp's HP bar, not going to be able to find him. I mean, you could see exactly what was going to happen before Gang pressed his W and Q, and exactly what you'd assume did in fact occur. Fate flashes away, still looking for a lot of damage here, does have the Emperor's Divide, but he is almost certainly a goner. Just barely survives, actually. Johan having to flash away as well, has the movement speed. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Eevee has himself a flank. The heal does get Johan clear, but a nice Tempered Fate does lock down Eevee for the time being, and the maneuverability of the Zed does mean he is likely to get away, but the same might not be able to be said for Aria. Maybe he can. He will eventually fall. The Curtain Call helps with that, and Harp as well.
Yeah.
Just barely hanging on.
This is the Dome. Gang is SpongeBob, and DFM is the water. He needs it. He needs it badly, and he will keep sending it until he gets what he wants, or he dies. It has been the story almost this entire year.
Ray all the while just not being there and taking himself a free tower. That's an Noxian Blessings.
That's 1,000 gold lead for Cassante.
And Fate, I mean, yeah, flashes away. It's hard to say what's correct. He does survive here, and Johan has to flash himself. And you think now that with Eevee being in the area, it's a pretty good look for him, but Tempered Fate comes out. He's locked up for too long, and Citrus gets his W back, so he's out of there. Aria as well does get caught by Gang because of that ghost, but still drops down the Scattered, locks down Eevee for long enough. Citrus flashes in to follow it up. And Citrus, once again, the recyclability of these Z spells, when you do go this cooldown reduction orientated build, is very hard to deal with.
Oh, the Trundle Pillar. And he's broken. A complete and utter Rift Herald mental breakdown there. That dude was having an existential crisis. If I am not here to break the tower, what am I? Oh, no.
Gang loses half his HP once again, and Ray actually also having to use that W. He's 1 HP. The Subjugate tearing through all those resistances as Tempered Fate will come out. Johan trying to help Fate survive, and will do so, at least for the time being. Eventually gets himself out. Gang low, but Eevee in the thick of things, right in that back line. Karklin's having to flash away. Curtain Call not there for Marvel, but will be in 3 more seconds. It could be the difference maker, but Ray Farkey with that teleport back in does become that for the side of DFM, as they now take a more significant advantage here.
Now, worth remembering, DFM has not won a game against SHG since the mid-season. They were unable to do it here, and it was only a single game. They've only picked up 2 against SHG this year.
They got 1 win in their last series. It went to 3.
Yeah, no.
They went to 3.
Oh, they did. Okay. That's right, yeah, because it was like 3-8 now, the record. 3-9, technically.
DFM looking to do it once more. Getting themselves this dragon would help in that crusade. Will do so. Fate still up on that top side, trying to get himself as much gold as possible. Gang walks in. Oh, there goes his elf bar. But Ray actually taking a significant amount of damage still. Subjugate, of course, helping out.
Yeah, and then it was just a lot of staunching, a lot of posturing, rumbles in the bus PSG, and then Evie comes in. Unfortunately, his prime target flashes away. Teleport back in. There's nothing that Evie can do at this stage. He's just well isolated. He's been left to his own devices.
Yeah. If Curtain Call was up, maybe that could have been a different looking fight, but it wasn't.
It was literally just coming off cooldown as DFM faded into the mists, unfortunately. Oh, Evie.
Yeah, Evie going to be altered.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's just dead. Pops the Dominus, but will fall. Disastrous slice and dice. Didn't result in any slicing nor dicing, unfortunately, but still, SHG trying to be proactive on the map now, sending Johan up here on that trundle. Will do a good amount to this tower. Getting some gold once again into Fate's back pocket. On this Azir could be a difference maker as this game continues forward.
Absolutely. And that gold lead has diminished somewhat in the top lane, but I mean, the fact that it's still a Kassan take with a lead over enacted is rather impressive. Ori, Flicker Blade down now for Karkun, so those ricochets are going to be almost up perpetually through these fights.
Absolutely. In a really good position here off the back of the Zed. Rough start, of course, getting caught out, but has turned it around well and truly. 1-1 the Dragon score, so if that were to become a win condition, we'd have a long boy on our hands, which has been the tradition of the weekend.
A Dragon every 10 minutes. It's crazy. There's something so satisfying about the attack sound for Kasante.
Yeah, I love that champ. I really do enjoy that champion quite a lot. Just having a tank with playmaking potential is always
crazy
really fun.
Playmaking potential.
Definitely one of the harder tanks in the game. But if you are good at him, as is Ray and Evie both are, you can make him look very, very fun, and indeed he is.
Gang with double buffs.
Yeah, picking them up for himself. I think that's going to be the Sivir ult used for just the pillar of Johan for now. W does connect, but it is a nice spell shield coming out of Karkun that denies this route from landing. Heart posturing, you see him, he's not feeling all that threatened with that mystical journey in the back pocket. Wait, trying to do damage on the back side. It's another root Marble. A lot of damage onto Gang. He's very, very low. Locket's going to be used. He's so low. Marble's caught up in the team, but Fate does have flash for himself if he needs to use it. Oh, Johan will. Marble's still there.
Okay.
Oh, Arya's trapped himself. Arya has locked himself in a cage. He has to put down that wall, will do so, and does get himself clear because of the flash.
Oh, the Cosmic Bind
flash.
flash.
Out the Curtain Call.
That's unlucky, as it was passed over to him. Double it and give it to the next person, says Fate.
Dicey Weaver's Wall. Johan's going to face check straight into the Z. Very low subjugate is going to be there, but he has no flash. He's taken out immediately. Deathmark helping him with that. And Marble on the Jhin can do absolutely nothing. Just watches as both his jungle and support will be taken out in a very rapid fashion.
So Hart drops the journey, and then runs back to the start. He was looking to go for a ride number 2. Yeah, Arya. That was he checked himself into the cycle wood there for a moment.
Khan now will be picked up by DFM. There's no realistic way this could be contested. Evie trying to get some gold for himself, does take down that bot lane outer tower. But DFM, I mean, this LJL derby is always a close affair, and once again it's looking to be here. Evie will get himself away.
Yeah. A little unnecessary on the death mark, but I mean, making sure that Evie dead, not the worst idea.
Fate now on the 2 items. Teleporting in, not willing to give over this Dragon SHG, looking for a fight. They do have pole position.
Oh.
A nice stun from Arya means that headbutt pulverize won't connect, it's just the headbutt. And you see the poke coming out of the Z. Chunking away health bar bit by bit with that Eclipse proc. How do SHG realistically look for these fight? Weaver's Wall, Tempered Fate's fantastic. Yevi popping that Dominus, trying to create some room. Marble's going to flash away, but he's flashed into the waiting arms of Ray Farkey. And you're gone for a ride here, Marble. There's nowhere for you to run. Ray's going to mop him up. Evie on the backside there in the middle of 3, trying to do what he can, but not a whole lot is being done indeed. But Fate coming in, oh, immediately stopped in his tracks, and DFM are rolling over this fight.
And Harp doing his best Crocodile Dundee impersonation. Going for a bit of a hunt. Unfortunately, the slippery Croc dives out to the bot lane. And look, try and get himself away. And again, another chaotic fight that goes the way of DFM. Oh, Johan. They committed so heavily onto Arya, who still survives through all of it and walks himself out. And even sets up for the Weaver's Wall on the backside. I mean, you look at it, Weaver's Wall, the cut-off, the Tempered Fate on top of it, Gang and Johan just beeline towards Arya. They get 2 stuns in on him, but he still sustains through it all, backs away, allows Ray to get into the back line. Johan then turns, Gang turns to try and keep Fate alive, but it's too little too late. Evie's taken so much damage. Fate flashes to death, and death alone.
Yeah. Baron now being started up by DFM. It is known, SHG with a nice ward there. Not going to be spotted by that pink, but will spot the Baron going down. SHG trying to get to the play. Of course, Subjugate is available, but no flash. So Johan's entry to this pit near on an impossibility. Of course,
Tempered
even
Fate
harder
is
by
there.
the fact that Harp is in the area. Tempered Fate is there. Can they cancel the Curtain Call? Not looking to do so for the time being. Curtain Call all but done now as Ray Farkey locked up. Down will go Gang first of all. Fate with that Emperor's Divide shut down, going the way of Marble. It's going to be Harp going down, but Fate falls not so long after. And now Ray Farkey just sprinting at this Jhin, taking absolutely no damage. Johan trying to find his way onto the Z, will not be able to do so. And Johan locked up into that pit, taken out, and that's the Baron. And most likely game 2 going to DFM.
Yeah, I mean, they really cleaned things up coming out of last week. And they're looking very
awesome
good.
Jhin pick. Just really good.
Every time we see it pick, you just feel more and more vindicated.
It just seems so useless.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, I don't know.
I hate seeing it. The lane went fine. Congrats, you're against Sivir. Most lanes will.
It needs to do more than fine, unfortunately. I mean, you look at the Tempered Fate was very, very good here from Harp even. He holds it. He knows full well that this Curtain Call's not doing all that much. He catches Fate and Johan, which delays that Emperor's Divide. All it does is catch Harp and send him to his death. So there is a little bit of revenge off the back of that. Stun threat comes through from Evie. Karkin is just continuously able to keep distance from everyone and anyone on SHG, and then Johan, it's his turn to be put into a box, unfortunately. I have to say, Karkun, despite how shaky the start of the year was, is really come into his own as a bot laner.
Absolutely. Doing a very good job for himself. I will say this series is quickly becoming defined by the junglers. This game, Harp playing phenomenally as well, but the last game, Johan on the Wukong this game, Citrus on the Z, having fantastic games for themselves. Tempered Fate this time does go wide. So not going to have the utility out of that Bard ult, but going to have a lot of damage onto Evie's health bar as they look to take down this inhibitor tower on the bot side. Will take down the inhibitor as well, and then rotate most likely to the mid to do much the same there. SHG not with the tools to really answer. It's a 4-level discrepancy. Get this in this support role.
I mean, it is a Bard. So the chimes do help a little.
Yeah,
and
they're
given
not
the
4 levels.
No, but given the control that DFM have had and the success that they've had. Oh, Gang!
Pulling the trigger, Gang finds his way onto 3, but he will be taken out very, very quickly. Not that strong. The ultimate not really denying that much damage at this stage when you are only level 8. And there's just no damage coming back. Marble is tickling Ray. Fate is tickling Ray. And unfortunately with that, Game 2 will go the way of DFM as they look to finally get revenge on their brothers from the LJL.
Temper Fate off the money. Marble is just dancing and diving. With those minions buffed up and ready to rock. 19-5. 20-5 by the end of it. DFM absolutely run away with the game. And maybe do you want to, hazard a guess as to why that might have been such a struggle in the late game?
Jin just Jin is just so useless. You have a Cassante building full armor because he's allowed to, because that's the main damage that he's ever going to be facing, and a Jin with a Youmuu's rapid fire cannon. Like, what are we? I'm so over this champ. I think it's time we move on to greener pastures, and at least now in Game 3 we will.
The thing that cracks me up the most this year, so I'll be honest, I've had it out for Jace a little bit ever since they nerfed the living heck out of Tank Jace. You've now added Jin, Israel, and Victor to your roster of champions that you just loathe.
No, I'd like Victor, but Victor is like very, very situational. Unfortunately, in any case, Fate, I mean, he tries to do what he can here, and Arya just survives for so long. It's a great punishment on some overextensions time and time again. It's kind of the reverse of what we saw in Game 1, with DFM this time being on the upper hand throughout the duration of it.
I mean, Lodge, Citrus and Heart for me definitely made this game as successful as it was. Even with Citrus losing his damn mind and going for a Jet 2 holiday into, unfortunately, Johan's jungle.
Yeah, Tempered Fate after Tempered Fate. A fantastic game out of Harp this game. I mean, honestly, all of DFM just firing on all cylinders, really. Right? I mean, let's watch Jin. Yeah, nice.
Guys, I just want to play the game. Ray says, not today.
Oh, it also looked like Fate was so close to so many clutch plays, but just never quite able to. And in large, because of that scattered earth, Arya was just on the mark permanently, able to deny that Shurima shuffle because he's just stunned up the second he gets to the end of that dash. And I mean, here finally gets one off, but it's only onto the Harp on Bard. And then let's watch the Jin.
He got the root. That's one. He puts the trap down and he's looking. And the Jin, Curtain Call, just gets immediately cancelled because Citrus is on his face.
Yep. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, realistically, you saw many of the parts there of DFM's draft. I think it's a pretty criminal Jin pick. I always think it is. There are times where it works when you have some longer range AP damage where it's far away. You can sort of set up and use that as your carry champion.
It almost needs to be like a poke artillery comp.
Yeah. You like it with Zyra, you like it with Rumble. Champs that are AP that hit from far away, and if they are stuck in one position, they do a lot of damage to people. But Jin, in a game like this where your only real threat is the Azir, doesn't work that well. But in any case, down but not out now, SHG. It's 1-1. It's another opportunity for DFM to get their first win up against SHG, but it's all going to have to happen after our break.
Waking hard to outrun all the ones that chase. I can't run fast enough, can't pick up the pace. People run towards love, kamikaze craze. Let's be real, some true love is really just a face. Heard it all before, y'all just need a score. Don't want it anymore, can't take it no more. Love a riot doors, yes and I am sure. Because love is war, over and over, baby.
番台北的夏天。
Last time I was in PCS playoffs 2 years ago in Taipei, I came over here and it was very, very hard to compete. I was practicing in OCE for the whole year, and having to come here and level up to play against the teams was very difficult, and unfortunately we didn't perform very well. But now I'm back in Taipei. I love the city, and I think now we're practicing against good teams, we're working together as a team, and we've really, really leveled up. I reckon we'll do pretty amazing this year.
其实当初是没有想要再回来的，是刚好有这个机会所以就来。其实赛区合并整体实力强蛮多的，但是对于第一名来说还是很有竞争。对于礼包吗？这个有办第二次的话，记得再买一次。
Welcome to a new era of League of Legends in the Asia Pacific region. The 2025 League of Legends Championship Pacific, or LCP, introduces an exciting new format that elevates competition like never before. As the season reaches its peak, the teams are divided into the contender and breakout groups based on their mid-season standings. Teams compete in a best-of-3 round-robin with performances resetting the slate. In a group breaker match, lower-ranked contender teams face off against top breakout teams. Winners ascend to the contender group, while losers join the breakout group. Double elimination matches then determine which teams advance to the playoffs. Only the strongest will qualify for Worlds and claim the title of LCP champion. To keep the competition fierce, the LCP introduces a promotion and relegation tournament. Top-performing domestic teams challenge lower-ranked LCP teams for a chance to rise to the elite level.
Throughout the 2025 LCP season, the domestic leagues will be taking place. LJL, PCS, VCS, and other domestic competitions will continue battling for their chance to join the LCP in 2026. The top teams from each league will be included in the promotion and relegation event that takes place in October. The 4 guest teams will have a chance to keep their spot as the regional representative for 2026 by battling the winning team from their home region. Each domestic league will send their champion to fight in the promotion relegation match against the current representative from their league. The LCP Promotion and Relegation Tournament introduces high stakes for guest teams. By the end of the season finals, 2 guest teams may face relegation based on league standings. The first, known as the free-for-all spot, will go to the lowest placed guest team, regardless of their home region. The second, the regional merit spot, considers regional placement. If multiple guest teams share a home region, the lowest ranked among them competes. Otherwise, the second lowest guest team overall will enter the tournament. This is the League of Legends Championship Pacific. This is what we're made of.
And for the final time this week, ladies and gentlemen, we come back, a 3-game series, DFM, SHG, a hotly contested one. Back and forward, we're kind of replicating the successes of each other in the first and second games. Now it's all going to come down to this. Can DFM finally get their win up against SHG?
Yeah. I mean, look, that was an incredibly good game, especially out of Ray. He played, I mean, look, he played a good Rumble game, but the Casante just looks leaps and bounds better. He absolutely dominated that 1v1 matchup with the Renekton, and then as soon as it came to team fight time, he was an absolute nuisance. SHG will have blue side. Surprise, surprise. Actually, no, there is zero surprise at the moment. We're sitting around a 54% blue-sided win rate, so it has sort of fluctuated on either side of that midway line.
Elation here in the LCP English studio too, because not only is Jin gone, but Israel as well.
Yorick's still available.
We're going to get champions that actually deal damage in this game, in the bottom lane, in theory.
Well, there you go. So because it was such a slow dragon game, Cloud just edging out Chemtech by 1.
Oh, well, we'll see what it is after this. Champion select should get underway very shortly. I mean, what do you look towards? There is still a lot available, and it's hard to tell until the bans come through. I mean, Yunara's going to be removed, Varus is going to be removed. So far, we've seen the Pantheon Vi being targeted out. The Xin Zhao still remains available. There's the Sejuanis, the Maokais are up in this draft.
I want to see something a little bit more fun. I mean, look, I enjoyed the Citrus set, barring that first interaction.
Talon jungle.
And by fun, I just mean different. Not even like, it doesn't even have to be that fun, just something that is a little bit different.
Mordekaiser.
AD Mordekaiser jungle.
Experimental hex plate.
Yeah, it's some crazy tech, honestly.
I think if they give Evi his Yorick, Ray just goes Mordekaiser. Because the Maiden becomes left alone. And Yorick is kind of a sitting duck. You just whack him with your experimental hex plate.
Well, we're about to find out. Nico, Varus, Gwen, going to be taken away. I can't remember what this usually was, but...
You know.
That's right, okay.
And then it was Pantheon and Vi.
Yeah.
Xin Zhao's still open.
Pantheon. Vi. Crazy.
Or Xin, but then Vi's open.
Yeah, you just trade them.
Or you leave both of them open, ban something else, and you get the other one. Yeah. I don't know what you banned though. Whatever.
Yorick.
Scion?
It has been Yorick actually first phase.
No.
Against Evi. Is there really that much concern about the Yorick? Yeah, okay, apparently there is.
Yep, get rid of it. Not yet willing, Ray, to lock in the Aurelia or the Mordekaiser.
Well, I mean, look, Lucian first round. We did just have old Skimmy given the rundown on the promo relos and having a look at some of the games that are being played in the, from the different regional leagues coming towards that promo relos tournament. There are some interesting picks.
There is.
Including, I can't remember what region it's from, but the Aurelia one trick, whose name is literally Aurelia.
Yeah. He used to play in the PCS.
Yeah.
I know him very well. And interestingly enough, their league wasn't fearless, so he was able to just pick what he wanted when he wanted. Very good player, Aurelia. Actually was playing the PCS from the Philippines at the time. So he was on, I don't know what ping they get. I imagine I would guess 50-ish.
Yeah.
While everyone else is...
Not an insubstantial amount.
While everyone else is sitting there on 0.
Oh, we're going Stackosaurus for DFM.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it.
No, neither. We've seen a decent amount of success out of the center.
Now, I don't want to play favorites, but I do somewhat hope DFM win, just because it would be cool to see them actually finally, rise up after being so close so many times to take down SHG.
Lucian, Rel, Vi. Yeah. Okay.
And ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to Xin Zhao in the jungle for Citrus.
Let me introduce you to SHG's drafting strategy, which is how can we most make it suck to be a bot laner? Vi.
True.
And then Rel. Aurora, okay. Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean...
It's not a Veigar, but I suppose.
Yeah, Arya, time and time again, has shown his proficiency on the champ. It's not the easiest to match into, so now mid lane bans would make sense. Annie, Rise stick out to me as two of the commonly picked champs that still remain available.
Ari,
yeah, pairs
with the Vi. It also hasn't seen a huge amount of play recently.
No, it certainly hasn't.
Poppy, yeah, I don't know if you're getting all that. Yeah,
You're getting a lot, actually.
Yeah, you are.
It would be a crazy Poppy game.
Yeah, would be.
Last ban now to come through for DFM. Last ban of the week. What do we have? Annie. So Rise feels like it will be the pickup for Fate if I had to hazard a guess.
Yeah.
And on the other side of things, just choose your pick of which support you want to ban. Or the Zinzao.
Nautilus. Yeah, okay.
Okay, lock in the Zinzao. The jig is up.
Zinzao and probably not the Leona. I mean, Time Kench center.
Yeah, Time would be really good.
Yeah, I think there's just no reason not to.
Time would be very
I think
good.
you just take the Time here, honestly. And realistically, for SHG, Shen would not be the worst.
I think you may as well take your jungler.
Yeah.
You may as well keep support blind pick alive.
Talon.
Oh, I called it!
Yeah.
I called it!
Zed Talon. What a series from
Here
Kristen. We had the 80 Silas last night and Talon making his way through tonight.
I called it. Now, I mean, that is a prophecy called.
Yeah.
I'm tooting my own horn here, but that's kind of crazy.
Mordekaiser, you called that too!
Oh my lord! Well.
Manifest destiny, and okay, yeah, then Victor.
Damn it!
It's something that you guys sometimes miss. We get to the studio, we chat about the game, and this man has just been on a tirade against Victor for the last 48 hours, and it is purely off the back of a single game. I think it was out of the OPQ that you watched. You're like, why in the world? And Blitzcrank.
Oh, this is good.
I asked for this. I have been rewarded.
We've got a heater. Now there is the one problem I see is Harp strolling along. He's got his Blitzcrank hook out, hits Evie, then ults Kakun and slaughters him. So we've got to watch out for that.
Or Rel and then Magnet Storm. So yeah,
it's not. Last time Harp picked the champion, it was a very easy Blitzcrank game where you could hook literally anyone and it would be successful. This game there are some grenades.
And the last time that Gang had a Blitzcrank picked into him, he kind of ruined the Chiefs with an Alistar pick.
That is true.
Oh, look, I wanted it. Ending the week, final game of the night. It's been a bit slow going, honestly. It's been building up, and I think this is just exactly what we needed to round out this series.
For sure. I'm excited to see what the build is here for the Mordekaiser. Obviously now on this patch has gained 80 scaling on the Q, so you do have some funny builds where you can go the likes of the Warlord's Bloodmail, for example, or the Spear Shojin, as well as, of course, the Experimental Hexplate. Experimental Hexplate would be very much relying on your ult quite a lot, looking for those 1v1s. Has gone that you can't respawn your teammate anymore in Arena.
Yeah. San Uzal. And then we've got I'm a Real Boy Scion in the top lane as well.
Yeah. Okay, that is kind of crazy that I somehow called the Talon and the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, that was very impressive.
Yeah. That's wild. Again, it's just a fluke.
Speaking power to truth.
That's right. Manifesting.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Good, the energy still up in the arena. I did take a look at the skins. You see there, Marble winning out in that 80 carry matchup, but it's the correct Talon skin. And I mean, I can't remember what the Victor skin is now.
Creator Victor.
Ooh, see, I'm a big fan of Death Sworn, personally.
Minions have spawned.
I mean, look, it's Victor. He always looks pretty cool. Unfortunately, he's kind of a hard champion to do anything gimmicky with.
On Victor?
Yeah.
You kind of just shoot a laser and cue someone auto attack. Job done. At the start of the lane, though, very, very egregious to deal with. So much power in the isolated level 1 trades. Essentially 2 abilities in one. But Aria catching him with that Q, gets the electrocute proc. Trading well.
Yep.
I kind of just want Talon to be on my screen. If I had to be honest. I'm very excited to see...
He's just jungler.
Talon jungle. Yeah, but like I'm not talking about right now.
Yeah.
Gang unfortunately not connecting with that crash down. And,
minion secured.
On the other hand, being really, really generous and helping Karkun secure that minion.
Yeah. And was rewarded with a soul as well.
Yeah.
So.
Possibly part of it. Maybe how the interaction works.
Yeah, selfless plays. Rewarded. Again, manifest destiny. Unfortunately, it is just going to be a very slow early game, barring Harp. Okay, never mind. I'm right.
Oh,
okay.
All right. Okay. I think you lied to us.
As Andre 3000 said, all right.
There we are, the backflips. There we go.
Again, another champion that would really benefit from a skateboarding skin.
Yeah. Johan.
Or actually, no. Okay, so we both talked about The Office. Talon needs a Michael Scott parkour skin, and he just yells parkour every time he jumps over something.
Well.
Parkour.
He's yelling parkour straight into the jungle here of Johan. Actually going straight for the gank. Marble. Oh, what a flash! And Citrus. He's making the Talon work.
Oh, my lord. Citrus is genuinely breaking ankles right now.
He was not prepared for that. But he is prepared for dinner. Classic New Zealand ad.
Jeepers, that's
most people will not understand.
That has not been a thing for a good long while.
But
chicken tonight.
Everyone knows it. I mean,
parkour.
Some of the egregious things you can do on Talon is just be in these weird places.
But this was so clean. Out of the crash down. Hook comes in to follow.
First blood for the Talon. And his first showing here in the LCP. Oh, I like the Citrus guy. I like him a lot.
I like both him and Johan have been very impressive.
That's true. Johan does traditionally play more standard junglers, though. You know, we're not getting the Talon out of him.
Yeah, he hasn't got that diva in him.
He might. Who knows? Now that it's been shown, maybe other teams are like, wow, look at this gank angle that literally only Talon could have found.
I'm only concerned that diva might mean AD Silas jungle again, so please no. The inevitable lull.
Yeah, we're just waiting. Both supports here, hovering in their mid lane, now headed up to the top side. Of course, lane swap did come through. Karkun now up there.
I believe it is looking like it is going to be the AP Mordekaiser, though.
I mean, you can't really tell at this point. You're always going to start with a Doran's ring.
Yeah, no, but the Ruby Crystal...
Which builds into every single AP cruiser item in the game.
Yeah, I suppose. Would have said more to me that it's going to be a potential Haunting Guys angle. Oh!
Nice hook.
And Root.
Going to be there. Should be able to get out. I mean, not the highest amount of damage on the center at this stage of the game, especially with the slingshot.
But you're still hitting him for half HP there.
Yeah, I think Karkun probably most interested in the stack. Great stack.
Yeah, but... Oh, right. Okay. Fair enough, Citrus.
Aggressively now onto that bot lane. Evie still not level 6, so it is a potential angle, but I think they might have just caught this Talon walking down the ward there.
There you go. Yeah. Again, Harp's going on a bit of a tiki tour. Again, another New Zealand reference that the international community may not get.
The unfortunate thing about our geolocation is that there are quite a lot of funny references, but literally only if you're from New Zealand.
That's why people didn't like Thor Love and Thunder. Because they don't understand New Zealand humor.
Yeah.
For us, it was a brilliant movie. For the Americans, they didn't get it.
You should. If only they could have seen how the Hobbits liked it.
Oh yeah, they loved it. You can fit a crazy number of them in a movie theater too.
Yeah. Yeah, cinemas do
2
quite
to a
well,
seat,
yeah.
sometimes 3.
Really getting the most usage out of those theaters, really.
Unfortunately, they do eat a lot, so popcorn was a bit of an issue. Never run out at a theater before.
Citrus and Johan once again meeting there. Now, I will say, in terms of picks into the Talon, Vi is reasonably good because he can flip all he wants, but if you press R on him, he is going to get CC'd. I mean, that can often also be your demise as a Vi.
X-Flash. Yeah. And again, you are going to hit those lull periods pretty consistently with the LGL teams. And then suddenly action.
We're here for the action.
Yeah. And parkour.
Okay, Citrus is here, level 6 as well. Going to have everything up and available, and that is yet another kill. Hart this time. Feels like he earned it.
He's the carry now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if there was one way to get your first win against SHG, Talon jungle would be one hell of a way.
Yeah.
It's a solo queue classic, the Talon jungle. Johan waiting.
There's the cease and desist. This is interesting. In terms of tempo, this game is very bizarre, where it's just very sporadic but highly intense bursts of action.
Well, Johan at least going to be able to pick up these
Oh, that's a decent CS gap in the top lane.
Yeah, Ray doing a great job. Possible that the lane swap just favoring him pretty highly. So Ray's going to ult back to the wave. Dragon maybe being picked up by Citrus.
Okay, well,
yeah,
okay. With the blasting wand, it is definitely an AP mod.
Yeah, I think it will be turning into a Rylai's.
I would imagine with the giant spell.
Yeah. All right.
Unless there's like some big game, big brain gambit, and actually it's a heart seal and then an ashes.
I would be absolutely floored.
Much like the Sunday Sky Shojins into a Riftmaker.
If that was to become true, I would start to think that our mics might have some voodoo control. After the Talon Mord picked up, and then if it somehow turns into Heartsteel.
That voodoo that you do so well. The Caster's Curse is a real thing. People just don't understand. Like, we joke about it, but it is very real, and it is very dangerous. Especially if you have any vested interest in any team. Because we will ruin that for you.
Oh, it's so criminal how often that is the case.
Every time a caster says that T1 is such a good team, not only does an Angel get its wings, but they then lose a game.
Now, slower paced, although it's about to explode. Johan finds his way in, but the knock-up's there. The flash, cease and desist, keeping that vision. Did gang, means Johan able to find passage onto that center and just annihilate. Take down Karkun. A good pickup as Marble will claim his first of the game.
2 flashes, though, for that. They do get both summoners out of Karkun, but Johan... Oh, Citrus. Scraps on the table. At least you get...
Oh, no! Oh, dear!
Oh, buddy. He does get it, okay. He avoids the embarrassment.
Oh, dearie me.
The worst bit is, you know for a fact that if that had reset, that would have been a highlight at the end of the game.
Yeah.
That was so clean from Gang.
Yeah, just so great. And Hart does his best to stop any further movement, but Gang stays within that shroud. That means that as soon as Johan's freed up, flash, cease and desist, and it's all a done deal. So 1 kill now on the board for SHG. Gold in favor of DFM, which is exactly what you desperately need if you have a Talon. Fate does have flash. The hook lands, though. He's not going to be able to use it. And absolutely bounding over comes Citrus to claim that for himself.
The old Alistar flash ult approach. I rate it. It was good. Stops any chance of Fate shenanigans. Gets the hook and the knock-up just for good measure.
There you go. Talon 2-0-1, but Karkun, he's being pressured a lot. Johan's going to be sitting on a ward, though, so backing out well outside of range at the moment is Karkun, and respectfully so.
After last night, there is no cease and desist, mind you.
There is a horse champion, and horse champions are OP.
Marble.
Hook.
Oh, boy.
Dear. Oh, no, and Arya's here. Gang is going to try and turn around. The culling's great. The culling's really great. And annihilating once again. Kakun just absolutely culled off the map.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. Very unfortunate, in fact. No between worlds. If that was there, likely Gang dies before he has the chance to turn it around.
Look at the gap in the jungle.
Well,
as we've all come to know, Talon, one of those apex tiers of junglers. Currently sitting 2-0-1, up a substantial amount of CS. Has the Dragon as well to his name. That does also, by the way, mean Cloud Dragon has edged out by 2 now. So all this game relies on is the 1 and 4 to be rolled.
Buddy, what did we just talk about? The cast is good. Okay, well, welcome to Chemtech Soul number whatever.
Ivy and Ray going hammer and tongs, but Citrus again able to just leap over that wall and claim yet another one for his team. Ray collecting the gold on this occasion.
But Ryla's done though. No, I think it's going to make all that greater difference with the Hollow Radiance online.
Will help against the likes of Senna. There, Ivy popping that Death Realm onto Ray, and Ray being an absolute mega tank is not going to feel all that much pain, I suppose. Oh,
Hex Flash.
Citrus in the area this time, so it's a little bit more scary for Johan to look for these aggressive plays when the Talon is around. 1k advantage to him as things stand. He's looking towards his red buff, but Johan's looking to deny it. Cease and desist is there, but Citrus can create a gap over that wall. Will do so. Hook even connects here on to Gang. Is there going to be any looks for a fight? The hook does go wide. Gang trying to run away. A lot of slows, a lot of damage. One more auto. You leap.
Give him the biz.
And another one. Citrus on the board for a 3rd time. If you're ever running from a Talon and there's walls nearby, you're kind of just delaying the inevitable.
Absolutely, just full send. 1,300 gold on the Talon. And this could very quickly be a rough game to be Illusion.
And I am unfortunately noticing a trend with this champion Victor and his inability to do anything.
I don't hate Victor, he says.
No, again, it's just a compositional
yeah.
thing. It's fine. It's not the worst this game, but there are just better champions. Dragon, number 2.
Karka, that's the second soul I've seen him miss in as many minutes. Not maximising efficiency.
Now we get to find, is the Cloud Dragon going to reign supreme?
Chemtech.
And the Chemtech Dragon.
It is! This game hates you.
So now, I mean, the dragons need to actually be taken, but assuming 2 dragons fall down, Chemtech will rule the rift of the LCP.
That's what the C in LCP stands for. Chemtech. League of Chemtech Pacific.
Oh dear. Rift Shield up and available. Citrus finds himself with a 2-level lead. Well versed on the Talon, bringing it to the competitive stage. And I would have to imagine the first Talon jungle of Tier 1 play of the year 2025. May even be more years than 2025.
Okay. Shield cut, the next in line for Citrus.
Yeah, I guess there's a couple shields. Interesting for sure. Obviously they have the Vi, the Victor, the Rel, the Maud. Not
any more champions you want to, you know, spout off?
Nah, Lucian, he's barrier. So yeah, I guess all 5 have a shield. All right. Harp, if he lands a hook onto Gang again, it has gone well for the most part. It's really just the Maud you're most scared of. Depending, of course, on where Kakun is positioned. Rift Herald being taken out. Evie not there, has teleport. We can join and will be using that teleport as we see, but the Rift Herald at least first does go down, and Gang has been one shot. Gang does find a way in though, but down he goes. A lot of damage coming back. Johan in the thick of things, and Citrus, he's so low, he does finally fall as Evie will claim the shutdown on this occasion, flashing over the wall as well, but Ray Farkey waiting there is going to claim that name for himself.
Oh!
And Harp will land the hook. down goes Marble, and it could
Does he get his one? No.
That finally DFM have found themselves in a favourable position in Game 3 against SHG.
And this, unfortunately, could also be the ringing of the death knell for the Chiefs, unfortunately. Just makes it that little bit harder to avoid finishing in 8th place.
Yeah, I mean, they can still beat DFM, and the head-to-head would be in their favour, but regardless, again, Hooking Gang, only slightly do they not have enough
that's
damage.
Crazy.
He does turn it around, and luckily, Citrus, yeah, he goes invisible, but Evie's able to finish him off. Big shutdown going over to this Mordekaiser, and a lot of impact going to be needed out of him, but flashes over the wall, and Ray, simple as can be, takes that one, but here it is,
Harp.
the flash hook, deadly accurate.
Up again. Stunned out to oblivion.
Tempting fate a little bit was Harp. DFM Elation.
No. Fate was running for his life.
Elation in the DFM camp.
Oh boy.
Justifiably so, and Victor looking really strong.
Oh no!
Victor's looking amazing right now. Down he goes. Oh, unfortunate. I mean, a good look there. Again, Citrus just able to be everywhere at once on this Talon. Already making it to the mid-wave alongside Harp. Gonna drop that Herald, look for some damage here onto the mid lane, outer tower.
And just healed all the way up. Into the tower, and dead tower.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while. I mean, the problem is Lucian is not a champ particularly good. Hold on. Oh, does go wide this time. Smite from here, gets rid of the Herald, but my lord. He may not ever kill, but boy oh boy is he doing some damage.
It's a 1.5 item. Aurora. Oh no. He got did dirty.
Yeah. Oh, he's just yeah, he's pretty done deal there. In fact, the fact he survives impresses me a little bit. Of course, helped out a little by that Rod of Ages, but does fall. This Victor's going to take a long time to scale into the late game now, just being put further and further behind.
What are we at? 50 stacks now. Pikakun. I mean, it's crazy. You look at the damage numbers from SHG, and they are well losing this game.
Yeah, Vi. Vi, oh Vi.
That has all just been cease and desist damage.
Pretty much. Got a crit probably from Sundered Sky.
I don't know if the Sundered Sky has... it definitely would have been involved in a fight, but...
Yeah.
But to be fair, no. So he had it. He cease and desist Citrus, and then Citrus ults, and then Johan dies. So I'm not sure if he has actually had that much uptime with it.
Okay, Evie's here to start off this fight. We'll see if that makes a big difference for SHG. Fate trying to utilize this Victor kit to establish some zone control. In comes Aria though. Citrus straight onto Fate. Nice gravity well. Does stop Citrus in his tracks, but the damage is already being done. Marble down. Gang also gonna fall as Citrus. He is just completely zoning the rest of the team, and Evie down and out. The flash away. There's no tower, and Citrus will be jumping back to freedom. Unfortunately for SHG, their perfect record up against DFM more than likely to fall.
That's a rough shout-in, especially when things are going as well as they are for DFM. Chemtech, what a dragon. And they just take the outer count, justifiably so. Evie's not going to be out of there and get there and remove Citrus from smiting it away. And there is just no will to throw away lives to contest it.
Yeah, and you're seeing, well, I mean, in these fights, right, Citrus isn't actually doing a whole lot in terms of that damage. He gets onto Fate. Fate uses absolutely everything to try and save himself, and then just jumps away, and this is a distraction he
watch
uses.
This, Evie, Death Realm's Harp. Like, of all the people in this team fight that you want, and look, he just doesn't hit anything because Harp is so quick.
Oh dear. Maybe he should have gone experimental X-Blade and auto-attacked him. I'm just saying.
I think realistically, that's probably not the worst idea. Hardcore.
Harp not even having to use flash.
Off a cliff.
Yeah. There is scaling on the side of SHG. Mordekaiser, as well as, of course, Victor, does scale to become very, very strong, but for the time being...
And the stronger DFM gets, the stronger Evie gets.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in theory, it's, yeah.
To an
theory.
extent.
In the death realm, and if he kills someone in the death realm, but...
Which he couldn't even kill the Blitzcrank, so...
Yeah, not looking good. He could kill the Senna, and that will give him damage on his Q now.
Riftmaker there.
Oh, I like it. Karkun not going this Mosquito build. Going for the Black Cleaver here, amplifying a bit of damage. It's going to help out his Talon. It's going to help out the Scion minimally. But then comes Citrus again. He's got the shield as well. You can't even ult this guy. Straight in there. Going to ult Harp again. Does manage to get rid of a lot of that damage, but he is almost just certainly falling immediately after his Karkun.
Yeah, the team is like, no thank you. SHG just turns tail and runs.
Yeah.
1-4-0 for Heavy this game. Rough.
Fortunate for them, but again, while, you know, not trying to take sides, it is really good to see the growth of DFM. The fact they've finally got themselves into a position where they realistically should just be taking the series. Of course, still got to get it done. It's not over just yet. Evi's not going to be at this fight, but Gang's still going to pull the trigger straight onto Arya, straight onto Harp, but he's just a sitting duck down. One shot, absolutely annihilated. Ray Faki taking out this tower and tanking it up happily. Will get it reasonably low, but not low enough to be under any real threat. As Marvel can't even find any damage onto Arya there, but does manage to survive alongside Fate and Johan still. Complete annihilation across the Rift, going the way of DFM, and continues to do so.
I mean, the wildest part is this SHG draft. You have two champions that can literally, while not for a significant amount of time on the side of Johan, take two champions out of a fight. And they just, it doesn't matter. Citrus is just so huge, and as a result, the rest of DFM is snowballed to a point where no matter who you pick, this fight is going their way.
Absolutely. It's so mobile. Nowhere on the Rift is safe. If someone's in a lane, then Citrus you can probably assume is there. Gang, it's 4v5, he pulls the trigger. It's never going to be a winning fight. Honestly, not even sure what the thought
so cleanly. Well, he stops Fate from moving forward with the Decimatic Smash, and then follows it up with the ultimate. And then, so any forward momentum from SHG to try and assist Gang was completely nullified.
I mean, I just think that's the reality that the situation was always going to be.
I mean, this bleed is now getting a bit egregious from Citrus. He's got the Edge of Night as well.
You know, I'm quickly realizing tonight is just the worst night to be a Chiefs fan.
Yeah.
Because not only does this, you know, they lost to PSG and hold up, another fight, Harp pop in the nose, stunts miss on the hook, and this might be Harp going down. Flashes away, manages to get out, and in goes Ray Faki, and out goes Gang. Evie trying to run for his life, Citrus on the back.
Oh, no.
Down to Marble, but there's an interception. Johan able to peel for his 80 carries. Evie has to flash away, will dodge the hook while doing so.
Fate, meanwhile, is at least trying to find something. Gets the tier 1 in the bot lane. Doesn't really make much of a dent.
No, got a gold for him, but I mean, he alongside Arya aren't really carrying.
Oh, that's not the target you're looking for.
Oh, Johan, there's 4 people still there.
This is a 5-0 and 6 Scion, by the way. The champion who is literally designed to die has not yet. Oh.
Out of mana now. Arya's not going to actually be able to do a whole lot, but what I was going to say is not only.
Okay.
Oh, okay, Baron time.
On spawn.
It's just theirs. And with this Baron, what I was going to say is even more true is not only did the Chiefs lose to PSG, but also the only team that is down here in the breakout group that isn't partnered has also won their series. As Ray Faki's teleport just got cancelled by Baron. Baron has cancelled the Scion's teleport. This could be an avenue, and at least it should stop the scaling. They are going to pick that up, but what do they have to pay for it? Marvel gets the last hit there. Evie most likely will fall. Gang already falled in this. Actually, they get the dragon, but it might just cost them the game. Citrus already made it from the Baron down here, straight onto Fate, able to jump over the wall, able to take out Fate in a matter of seconds. The flash is there. The bleed is also there for the Talon, but only just narrowly surviving will be Fate on the victor.
I mean, the one saving grace is Evie did not ult Harp, so an improvement. Realistically, I don't think there is a good target other than Harp, which is saying a lot in the current state. Surely this game drags out to one more dragon. Get those Chemtech numbers back up.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Everyone loves the Chemtech soul.
Whether you want to or not.
Yeah, actually crazy just how many of them we've had. I willed this one into existence, though.
Yeah, you did. Unfortunately, your powers of manifestation work for both good and evil.
Wait, does this mean the deserted island thing?
Well, I mean, look, Israel and Jin in their current state speak for themselves.
Can you imagine 1 week we just come in, we're about to cast some good games of the LCP, and we find out there's a game-breaking bug on both Israel and Jin. Oh, oh, that would be the week.
Those champions are never going to break the game.
Yeah. The kits aren't funky enough. You need the champs like Silas and Viego.
I'm sure they're like, yeah, no, it's all right. Riot are just going to start implementing Jungle Jin. And that's when his crit works much the same way as Silas does and just goes absolutely stratospheric. What's that? You got crit for 47,000 damage? Wild.
All right. Baron push, 58 seconds left. The hook could seal the deal. Gang's going to get hooked up. He's going to have to try and turn it, but he's knocked up. Can he find an avenue in? No, he's going out. He's going down. Citrus there waiting. Kakun gets the kill.
Oh, that's...
SHG in the back room. DFM, they can start feeling elated. This could be the game. This could be finally DFM finding their first series win against SHG. And it will be. It's been a long time coming. 3 splits, 4 head-to-heads, and the 5th will get it done. Only left is Marvel against 3 members of DFM, and 20 seconds left of this Baron. Kakun will have some damage to take down these towers. 1 hook would seal the deal. 4 seconds left on Gang. There's a very slight chance. Can SHG mount the defense? Ray is hitting the tower. Gang is going in. Marvel's doing the damage. That's 1 kill. One kill answered back. Marvel gets hit. Marvel's trying, but Marvel is down. And Johan 4 seconds away is the last hope of SHG. But Ray is such an insurmountable health bar.
He's got no cease and desist.
Kakun will finish it, and DFM will get their win against SHG.
Citrus playing a hell of a series. He was thrown into the thick of it in the season finals, joining this DFM roster. And the investment from DFM has paid off in a big way.
What a game. We got the Mordekaiser, we got the Talon. After seeing that, I know which one I'd prefer to have on my team.
It's because it wasn't 80 Mordekaiser, let's be honest.
True, but Citrus, I mean, he does a very unique clear. No one's ever predicting Talon to clear his top 3 camps, recall, and just beeline it to bot. Finds the kill on Marble after a nice flash away from the crash down, and it was all up and up there for DFM. SHG, on the other hand, they're going to be competing, trying to get for that 5th spot. No, 6th. 6th seed is the best they can now hope for heading into the playoffs. And DFM, they'll go up against PSG, and they'll have an opportunity to try and take that 5th seed down in the breakout group.
I mean, that's just absolutely astounding.
Look at the emotion. The coach behind... literal tears. It's been such a long time coming. It really, really has.
Up until this point, only being able to take down the Chiefs and finally proving that they aren't just that one-trick pony.
It's been so close so many times for this team. It really, really has. They've gone head-to-head. This is, I believe, their 4th head-to-head, actually. Maybe 5th. It's 4th or 5th, but either way, every single one has gone so, so close. It was a 3-game series, a 2-game series that was close, and then a 3-game series until now. Finally, they get that 3rd game across the line. And what better way to do it than bring out something a little unique? You said you wanted it. I said I wanted the Talon. Well, we both got what we wanted.
Yeah, it's... look, Citrus puts on a clinic on the Z jungle. He then says, you know what? I'll do it again. And brings it out with the Talon. I mean, that was crazy stuff. And believe it or not, you would be correct. The first major region appearance of the Talon, regardless of role.
Highlights. Surely, I mean, Harp's going to get, yeah, Harper's going to get the MVP, actually. Citrus or Harp, it's either one of the two, but Harp lands so many crucial hooks. And also just completely moonwalking on Evie, who just had it out for him with those death realms.
I don't know, it's hard to tell us the replay. I think it is going to be Citrus. I mean, between... Oh, no, okay, there you go. Look, both of them had claim to it.
Game as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was just so clean.
They were the two best players in this series. They were the best performing players in this series, which is not typical of DFM. Typically, you come in, if they find a win, it's like, wow, Aria has absolutely popped off. This series, everyone in Game 2 doing their job. Here in Game 3, it's kicked off by Citrus, and it's finished by Harp.
Yeah, just phenomenal stuff. And believe it or not, so first talent in the Tier 1 region, only the second of the year, including regional leagues.
Wow.
So it just has barely made its way through. And I believe it was in Europe, it was where it was played.
A lot of regional leagues in Europe, so it would make sense. But yeah, highlight reel after highlight reel. Harp starts every single fight hooking gang. And again, there is like literally one bad target, and that is Evie. So as long as he doesn't hook Evie, fights more than likely will go positively. And unfortunately, again, it's another game where I don't hate the Victor the same way I don't like the Jhin and the Ezreal, because Victor does scale very well and becomes a very, very strong champion. But in the nature of what League of Legends is like these days, right? You're getting these junglers, and this one's a bit weird with the Talon, but like the Pantheon, the Xin Zhao's, the Vi's, there is a lot of early fighting, and that is just not where Victor thrives. He can make it work sometimes if his lane is really good, and he can always just have such dominant lane phases that you can be the only mid laner at the fight. But if there's two mid laners equally matched at the fight, he genuinely does suffer. And that is kind of what we saw time and time again. He's not getting a lead against the Aurora, and so Aurora's just so much more effective.
Yeah, I mean, Harp literally moonwalks all over Evie. Twice. He's about to do it again, unfortunately. Okay, we're just ignoring that, and I think justifiably so. He gets completely left by SHG down that bot lane. And yeah, DFM playing some of the cleanest League of Legends they have played all year.
Absolutely. And that's one thing as well, like, just because Gen G and T1 are picking these, you know, certain junglers or certain champions doesn't mean you have to as well. PCS last year, one of my favorite teams, DCG, they would just play whatever they felt like, and they made it work. They came out above CFO, above PSG, as first out of the regular season by just playing their style of League of Legends. And I'm hoping, if nothing else, that DFM take away from this series, that they don't have to conform to what the meta is. They can define it. They can create their own looks. They're not going up against these unbeatable champions. If you're able to find these unique looks, which they were able to do here in 2 of the games, you can find success.
Yeah, I mean, it was very, very impressive. You know, just, again, finding their tempo, which we have been begging for the longest time, for this DFM roster to find that identity.
Absolutely, and our matches are set, of course, for next week. Well, the start of next week. We're going to kick it off up again in that contenders group. We're going to have CFO up against GARM, followed by... Well, actually, no, we're kicking off with PSG, DFM, and then followed by CFO GARM to find out who will be coming out of their given groups at what seed heading into the playoffs, and then following that on the Saturday, the other 2 teams. Now I've forgotten. It's just gone. Just disappeared from me.
Well, there's only 8 teams, so you know, it can only be one of a few.
So it would be Chiefs versus SHG and GARM. No.
He's getting there.
Yes, GARM.
Almost.
No. Team Secret Wales Vikings. Team Secret Wales Vikings is actually always my favorite head-to-head, so that is a banger on Saturday for sure.
Absolutely. Look, given the expectations coming in tonight, I can safely say that I was very surprised and a bit of both good and bad. First series, a little bit disappointed in the way that things panned out for the Chiefs, because they really were in with a grin, and then DFM come out with one of the most entertaining games 2 and 3 I think we've had.
Absolutely, but that is the week done and dusted. Another great week of the LCP, and we get ever so closer to going to Da Nang for that grand finals. But of course, we have more League of Legends in store for you next week, kicking off on Friday, seeing both groups in action. But until then, I bid you a farewell.
I'm reminded every day I'm not a normal person, but what is that anyway? The more I try to fit in, the further I'm pushed out. The more I try to be like them, the more I have my doubts. But I'm a normal person, I'll only mess it up. But now I'll tell that bitch inside my head to keep it shut. You do you, and I'll be free. Who decides what's normal in a personality? I'll be me, feel free to disagree, but God was not mistaken when it came to making me. So, what's a normal person, and who are we to judge? If I am on the spectrum, then you are too, my love. 'Cause we are all peculiar in all our little ways. If I am not what you are, then that doesn't make me crazy. You do you, and I'll be free. Who decides what's normal in a personality? I'll be me, feel free to disagree, but God was not mistaken when it came to making me. You do you, and I'll be free. Who decides what's normal in a personality? I'll be me, feel free to disagree, but God was not mistaken when it came to making me. So, what's my diagnosis? What's my box of frogs? Label my psychosis and then throw me to the dogs. Mic drop. You ran into the headlights, went off without a warning, out of my arms. The bluish black that comes after the dark. Stay into the daylight, breaks my heart. I'm so beyond you, it's beyond me. I'm so beyond you. It's beyond me. I'm so beyond you. You keep in the same place while the time keeps moving. It's like the wonders out from where it comes. A fog that dissipates before the dawn. The room that settles low can be so haunting. I step into the sun.